Chapter 37. It was funny, though not laughing funny. She had been worried that a man with more airtime than herself would show up. One had, but he had not been aggressive. His only ambition was to be on the ship, and he did not seem to care what rank he got. Somehow she had never thought of being displaced by a woman. There were so few female airship officers in her time, and so few people who had lived past 1983 had come by. Only one, in fact, that she had not worried about dirigibilists of that era. From what Firebrass said, post-1983 had been the great age of the large rigid airships, but the odds against aeronauts of that era showing were high. Chance had thrown its dice, and so here was Obranova, a woman who had 860 hours flight time as captain of a giant Soviet airship. So far, the officers' positions had not been announced. No matter. Jill knew that the little blonde newcomer would be first mate. Realistically, she should be. If Jill were in Firebrass' place, she would have had to appoint Obranova as first mate. On the other hand, there were only 2 months left before the Parseval took off for the polar voyage. The Russian might need more retraining than that. After 34 years of ground life, she would be rusty. She would have a month reacquainting herself with gas bags in the Minerva. Then she would have a month of training in the big ship with everybody else. Could she do it? Of course she could. Jill would have been able to do it in that time. She had been in the conference room with the officer candidates when Anna Obranova was brought in by Agatha. On seeing her, Jill's heart had seemed to turn over like a sluggish motor. Before she heard Agatha's excited announcement of the newcomer's identity, she had known what it would be. Anna Obranova was short and slim, but long-legged and full-breasted. She had long, shining yellow hair and large, dark blue eyes, a heart-shaped face, high cheekbones, a cupid's bow mouth, and a deep tan. She was, to quote another newspaper article, a beaut. Disgustingly delicate and feminine, unfairly so. Just the type that men simultaneously wanted to protect and to bed. Firebrass was on his feet, advancing toward her, his face aglow, his eyes seeming to drip male hormones. But it was Thorne's reaction that surprised Jill. On seeing Obranova enter, he had jumped to his feet and opened his mouth, closed it, opened it, then closed it again. His ruddy skin was pale. "Do you know her?" Jill said softly. He sat down and covered his face with his hands for a moment. When he took them away, he said, "No. For a second I thought I did. She looks so much like my first wife. I still can't believe it." Thorne remained shaking in his chair, while others crowded around Obranova. Not until the others had been introduced did he get up and shake her hand. He told her then how remarkably she resembled his wife. She smiled. Dazzlingly was a cliché, but it was the only adverb appropriate, and she said, in heavily accented English, "Did you love your wife?" That was a strange thing to say. Thorne stepped back a pace and said, "Yes, very much. But she left me." "I am sorry," Obranova said, and they did not exchange another word while in the room. Firebrass sat her down and offered her food, cigarettes, and liquor. She accepted the former, but declined the rest. "Does that mean you have no vices?" Firebrass said. "I was hoping you'd have at least one." Obranova ignored this. Firebrass shrugged and began questioning her. Jill got depressed while listening to the account of her experience. She had been born in Smolensk in 1970, had been educated as an aeronautical engineer, and in 1984 had become an airship trainee. In 2001, she had been made captain of the passenger freighter Lermontov. Finally, Firebrass said that she must be tired. She should go with Agatha, who'd find quarters for her. "Preferably in this building," he said. Agatha replied that no rooms were available. She would have to be satisfied with a hut near those of Miss Gulbira and Mr. Thorne. Firebrass, looking disappointed, said, "Well, maybe we can find a place here for her later. Meantime, I'll go with you, Anna, and make sure you're not given a dump." Jill felt even lower. How could she expect objectivity from him when he was so obviously smitten by the Russian? For a while she indulged in some fantasies. How about abducting the little Russian and tying her up in a hidden place just before the Parseval was to take off? Firebrass would not hold up the flight until she was found. Jill Gulbira would then become first mate. If she could do that to Obrenova, why not to Firebrass? Then she would be the captain. The images evoked were pleasing, but she could not do that to anyone, no matter how strongly she felt. To violate their human rights and dignities would be to violate, to destroy, herself. During the week that followed, she sometimes beat her fists on the table or wept, or both. The next week she told herself that she was being immature. Accept what was unavoidable and enjoy what was left. Was it so important that she should finally be captain of an airship? To her, yes. To anyone else in the world, no. So she swallowed her resentment and disgust. Piscator must have known how she felt. Frequently she caught him looking at her. He would smile or else just look away. But he knew. He knew. 6 months passed. Firebrass gave up trying to get Obrenova to move into his apartment. He made no secret of his desire, nor did he hide the fact that she had finally rejected him. "You win some, you lose some," he said to Jill with a wry smile. "Maybe she doesn't go for men. I know a score or more who've been panting for her, and she's as cool to them as if she were the Venus de Milo." "I'm sure she isn't a lesbian," Jill said. "Takes one to know one, eh? Ha ha!" "Damn it, you know I'm ambivalent," she said angrily, and she walked away. "Indecisive is the right word," he had shouted after her. At that time Jill was living with Abel Park, a tall, muscular, handsome, and intelligent man. He was a river tad, one of the many millions of children who had died on Earth after the age of 5. Abel did not remember what country he had been born in, or what his native language had been. Though resurrected in an area the majority of whom were medieval Hindus, he had been adopted and raised by a Scots couple. These were 18th-century lowlanders of peasant origin. Despite his poverty, the foster father had managed to become a medical doctor in Edinburgh. Abel had left his area after his parents had been killed, and had wandered downriver until he came to Parolando. Jill had liked him very much, and had asked him to be her hutmate. The big fellow had gladly moved in, and they had had some idyllic months. But though he was intelligent, he was ignorant. Jill taught him everything she could: history, philosophy, poetry, and even some arithmetic. He was eager to learn, but eventually he accused her of patronizing him. Shocked, Jill had denied this. "I just want to educate you, to give you knowledge denied you because you died so early." "Yes, but you get so impatient. You keep forgetting that I don't have your background. Things which seem simple to you because you were raised among them are bewildering to me. I don't have your reference." He had paused, then said, "You're a knowledge chauvinist. In short, what's the word? A snob." Jill was even more shocked. She denied this, too, though reflection showed her that he was perhaps right. By then it was too late to make reparations. He had left her for another woman. She consoled herself by telling herself that he was too used to the idea of the man being the boss. He found it difficult to accept her as an equal. Later she realized that that was only partly true. Actually, she had deep down a contempt for him because he was not and never would be her mental equal. That had been an unconscious attitude, and now that she was aware of it, she regretted having it. In fact, she felt ashamed of it. After that, she made no effort to have anything but the most impermanent liaisons. Her partners were men and women who, like her, wanted only sexual satisfaction. Usually she and they got it, but she always felt frustrated afterward. She needed a genuine affection and companionship. Obrenova and Thorne, she observed, must be doing the same thing as she. At least no one moved into their huts. For that matter, though, she never observed them taking any interest in anybody which could be interpreted as sexual. As far as she knew, they were not even having one-night stands. Thorne did, however, seem to like Obrenova's company. Jill often saw them talking earnestly together. Perhaps Thorne was trying to get her to be his lover. And perhaps the Russian refused because she thought she would only be a substitute for his first wife. 3 days before the final liftoff, a holiday was declared. Jill left the plains area because it was so crowded and noisy with people from up and down the river. She estimated that there were already several 100,000 camping in Parolando, and that there would be over twice that number by the time the Parseval left. She retired to her hut, leaving it only for a little fishing. The second day, as she was sitting on the edge of the little lake, looking emptily into the water, she heard someone approaching. Her irritation at the invasion died when she saw Piscator. He was carrying a fishing pole and a wickerwork basket. Silently he sat down beside her and offered her a cigarette. She shook her head. For some time they stared at the surface, rippled by the wind, broken now and then by a leaping fish. Finally he said, "It won't be long before I must reluctantly say good-bye to my disciples and to my piscatorial pursuits." "Is it worth it to you?" "You mean giving up this pleasant life for an expedition that may end in death? I won't know until it happens, will I?" After another silence he said, "How have you been? Any more experiences such as that night?" "No, I'm fine." "But you have been carrying a knife in your heart." "What do you mean?" she said, turning her head to look at him. She hoped her puzzlement did not look as faked as it felt to her. "I should have said 3 knives. The captaincy, the Russian, and most of all, yourself." "Yes, I have problems. Don't we all? Or are you an exception? Are you even human?" He smiled and said, "Very much so. More than most, I can say with seeming immodesty. Why is that? Because I have realized my human potentiality almost to its fullest. I can't expect you to credit that, nor will you, unless some day. But that day may never come. However, regarding your question of my humanity, I have sometimes wondered if some people we have met are human. I mean, do they belong to Homo sapiens? Isn't it possible, even highly probable, that the whoever's responsible for all this have agents among us? For what purpose I don't know, but they could be catalysts to cause some kind of action among us. By action, I do not mean physical action, such as the building of the riverboats and airships, though that may be part of it. I refer to psychic action, to a, shall we say, channeling of humanity. Toward what? Perhaps toward a goal somewhat similar to that which the Church of the Second Chance postulates, a spiritual goal, of refinement of the human spirit, or perhaps, to use a Christian-Muslim metaphor, to separate the sheep from the goats." He paused and drew on his cigarette. "To continue the religious metaphor, there may be 2 forces at work here, one for evil, one for good. One is working against the fulfillment of that goal." "What?" she said. "Then, do you have any evidence for that?" "No, only speculation. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that Shaitan, Lucifer if you will, is actually conducting a cold war against Allah or God, whom we Sufis prefer to name the Real. But I sometimes wonder if there isn't a parallel to that in some sense. Well, it is all speculation. If there are agents, then they look like human beings." "Do you know something I don't?" "I have probably observed certain things. You have too, the difference being that you have not put them into a pattern. A rather dark pattern it is, though it is possible that I am looking at the wrong side of the pattern. If it were turned over, the other side might be blazing with light." "I wish I knew what you were talking about. Would you mind letting me in on this pattern?" He rose and tossed the cigarette stub into the lake. A fish rose, swallowed it, and splashed back. "There are all sorts of activity going on beneath that mirror of water," he said, pointing to the lake. "We can't see them, because water is a different element from the air. The fish know what's going on down there, but that doesn't do us much good. All we can do is to lower our hooks into the darkness and hope we catch something. I read a story once in which a fish sat down on the bottom of a deep, dark lake and extended his fishing pole into the air over the bank, and he caught men with his bait." "Is that all you're going to say about that?" He nodded and said, "I presume you are coming to Firebrass' farewell party tonight?" "It's a command invitation, but I hate going. It'll be a drunken brawl." You don't have to soil yourself by joining the pigs in their swinishness. Be with, but not of them. That will enable you to enjoy the thought of how superior you are to them." "You're an ass," she said. Then quickly, "I'm sorry, Piscator. I'm the ass. You read me correctly, of course. I think that Firebrass is going to announce tonight the ranking of the officers and pilots." She held her breath for a moment. "I think so, too, but I am not looking forward with pleasure to that." "You prize rank too highly. What is worse, you know it, but will do nothing about it. In any event, I think you have an excellent chance." "I hope so." "Meanwhile, would you care to go out in the boat with me and participate in the angling?" "No, thanks." She rose stiffly and pulled in the line. The bait was gone off the hook. "I think I'll go home and brood a while." "Don't lay any eggs," he said, grinning. Jill snorted feebly and walked away. Before she reached her hut, she passed Thorne's. Loud, angry voices were issuing from it, Thorne's and Obranova's. So the two had finally gotten together, but they did not seem happy about it. Jill hesitated a moment, almost overcome with the desire to eavesdrop. Then she plunged on ahead, but she could not help hearing Thorne shout in a language unknown to her. So it would have done her no good to listen in. But what was that language? It certainly did not sound like Russian to her. Obranova, in a softer voice, but still loud enough for Jill to hear her, said something in the same language. Evidently it was a request to lower his voice. Silence followed. Jill walked away swiftly, hoping they would not look outside and think she had been doing what she had almost done. Now she had something to think about. As far as she knew, Thorne could speak only English, French, German, and Esperanto. Of course, he could have picked up a score of languages during his wanderings along the river. Even the least proficient of linguists could not avoid doing that. Still, why would the two talk in anything but their native languages or in Esperanto? Did both know a language which they used while quarreling so that nobody would understand them? She would mention this to Piscator. He might have an illuminating viewpoint on the matter. As it turned out, however, she had no chance to do so, and by the time the Parzival took off, she had forgotten about the matter. Chapter 38. Discoveries in Dis. January 26th, 20 ARD. Peter Jarris frigate, aboard the Razzle-Dazzle, South Temperate Zone, River World. Robert F. Roerig, downriver, hopefully. Dear Bob, in 13 years on this ship, I've sent out 21 of these missives. Letter from a Lazarus, cable from Karen, missive from Miquelon, palaver in Po, tirades from Tirnanog, tunes from Tuonela, allegories from Al-Sarat, sticklers from the Styx, issues from Issus, etc. All that sophomoric alliterative jazz. 3 years ago I dropped into the water my telegram from Tartarus. I wrote just about everything significant that had happened to me since you died in St. Louis of too much living. Of course you won't get either letter except by the wildest chance. Here I am today in the bright afternoon, sitting on the deck of a 2-masted schooner, writing with a fishbone pen and carbon-black ink on bamboo paper. When I'm done, I'll roll the pages up, wrap them in fish membrane, insert them in a bamboo cylinder. I'll hammer down a disc of bamboo into the open end. I'll say a prayer to whatever gods there be, and I'll toss the container over the side. May it reach you via river mail. The captain, Martin Farrington, the Frisco Kid, is at the tiller right now. His reddish-brown hair shines in the sun and whips with the wind. He looks half Polynesian, half Celtic, but is neither. He's an American of English and Welsh descent, born in Oakland, California in 1876. He hasn't told me that, but I know that because I know who he really is. I've seen too many pictures of him not to recognize him. I can't name him because he has some reason for going under a pseudonym, which, by the way, is taken from 2 of his fictional characters. Yes, he was a famous writer. Maybe you'll be able to figure it out, though I doubt it. You once told me that you had read only one of his works, Tales of the Fish Patrol, and you thought it was lousy. I was distressed that you'd refused to read his major works, many of which were classics. He and his first mate, Tom Ryder, Tex, and an Arab named Noor, are the only members of the original crew left. The others dropped out for one reason or another: death, ennui, incompatibility, etc. Tex and the kid are the only two people I've met on the river who could come anywhere near being famous people. I did come close to meeting Georg Simon Ohm, you've heard of Ohms, and James Naismith, inventor of the steam hammer. And lo and behold, Ryder and Farrington are near the top of the list of the 20 people I'd most like to meet. It's a peculiar list, but being human, I'm peculiar. The first mate's real surname isn't Ryder. His face isn't one I'd forget, though the absence of the white 10-gallon hat makes it seem less familiar. He was the great film hero of my childhood, right up there with my book heroes: Tarzan, John Carter of Barsoom, Sherlock Holmes, Dorothy of Oz, and Odysseus. Out of the 260 Western movies he made, I saw at least 40. These were second or third runs in the second-class Grand, Princess, Columbia, and Apollo theaters in Peoria. All vanished long before I was 50. His movies gave me some of my most golden hours. I don't remember the details or the scenes of a single one. They all blur into a sort of glittering montage, with Ryder as a giant figure in the center. When I was about 52 years old, I became interested in writing biographies. You know that I had planned for many years to write a massive life of Sir Richard Francis Burton, the famous or infamous 19th-century explorer, author, translator, swordsman, anthropologist, etc. But financial exigencies kept me too busy to do much on A Rough Night for the Queen. Finally, just as I was ready to start full-time on Night, Byron Farwell came out with an excellent biography of Burton. So I decided to wait a few years until the market could take another Burton bio. And just as I was about to start again, Fawn Brodie's Life of Burton, probably the best, was published. So I put off the project for 10 years. Meanwhile, I decided to write a biography of my favorite childhood film hero, though I ranked Douglas Fairbanks Sr. as my other top favorite. I'd read a lot of articles about my hero in movie and Western magazines and newspaper clippings. These depicted him as having led a life more adventurous and flamboyant than those of the heroes he played in films. But I still did not have the money to quit writing fiction long enough to travel around the country, interviewing people who'd known him, even if I could have found them. There were some who could have given me details of his career as a Texas Ranger, a U.S. Marshal in New Mexico, a deputy sheriff in the Oklahoma Territory, a Rough Rider with Roosevelt at San Juan Hill, a soldier in the Philippine Insurrection and the Boxer Rebellion, a horsebreaker for the British, and possibly as a mercenary for both sides in the Boer War, as a mercenary for Madero in Mexico, as a Wild West show performer, and as the highest-paid movie actor of his time. The articles about him couldn't be trusted. Even those who claimed to have known him well gave differing accounts of his life. His obituaries were full of contradictions, and I knew that Fox and Universal had put out a lot of publicity stories about him, most of which had to be checked out for exaggeration or downright lies. The woman who thought she was his first wife had written a biography of him. You'd never know from it that he had divorced her and married twice thereafter, or had 2 daughters by another woman, or that he had a drinking problem, or an illegitimate son who was a jeweler in London. She thought she was his first wife, but as it turned out, she was his second or third. Nobody's too sure about that. That he was still a flawless hero to her, even after all this, says much about the man, though. It says even more about her. A good friend of mine, Coriel Varol, you remember him, a circus acrobat, juggler, tightrope walker, gargantuan beer drinker, a Tarzan fan, wrote me about him. In 1964, I think. I remember the first time I met him, I thought I was meeting God. Over the years, being on the same lot with him many times, in the circus he means, the awe fell apart, but he was always liked by most people, and always idolized by the kids even after he quit making pics. I know that sober he was a swell guy. Drunk he'd fight at the least excuse and do some of the damnedest things. Don't we all? I've a few dozen stories about him that never made the publications. I'll tell them the next time we get together. But somehow Corey never did. Even his birth date was in doubt. His studios and his wife claimed he was born in 1880. The monument near Florence, Arizona, where he died doing 80 miles per hour on a dirt road, says 1880, but there was contrary evidence that it was 1870. Whether he was 60 or 70, though, he looked like a young 50. He always kept himself in great shape. Also, a friend who saw him off on his fatal trip said he was driving a yellow Ford convertible. His wife said it was white. So much for eyewitnesses. The studio publicity departments claimed he was born and raised in Texas. I found out myself that that was a lie. He was born near Mix Run, Pennsylvania, and he left there when he was 18 to enter the Army. Just as I was about to write to the War Department to get a copy of his military record and find out for myself just what he had done in the Army, a novel by Darrell Ponnickson came out. I was stymied again too late. Though the book was semi-fictional, its author had done the job of research that I'd been planning to do. So, my hero wasn't the grandson of a Cherokee chief, nor was he born in El Paso, Texas, and though he was in the Army, he hadn't been severely wounded at San Juan Hill, nor wounded in the Philippines. Actually, he'd enlisted the day after the Spanish-American War started. I'm sure, as was Ponnickson, that he hoped to get into action. There is no doubt that he had great courage, and that he desired to be where the bullets were the thickest. Instead, he was kept at the fort, then honorably discharged. He thereupon re-enlisted, but still no action. So he deserted in 1902. He did not go to South Africa, as the studios claimed. Instead, he married a young schoolteacher and went with her to the Oklahoma Territory. Either her father got the marriage annulled, or she just left him, and a divorce was never filed. Nobody's sure. While working as a bartender, shortly before he went to work for the 101 Ranch in Oklahoma, he married another woman. This didn't work out, and he apparently failed to divorce her, too. Most of what the studio publicity departments, and Ryder himself, claimed was false. These tales were made up to glamorize a man who did not need it. Ryder went along with these tales, maybe made up some himself with the studios. After a while, he got to believing them himself. I mean, really believing them. I should know. I've heard him relate almost all of the prevarications, and it's evident that by now the fiction is as genuine as the reality to him. This blurring of distinction between reality and fantasy in no way interfered with his competency in real life, of course. He did, however, reject Fox's wish to advertise him as the illegitimate son of Buffalo Bill. That might have started inquiries which would have exposed the whole truth. And he never says a word about having been a great movie star. He does tell stories about his film experiences, but in these he's always an extra. Why is he using a pseudonym? I don't know. His third wife described him as tall, slender, and dark. I suppose that in the early 1900s he would have been considered a tall man, though he's shorter than I am. His slim body does contain steel-wire muscles. Farrington is shorter than he, but very muscular. He's always after Tom to Indian wrestle him, especially when he, Farrington, has been drinking. Tom obliges. They put an elbow on the table, lock raised hands, and then try to force each other's hand down to the table. It's a long struggle, but Tom usually wins. Farrington laughs, but I think he's really chagrined. I've wrestled with both of them, coming out about 50% winner or loser. I can beat both of them in the dashes and the long jump, but when it comes to boxing or stick fighting, I usually get licked. I don't have their killer instinct. Besides, this macho thing never was important to me, though that may be because I suppressed it from some unconscious fear of competition. It's important to Farrington. If it is to Tom, he never shows it. Anyway, it was a thrill to be with these two. It still is, though familiarity breeds, if not contempt, familiarity. Tom Ryder has been up and down the river for hundreds of thousands of kilometers and has 3 times been killed. Once he was resurrected near the mouth of the river. By near, I mean he was only about 20,000 kilometers distant. This was in the Arctic region. The river's mouth is, like its headwaters, near the North Pole. However, the two seem to be diametrically opposite, the waters issuing from the mountains in one hemisphere and emptying into the mountains in the other hemisphere. From what I've heard, there's a sea around the North Pole, and it's walled by a circular mountain, which would make Mount Everest look like a wart. The sea pours out of a hole at the base of the mountains, winds back and forth in one hemisphere, finally curving around the South Pole to the other hemisphere. There it wriggles like a snake up and down from the Antarctic to the Arctic and back again, 1,000 or so times, and finally empties into the North Polar Mountains. Actually, it's one mountain, like a volcanic cone. If I drew a sketch of the river, it'd look like the Midgard serpent of Norse myth, a whirl-girdling snake with its tail in its mouth. Tom said that the areas near the mouth are populated chiefly by Ice Agers, ancient Siberians, and Eskimos. There's a scattering of modern Alaskans, Upper Canadians, and Russians, though, and some others from everywhere and every time. Tom, being the adventurer that he is, decided to travel to the mouth. He and 6 others made some kayaks and paddled downstream from the land of the living into the wasteland of the fog shrouds. Surprisingly, vegetation grew in the mists and the darkness all the way to the mouth. Also, the Grailstones extended for 1,000 kilometers into the fog. The expedition had its last Grail meal at the last stone, and then, laden with dried fish and acorn bread, and what they'd saved from the Grails, they paddled on, the ever-increasing current speeding them toward their goal. The last 100 kilometers was in a current against which there was no turning back. They couldn't even try for the shore. Sheer canyon walls soared up from the edge of the water. The voyageurs were forced to eat and sleep sitting up in their kayaks. It looked like curtains, finis for them, and it was. They plunged into a great cave, the ceiling and walls of which were so far away that Tom's torchlight could not reach them. Then, with a horrible roaring, the river entered a tunnel. By then the ceiling was so low that Tom's head was knocked against it. That's all he remembers. Undoubtedly the kayak was torn to pieces against the ceiling. Tom woke up the next day, somewhere near the South Polar region. Chapter 39. Frigate's letter continued. "There's a tower in the middle of a sea surrounded by the polar mountains," Tom said. "A tower?" I said. "What do you mean?" "Haven't you heard about that? I thought everybody knew about the tower." "Nobody ever mentioned it to me." "Well," he said, looking somewhat peculiar, "it is a hell of a long river. I suppose there are plenty of areas where nobody's heard the tale." And he proceeded to tell me that that was just what it was, a tale, no proof. The man who told Tom about it may have been a liar, and God knows there are just as many here as there were on Earth. But this wasn't an account heard from a man who'd heard it from another who'd heard it from still another, and so on and so on. Tom himself had actually talked to a man who claimed to have seen the tower. Tom had known this man for a long time, but he'd never said a word about it until he got stumbling drunk with Tom one night. After he sobered up, he refused to talk about it. He was too scared. He was an ancient Egyptian, one of a party led by the pharaoh Akhenaten, or Ikhnaten, as some pronounced it. You know, the one who tried to found a monotheist religion about the 13th century B.C. Apparently, Akhenaten was resurrected in an area of people from his own time. The teller of the tale, Paheri, a nobleman, was recruited by Akhenaten, along with 40 others. They built a boat and started off, not knowing how far they had to go, or indeed what their goal was, except the source of the river. Akhenaten believed that Aten, God, the sun, would live there, and that he would receive any pilgrim with great honor, would, in fact, pass him on to paradise, a place better than the river world. Paheri, unlike the pharaoh, was a conservative polytheist. He believed in the true gods, Ra, Horus, Isis, all the old bunch. He went along with his pharaoh, thinking that he would lead them to the seat of the gods, and would then get his just deserts for having abandoned the old religion on earth. Poetic justice. But he, Paheri, would be suitably rewarded for his faith. Fortunately for their quest, the area in which they'd been first resurrected was in the northern hemisphere, far up the river. Also fortunately, they passed through areas mainly inhabited by late 20th century Scandinavians. These were comparatively peaceful, so the boat's crew wasn't enslaved, and there was no problem using the Grailstones. As they got closer to the polar mountains, they came into an area populated by giant subhumans. These seemed to have been a species the fossils of which were never found on Earth. 8 to 10 feet high, 2.45 to 3.048 meters, believe it or not. with noses like proboscis monkeys, language users, though their speech was simple. Any one of these behemoths could have wiped out the whole crew single-handed, but the boat frightened them. They thought it was a living monster, a dragon. Apparently their area, which extended for several thousand kilometers, was cut off from the area below them by a very narrow valley. The river boiled through it at great pressure, making a current against which a boat could not be rowed. The Egyptians weren't stopped by this. It took them 6 months, but they made it. Using flint tools and some iron tools, there was some iron in this area, for which they traded booze and tobacco from their grails, they chopped out a narrow ledge about 3 meters above the water. They disassembled the boat, and, carrying the parts on their backs, they crawled the kilometer or so to the end of the narrow part. In the land of the giants, the Egyptians recruited an individual whose name they couldn't pronounce. They called him Jehuti. The Greek form of this name was Thoth, because his long nose reminded them of that god. Thoth had the head of an ibis, a long-beaked bird. The boat proceeded up the river, to where the Grailstones ceased. This area was in perpetual fog. Though the river had given up much of its heat while going through the sea behind the polar mountains, it still had enough left to form clouds when it encountered the colder air. They came to a cataract that was wide enough to float the moon on, or so said Paheri. The boat had to be left behind then, and for all anybody knows, it is still on a platform in a sheltered cove, rotten by now, what with all that moisture. Now here comes one of the strangest parts of the tale. The expedition came to a cliff which seemed insurmountable, but they found a tunnel which someone had cut through the cliff, and then later, at the bottom of another insurmountable cliff, they found the end of a rope made from cloths. Up it they went, and though their path was anything but smooth from then on, they did get to the polar sea, beyond the mountains. Who made the tunnel, and who left the rope, and why? It seems obvious to me that someone prepared the way for us earthlings. I doubt that it was river-dwellers who cut the tunnel and who planted the rope. The mountain which contained the tunnel was made of hard quartz. The tunnel would have worn out a large number of steel tools, which would not in any event have been available in large numbers. Moreover, Paheri said that there was no debris, no cuttings and shavings, which would have to be piled outside the tunnel. Even with iron tools, a party would not have time enough to cut the tunnel. They couldn't possibly have brought along enough food for the time it would take to do the job. In addition, how could anyone have gotten up the aforementioned cliff without a rope? Maybe some mysterious party preceding the Egyptians fired a rocket trailing a rope? But there was only one projection, a tall, thin spire of rock, for the hypothetical rope with hypothetical grapnels to catch on. The chances of the rocket hitting it, especially when it's invisible from below, and the grapnels catching on it, are highly remote. Also, there was no empty rocket case around. Whoever had lowered the rope had tied the end of the rope around the projection, and Paheri said that it looked as if the projection had been cut out of a larger spire. Anyway, after crawling on a ledge, through a dark cave through which a cold wind howled, they came out onto the sea. Clouds covered the sea from rim to rim of the unbroken range circling the sea. Only it wasn't really unbroken. On the other side there must have been a great gap between two mountains. Jehuti saw it first. He went around a corner just as the sun broke through for a moment. Those behind him heard a cry, then a bellow, and then a long, dwindling wail. They inched around the corner and got to the edge of the ledge just in time to see Jehuti's body disappear in the clouds below. Afterward they reconstructed what had happened. He had rounded the corner and seen a grail a few paces before him. Yes, a grail. Someone had preceded them. Apparently Jehuti saw it, too, and then the sun broke through the gap in the mountain. Blinded or startled, he had stepped backward and tripped over the grail. There was just enough light from the passing sun to give a glimpse of something in the middle of the sea. It looked like the upper end of a colossal grail sticking from the clouds. Then the sun passed the gap, and the clouds rolled back up and covered the big grail. You're probably asking, how could the Egyptians see the sun? Even if the break in the mountains extended to the horizon, wouldn't the clouds still cover it? The answer is, yes, the clouds would cover it under normal circumstances. But there was a combination of wind which cleared the clouds away momentarily, just as the sun passed the gap. An unhappy combination of circumstances, for Jehuti anyway. The winds are peculiar in that region. Twice they cleared the clouds away so that the Egyptians could see, briefly, the upper portion of the tower. Without the direct rays of the sun, in the gloomy twilight of reflection from the skies, they could see only a dark bulk. But it was enough. There was an object out there, a vast object. Not necessarily a man-made object, since we don't know if the owners and operators of this planet are human. But it was an artifact. It was too smoothly cylindrical to be anything else, though at that distance it could have been a spire of rock, I suppose. But here's another clincher. Several hours later, the Egyptians saw an object rise up from the clouds around the tower. It was round, and for them to see it from where they stood, it must have been enormous. When it got far up, it reflected light from the never-setting sun. Then it rose so high it became invisible. That really excited me. I said, "That tower could be the headquarters, the home base of whomever is behind all this?" That's what Frisco and I think. The Egyptians had become fond of Jehuti. Despite his ogreish appearance, he had a good heart, and he liked to joke. He wasn't above making puns in Egyptian, which shows a considerable intelligence on his part. Humankind is unique in the animal kingdom. It's the only species that can pun. Homo agnominatio? I don't know. My Latin gets weaker by the day. If I could find an ancient Roman or a Latin scholar, I'd take a refresher course. Back to Pahari's tale, and Jehuti. If it hadn't been for his gorillan strength, the Egyptians wouldn't have gotten as far as they did. So they said some prayers over him, and pushed on down the path. The narrow ledge inclined, generally, at a 45-degree angle, and was slippery with moisture. It was just wide enough for one man to walk along, his shoulder brushing the cliff. There were several narrowings, where they had to face the cliff and slide along it, their chests against the rock, their heels hanging over the edge, their fingers clutching every tiny roughness. Halfway down, Akhenaten almost fell off. He'd stumbled in the fog over a skeleton. Yes, a skeleton, undoubtedly the one who'd abandoned the Grail. None of his bones seemed to be broken, so they guessed that he had died of starvation. The pharaoh said a prayer over the bones and cast them into the sea. After a while they came to the end of the path. This was at sea level. They despaired then, but Akhenaten grabbed hold of an outcropping with one hand, and with a torch in his other hand looked around the projection. On the other side was an opening, the mouth of a cave. He eased around the outcropping, the sea up to his knees, his feet on the underwater continuation of the ledge. His torch showed him a smooth rock floor that slanted upward at a 30-degree angle. The others followed him without mishap. Akhenaten in the lead, they walked up the slope. Their hearts beat hard, their skins were cold, their teeth chattered. One man, our Pahari, was so scared that he had nervous diarrhea. Was this the entrance to the Hall of the Gods? Was jackal-headed Anubis waiting to conduct them to the great judge who would balance their good deeds against the bad? It was then that Pahari got to thinking about the mean and unjust things he'd done, his pettinesses and cruelties, his greed and treachery. For a moment he refused to go on, but when the others kept walking, and the darkness began to press in on him, he resumed walking, though at a distance behind them. The cave became a tunnel, the rock walls evidently worked by tools. It began curving gently, and then, after 100 meters, it entered a very large circular chamber. This was lit by 9 black metal lamps on tall tripods. The lamps were ball-shaped, and they burned with a cold, steady light. There were several things in the chamber to astonish them. The nearest, though, was another skeleton. Like the other, it was still clothed. The right arm was fully extended, as if it had been reaching out for something. Beside it was a grail. At the moment they didn't examine the bones, but I'll describe it now. It was the skeleton of a female, and the skull and some still unrotted patches of hair showed that it was a negress's. She had probably died of starvation. That was tragically ironic, since she had died a few meters from food. After her companion had died, she'd gone on, probably crawling part of the way, summoning enough strength to stand up and edge around the very narrow places. Then, with salvation in sight, she had died. I wonder who she was. What drove her to take that perilous journey? How many of her party died or turned back before they got through the vast cave through which the waves of the polar sea rush out? How did they get past the hairy, big-nosed colossi? What was her name, and why was she so fiercely determined to drive on into the heart of darkness? Perhaps she may have left a message inside her grail. However, its lid was closed, and so only she could open it. Anyway, it's very unlikely that the Egyptians could have read her writing. This was before the Chancers spread Esperanto around the world. Furthermore, billions who can speak this language don't know how to read it. The Egyptians said a prayer over the bones and then silently inspected the largest objects in the chamber, metal boats. There were 11, some large, some small, all in low metal V-shaped supports, open at both ends. There were also supplies of food. They didn't know that at first, since they'd never seen plastic cans, but diagrams on plastic sheets indicated how to open them, which they did. They contained beef, bread, and vegetables. They ate heartily, and then they slept for a long time, being very fatigued from their journey. But they felt that the gods, in Akhenaten's view, the god, had provided for them. A path had been prepared for them, though it had not been an easy one. The road to immortality had never been easy, and only the virtuous and hardy would traverse it. Perhaps Jehuti had sinned in some way, and so had been hurled from the ledge by the gods. There were diagrams, how-to-do-it sketches using signs in the boats. They studied these and then carried one of the large boats through the tunnel. It could hold 30 people, but 4 people could lift it easily, or one strong man could drag it. It was shoved under the ledge into the sea, which was moderately rough, and the party got into it. There was a small control board by the wheel. Though he was a pharaoh, and so above work of any kind, Akhenaten nevertheless took over the controls. Following the diagrammed instructions, he punched a button on the board. A screen lit up, and a bright orange outline of the tower appeared on it. He punched another button, and the boat moved of its own accord outward into the sea. Everybody was scared, of course, though their leader did not show it. Yet they felt that they were in the right place, and were welcome, in a sense. The boat they likened to the barge in which, in their religion, the dead journeyed across the waters of the other world, Amenti. Amenti comes from Ament, a goddess whose name meant the Westerner. She wore a feather, as did the Libyans, the people to the west of Egypt. She may have been a Libyan goddess, borrowed by the Egyptians. A feather was also the sign or hieroglyph for the word Western. In later times, the West meant the land of the dead, and Ament became the goddess of the country of the dead. She it was who welcomed them at the gate of the other world. She proffered them bread and water, and, if they ate it, they became friends of the gods. Naturally, the food they'd found in the cave reminded them of this, just as the boat was an analogue of the barge used by the dead in the other world. The Egyptians, like many people, had been upset, not to mention outraged, when they woke from death upon the river world. This was not what the priests had said would happen to them after death. Yet there were parallels here, physical analogues to the Promised Land. Also, that there was a river was comforting. They had always been a riparian folk, living close to the Nile, and now they had been guided by a divine being to the heart of the other world. They wondered if they should have named the giant subhuman Anubis instead of Jehuti. Anubis was the jackal-headed god who conducted the dead in the underworld to the double palace of Osiris, the judger, the weigher of souls. Still, Jehuti was the spokesman of the gods and the keeper of their records. Sometimes he took the shape of a dog-headed ape. Considering their companion's features and his hairiness, he did look like that avatar of Jehuti. Note, these two aspects of Thoth, Jehuti, indicate that there may have been a fusion of two different gods in early times. This world did have some similarities to the other world. Now that they were in the abode of Osiris, the similarities were even more striking. The river world could be that country between the world of the living and the dead, vaguely described by the priests. The priests had told confusing, contradictory stories. Only the gods knew the full truth. Whatever the truth was, it would soon be found. The tower didn't look like their picture of the double hall of justice, but perhaps the gods had changed things. The river world was a place of constant change, a reflection of the state of mind of the gods themselves. Akhenaten turned the wheel so that the orange tower was bisected by the vertical line splitting the screen. At times, just to reassure himself that he had control of the speed, he would squeeze the bulb fixed to the right side of the steering wheel. The boat's speed would increase or decrease according to the force of the squeezing. The boat headed straight through the choppy, fog-shrouded sea for the tower at a speed frightening to its passengers. Within 2 hours, the image on the screen had become enormous. Then the image burst into a flame which covered the entire screen, and Akhenaten let the boat proceed very slowly. He punched a button, and they all cried out in fright and wonder as 2 round objects on the prow of the boat shot forth 2 bright beams of light. Ahead lay a vast bulk, the tower. Akhenaten punched a button indicated by the diagram. Slowly, a large round door, a port, swung open from what had been a smooth, seamless surface. Light sprang into being. Inside was a wide hall, its walls of the same gray metal. Akhenaten brought the boat alongside the entrance. Some of the crew grabbed the threshold. The pharaoh pressed the button, which shut off the invisible power that moved the boat. He stepped onto the side of the boat, which was just below the threshold. After jumping inside the hall, he took the ropes attached to the inside of the hull and secured them around hooks set into the hall. Apprehensively, silently, the others followed him. All that is except for Paheri. The terror was now almost unendurable. His teeth clicked uncontrollably. His knees shook. His heart beat in his frozen flesh like a frightened bird's wings. His mind moved sluggishly, like winter mud flowing down a hillside warmed by the sun. He was too weak to get up from the seat and step into the corridor. He was sure that if he could go on, he'd face his judge and be found wanting. I'll say one thing for Paheri. 2. He did have a conscience, and he wasn't afraid to admit to Tom Ryder that he'd been a coward. That takes courage. Akhenaten, as if he had nothing to fear from the one god, walked steadily toward the end of the corridor. The others were bunched behind him at a dozen paces. One looked back and was surprised that Paheri was still in the boat. He gestured for him to come on. Paheri shook his head and hung on to the gunwale. Then, without a single cry from anyone, those in the corridor slumped to their knees, fell forward on their hands, tried to rise, failed, and sagged under their faces. They lay as still and limp as putty models. The door swung slowly shut. It closed silently, leaving no evidence that there was a door, not even a thin seam line, and Paheri was alone in the dark fog and the cold sea. Paheri wasted no time in getting the boat turned around. It moved at its former speed, but now there was no signal on the scope, no bright image to direct it. He could not find the cave, and so he went up and down the base of the cliff until he gave up trying to locate the cave. Finally, he directed it alongside the cliff until he came to the archway through which the sea rams into the mountains. He got through the long and giant cave there, but when he came to the great cataract, he could find no place to beach the boat. It was carried over the falls. Paheri remembered the bellowing of the waters, being turned over and over, and then unconsciousness. When he awoke from his translation, he was lying naked in the dark fog, under the overhang of a grailstone. His grail, a new one, of course, and a pile of cloths lay by him. Presently he heard voices. The dim figures of people coming to place their grails on the stone approached. He was safe and sound, except for the terrible memory of the Hall of the Gods. Tom Ryder was translated to Paheri's area after he'd been killed by some fanatical medieval Christians. He became a soldier, met Paheri, who was in the same squad, and heard his story. Ryder worked up to a captaincy, and then he was killed again. He awoke the next day in an area where Farrington lived. Several months later they went upriver together, in a dugout. Then they settled down for a while to build the razzle-dazzle. What's my reaction to all this? Well, Paheri's story makes me want to go see for myself if it's true or not. If he wasn't making it up, and Tom says Paheri was as stolid and as unimaginative as a wooden cigar-store Indian, then this world, unlike Earth, may have answers to the big questions, a mirror to the ultimate reality. Towerward ho! Chapter 40. Frigate's letter continued. There's more to the story than what Ryder told me. I chanced to overhear Frisco and Tex several days ago. They were in the main cabin, and the hatch was open. I had sat down, my back against the cabin, and had lit up a cigar. Yes, for the nonce I've fallen into the clutches of old devil nicotine. I really wasn't paying much attention to their voices, since I was occupied with thoughts resulting from a conversation with Nur el-Musafir. Then I heard the captain, who has a loud voice, say, "Yes, but how do we know he isn't using us for some reason of his own? Some reason beneficial to him, but not so good for us? And how do we know we can get into the tower? That Egyptian couldn't. Is there another entrance? If there is, why didn't he tell us? He did say he'd tell us more about the tower later on, but that was 16 years ago. 16! We ain't seen him since. I mean, you ain't seen him. Of course, I never did see him. Anyway, maybe something happened to him. Maybe he got caught. Or maybe he doesn't need us anymore." Ryder said something I couldn't catch. Farrington said, "Sure, but you know what I think? I think he didn't have the slightest idea those Egyptians got to the tower, or that one got away. At least, not when he talked to you." Ryder said something. Farrington replied, "The tunnel and the rope and the boats, and probably the path must have been prepared for us, but others got there first." The wind strengthened then, and I couldn't hear anything for a minute or two. I moved closer to the companionway well. Farrington said, "You really think some of them, one anyway, might be on this ship?" "Well, it's possible, Tex, but so what if it is? Why weren't we told who the others were, so we could recognize each other and get together? When are we going to be told? Where do we all meet? At River's End? What if we get there and nobody shows up? Do we wait 100 years or so there? What if—" Ryder broke in once more. He must have talked a long time. I was straining my ears, so lit up with curiosity that I almost shone with a sort of St. Elmo's fire. Mustafa, at the wheel, was looking at me with a strange expression. He must have known, or guessed, that I was eavesdropping. This made me uneasy. I wanted desperately to hear the rest, but if the Turk told those two I'd been listening to them, I might get tossed off the ship. On the other hand, he couldn't know that they were discussing anything I shouldn't be hearing. So I puffed on my cigar, and when it was out, I pretended to fall asleep. The situation reminded me of Jim Hawkins' experience in the Apple Barrel in Treasure Island, when he overheard Long John Silver plotting with his pirate cronies to take over the Hispaniola after the treasure was found. Only in this case, Farrington and Ryder weren't planning anything evil against anybody at all. They seemed to be more plotted against. Farrington said, "What I'd like to know is why he needs us. Here's a man with more power than a dozen gods, and if he's going against his buddies, what help can he get from mere mortals like us? And if he wants us in the tower, why doesn't he just ferry us to it?" There was another interruption, followed by the clink of grail cups against each other. Then Ryder spoke loudly. "Must have damn good reasons. Anyway, we'll find out in time. And what else do we have to do?" Farrington bellowed laughter, then said, "That's right, what else? Might as well use our time for some end, good or bad. But I still feel like we're being exploited, and I'm fed up with that. I was exploited by the rich and the middle class when I was young, and then when I became famous and rich I was exploited by editors and publishers, and then by my relatives and friends. I ain't going to let anybody exploit me here on this world, use me like I was a dumb beast fit for nothing but shoveling coal or canning fish." "You did some self-exploiting, too," Ryder said. "Didn't we all? I made plenty of money, and so did you. And what happened? We spent more than we made on big houses and fast cars and bad investments and booze and whores and putting on a big front. We could have played it smart and tight, and saved our money and taken it easy, and lived to ripe old ages in ease and plenty. But—" Farrington exploded into laughter again. "But we didn't, did we? That wasn't our nature, Tex, and it ain't now. Live it up, burn the candle at both ends, spin off fire and beauty like a St. Catherine's wheel instead of trudging along like a steer turning a mill wheel. So the deballed beast gets turned out to pasture instead of going to the glue factory. So what? What does he have to think about while he's munching grass? A long gray life and a short gray future?" More clinking. Then Farrington started to tell Ryder about a train trip he'd taken from San Francisco to Chicago. He had introduced himself to a beautiful woman who was accompanied by her child and a maid. It wasn't more than an hour after meeting her that he and the woman went to his compartment, where they coupled like crazed minks for 3 days and nights. I decided that then was a good time to leave. I got up and strolled to the foremast, where Abigail Rice and Noor were talking. Mustafa apparently never suspected me of eavesdropping. Since then I've been wondering, who was the he referred to? It's obvious that he must be one of those who have made this world for us and then raised us from the dead. Could it really be? The idea seemed so tremendous, so difficult to grasp. Yet somebody has to have done this. Some bodies, I should say, and they are truly gods in many senses anyway. If Ryder is telling the truth, there is a tower in the North Polar Sea, and by implication it's a base for whomever made this world, our secret masters. Yes, I know this sounds paranoid, or like a science fiction tale, most of which were paranoid anyway. But except for the very few who got rich, science fiction writers were convinced that their secret, or not-so-secret, masters were the publishers. Even the rich ones questioned their royalty statements. Maybe the tower is inhabited by the cabal of super-publishers. Just kidding, Bob. I think. Maybe Ryder is lying, or his informant, Paheri, was lying. I don't believe so. It's obvious that Ryder and Farrington have been approached by one of these whomevers. They weren't just making up this story to fool an eavesdropper. Or were they? How paranoid can you get? No, they were discussing something that had really happened. If they were careless, left the hatch open, didn't talk subduedly, it was only natural. After all those years, who wouldn't get careless? As far as that goes, why shouldn't they tell everybody? Somebody might be looking for them. Who? Why? My mind yaws, pitches, and rolls. So many speculations, so many possibilities. And I think, wow, what a story! Too bad I hadn't thought of something like this when I was writing science fiction. But the concept of a planet consisting of a many-millions-kilometer-long river, along which all of humanity that ever lived had been resurrected, a good part of it anyway, would have been too big to put in one book. It would have taken at least 12 books to do it anywhere near justice. No, I'm glad I didn't think of it. In light of those developments, what do I do now? Should I mail this letter or tear it up? It won't fall into your hands, of course. Not a chance of that. Into whose, then? Probably it'll be picked up by someone who can't even read English. Why am I afraid it might fall into the wrong hands? I really don't know, but there is a dark, secret struggle going on under the seemingly simple life of this valley. I intend to find out just what it is. I'll have to proceed cautiously, though. A small voice tells me that I might be better off if I don't know anything about this. Anyway, to whom am I really writing these missives? To myself, probably, though I hope hopelessly that just possibly, impossibly, one might drift into the hands of someone I knew and loved, or at least was fond of. And yet, this very moment, as I stare across the water at the many people on the bank, I might be looking directly at the person to whom I've written one of these letters. But the ship is in the middle of the river just now, and I'm too far away to recognize anyone recognizable. Great God, the faces I've seen in 20 years. Millions, far more than I ever saw on Earth. Some of the faces came into being 300,000 years ago or more. Undoubtedly the faces of many of my ancestors, some of them Neanderthals. A certain number of Homo neanderthalis was absorbed by miscegenation into Homo sapiens, you know. And considering the flux and reflux of large groups through prehistory and history, migrations, invasions, slavery, individual travel, some, maybe many, of the Mongolian, Amerindian, Australoid, and Negro faces I've seen belong to my ancestors. Consider this. Each generation of your ancestors, going back in time, doubles its number. You were born in 1925. You had two parents born in 1900. Yes, I know you were born in 1923, and your mother was 40 when she bore you, but this is an ideal case, an average. Your parents' parents were born in 1875. That makes 4. Double your ancestors every 25 years. By 1800 you have 32 ancestors. Most of them didn't even know each other, but they were destined to be your great-great-great-grandparents. In 1700 A.D., you have 512 ancestors. In 1600 A.D., 8,192 ancestors. In 1500 A.D., 131,072 ancestors. In 1400, 2,097,152. In 1300, 33,554,432. By 1200 A.D., you have 536,870,912 ancestors. So do I. So does everybody. If the world population was, say, 2 billion in 1925, I don't remember what it was, then multiply that by the number of your ancestors in 1200 A.D. You get over 1 quadrillion. Impossible? Right. I just happen to remember that in 1600 the estimated world population was 500 million. In 1 A.D. it was an estimated 138 million. So the conclusion is obvious. There was a hell of a lot of incest, close and remote, going on in the past, not to mention the present, probably from the dawn of humankind. So you and I are related, and in fact it may be possible that we're all related many times over. How many Chinese and black Africans born in 1925 were distant cousins of you and me? Plenty, I'd say. So the faces I see on both banks as I sail along are my cousins. Hello, Hang Chow. Yee-yah, Balabula. What's happening, Hiawatha? Hail, Og, son of fire. But even if they knew this, they wouldn't feel any more friendly toward me, or vice versa. The most intense quarreling and the most vicious bloodletting take place in families. Civil wars are the worst wars. But then, since we're all cousins, all wars are civil. Mighty uncivil at the same time. The paradox of human relations. I'll shoot your ass off, brother. Mark Twain was right. Did you ever read his extract from Captain Stormfield's visit to heaven? Old Stormfield was shocked when he got past the pearly gates, because there were so many dark people. Like all of us pale Caucasians, he had envisioned heaven as being full of white faces, with here and there a few yellow, brown, and black ones. But it wasn't that way. He'd forgotten that the dark-skinned peoples had always outnumbered the whites. In fact, for every white face he saw, there were 2 dark ones. And that's the way it is here. My hat is off to you, Mr. Twain. You told it like it was going to be. So here we are in the river valley, knowing not why and whence, just like on earth. Of course there are plenty of people who say they know. There are the 2 dominant churches, the Chancers and the Nichirenites, and 1,000 sects of Reformed Christians, Moslems, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, and God knows what all. The former Taoists and Confucianists say they don't give a damn. This is a better life, on the whole, than the last one. The totemists are in a bit of a bind, since there are no animals here, but that doesn't mean the totem spirits aren't here. Many's the savage I've run into who sees his totem in dreams or visions. The majority of them, though, have been converted to one of the higher religions. There's also Nur el-Musafir. He's a Sufi. He was just as shocked as anybody to wake up here. He wasn't outraged, however, and he reordered his thinking tout suite. He says that whatever beings have made this world have done so with only our eventual good in mind. Otherwise, why go to all this great expense and trouble? In this, he sounds like a barker for a circus, but he's sincere, which doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about. We shouldn't concern ourselves with the who or the how, he says, just with the why. In this respect, he sounds like a chancer. But I see I'm about to run out of my quota of paper, so adieu, adios, selah, amen, salam, shalom, and so long. The English so long is from Ceylon, the Muslim Malayan's pronunciation of the Arabic salam. Amicably and didactically yours in the bowels of whomever, Peter Jarris Frigate. P.S. I still don't know if I'll mail this in toto, censor it, or use it for toilet paper. Chapter 41. On the average, the river was 2.4135 kilometers, or 1.5 miles wide. Sometimes it narrowed into channels, always lined by high hills. Sometimes it widened into a lake. Whatever its breadth, its depth was everywhere about 305 meters, or a trifle over 1,000 feet. Nowhere along the river was there water erosion of the banks. The grass on the plains merged into an aquatic grass at the water level, and the latter flourished on the sides and bottom of the channel. The roots of this fused with the roots of the surface grass to form an interconnected mass. The grass was not separate blades. It was one vast vegetable entity. The water plants were eaten by a multitude of fish life, from surface to bottom. Many species cruised about in the upper stratum, where the sunlight penetrated. Others, paler creatures but no less voracious, swarmed in the middle layer. In the darkness of the bottom, many weird forms scuttled, crawled, wriggled, jetted, swam. Some ate the leprous white-rooted things that looked like flowers or were in turn enfolded and digested by them. Others, large and small, slid steadily along, mouths gaping, collecting the microscopic life that also lived in the fluid strata. The largest of all, vaster than the blue whale of Earth, was a carnivorous fish called the river dragon. It shared with a much smaller water-dweller the ability to roam the bottom or skim the surface without harm from change in pressure. The other creature had many names, but in English it was generally called croaker. It was the size of a German police dog, as slow as a sloth, and as undiscriminating in appetite as a hog. The chief sanitation engineer of the river, it ate anything that did not resist it. The greater part of its diet, however, was the human turd. A lungfish, it also foraged ashore at night. Many a human had been frightened on seeing its huge goggle eyes in the fog, or when stumbling over its slimy body as it crawled around seeking garbage and crap. Almost as scary as its appearance was its loud croak, evoking images of monsters and ghosts. On this day of year 25 ARD, one of these vilely stinking scavengers was near a bank. Here the current was weaker than in the middle. Even so, its fin legs were going at near top speed to keep it from being moved backward. Presently its nose detected a dead fish floating toward it. It moved out a little and waited for the carcass to drift into its mouth. Along came the fish and another object immediately behind it. Both went into the croaker's mouth, the fish sliding down the gullet easily, the large object sticking for a moment before a convulsive swallow drew it in. For 5 years the watertight bamboo jar containing Frigate's letter to Roerich had been carried downstream. Considering the vast numbers of fishers and voyagers, it should have been picked up and opened long before. However, it was ignored by all creatures except for the fish, whose primary object had been the delectable rotting chub. 5 days before the container came to Journey's End, it had drifted past the area in which its intended recipient lived. But Roerich was in a hut, surrounded by the stone and wood sculptures he fashioned for trade in booze and cigarettes, snoring off the effects of a big party. Perhaps it was just coincidence. Perhaps some psychic principle was responsible, a vibratory link between the addresser and the addressee. Whatever the cause, Roerich was dreaming of Frigate that early morning. He was back in 1950, when he had been a graduate student, supported by the GI Bill and a working wife. It was a warm late May day. May Day! May Day! He was sitting in a small room, facing 3 PhDs. This was the day of reckoning. After 5 years of labor and stress in the halls of learning, he would gain or lose the prize, a Master of Arts in English Literature. If he passed his oral defense of his thesis, he would go out into the world as a teacher of high school English. If he failed, he would have to study for 6 months and then try for a second and final chance. Now the 3 inquisitors, though smiling, were shooting questions at him, as if they were arrows and he was the target, which was the case. Roerich was not nervous, since his thesis was on medieval Welsh poetry, a subject he'd chosen because he believed that the professors knew very little about it. He was right, but Ella Rutherford, a charming lady of 46, though prematurely white-haired, had it in for him. Some time ago they'd been lovers, meeting twice a week in her apartment. Then one afternoon they had gotten into a furious drunken argument about the merits of Byron as a poet. Roerich wasn't crazy about his verse, but he admired Byron's lifestyle, which he considered to be true poetry. Anyway, he liked to take the opposite side of an argument. As a result, he had stormed out of the apartment after saying some very cruel things to her. He had also shouted at her that he never wanted to see her in private again. Rutherford believed that he had seduced her just to get a high grade in her course, that he was using the argument as an excuse to quit making love to a middle-aged woman. She was wrong. He was compulsively attracted to older women. However, he was finding her demands too great a strain. He could no longer satisfy her, his wife, 2 female sophomores, 2 of his friends' wives, a female bartender who gave him free drinks, and the superintendent of the apartment building in which he lived. 5 he could handle. 8? No. He was being drained of time, energy, and semen, and he was falling asleep in class. Thus he had craftily started violent arguments with his professor, one of the sophomores — it was rumored that she had the clap — and the wife of a friend. She was too emotionally demanding anyway. Now Rutherford, her watery blue eyes narrowed, said, "You've done very well in your defense, Mr. Rorig, so far." She paused. He felt suddenly chilled. His anus tightened. Sweat poured down his face and from his armpits. He had visions of her sitting up late nights, thinking of some way to get him, some horrible, peculiarly humiliating way. Doctors Durham and Poor quit drumming their fingers. This was getting interesting. Their colleague was burning bright, like the eyes of a tiger about to spring on a tethered lamb. Lightning was going to strike, and the unfortunate candidate was without a grounding rod, unless it was up his ass. Rorig gripped the arms of his chair. Sweat popped out on his forehead like mice scared from a Swiss cheese. Sweat, acid sweat, nibbled at the armpits of his shirt. What in hell was coming? Rutherford said, "You seem to know your subject thoroughly. You've given a remarkable demonstration of knowledge of a rather obscure field of poetry. I'm sure we're all proud of you. We haven't wasted our time with you in the classroom." The sly bitch was telling him that she had wasted her time outside of the classroom with him. But this was only a sideswipe, a remark meant to injure but not to kill. She was setting him up for the big fall. It was seldom, if ever, that the examining professors congratulated the candidate during the torture. Afterward, perhaps, when the board had voted that he be passed. "Now, tell me," Rutherford drawled. She paused. Another turn of the crank of the rack. "Tell me, Mr. Rorig, just where is Wales?" Something in him lost its hold and slid bumping down to the bottom of his stomach. He clapped his hand on his forehead, and he groaned. "Mother of mercy! Trapped! Holy shit!" Dr. Poor, Dean of Women, turned pale. This was the first time in her life she had ever heard that vile word. Dr. Durham, who wept when reciting poetry to his students, looked as if he was about to swoon. Dr. Rutherford, having hurled her thunderbolt, smiled without pity or compassion upon the remains of her victim. Rorig rallied. He refused to go down without his flags flying, the band playing "Nearer, My God, to Thee." He smiled as if the gold in the pot at Rainbow's End had not suddenly been transmuted into turds. "I don't know how you did it, but you got me. Okay. I never said I was perfect. What happens now?" Verdict: failed. Sentence: 6 months of probation with another and final inquisition at its end. Later, when he and Rutherford were alone in the hall, she said, "I suggest you study geography too, Rorig. I'll give you a clue. Wales is near England, but I doubt my advice will help you. You couldn't find your ass if it was handed to you on a silver platter." His friend, Pete Frigate, was waiting at the end of the hall for him. Pete was one of the group of older students dubbed the Bearded Ones by a sophomore girl who liked to hang around them. They were all veterans whose college education had been interrupted by the war. They and their wives or mistresses led a life which was then called Bohemian. They were the unknown forerunners of the beatniks and the hippies. As Rorig drew near, Frigate looked questioningly at him. Though Rorig was near tears, he put on a big smile and then began laughing uproariously. "You won't believe this, Pete." Frigate did find it difficult to believe that anyone past the 6th grade of grammar school did not know where Wales was. When he was finally convinced, he too laughed. Rorig shouted, "How in hell could that white-haired fox have found out my weak spot?" Frigate said, "I don't know, but she's magnificent. Listen, Bob, don't feel so bad. I know a distinguished surgeon who doesn't remember if the sun goes around the earth or the earth goes around the sun. He says it's not necessary to know that when you're digging into people's bodies." But an English major, he ought at least to know— Oh, ha, ha! In one of those non sequiturs the dream scripter so often writes, Rorig found himself elsewhere. Now he was in fog and chasing a butterfly. It was beautiful, and what made it so valuable was that it was the only one of its kind, and only Rorig knew that it existed. It was striped with azure and gold, its antennae were scarlet, its eyes were green emeralds. The king of the dwarfs had fashioned it in his cave in the Black Mountains, and the Wizard of Oz had dunked it in the waters of life. Fluttering only an inch beyond his outstretched hand, it led him through the mists. "Hold still, you son of a bitch! Hold still!" He plunged after it for what seemed like miles. Dimly, out of the corner of his eye, he could see shapes in the clouds, things standing as motionless and quietly as if they were carved from bone. Twice he distinguished a figure. One wore a crown, the other had a horse's head. Suddenly he was confronted by one of the objects. He stopped, since it seemed impossible for some reason to go around it. The butterfly hung for a moment above the top of the thing, then settled down upon it. Its green eyes glowed, and its front legs shook the antennae mockingly. Moving forward slowly, Rorig saw that it was Frigate who was blocking his path. "Don't you dare touch it," Rorig whispered fiercely. "It's mine." Frigate's face was as expressionless as a knight's visor. It always looked deadpan when Rorig was in one of his many furies and chewing out everybody in sight. That had made Rorig even more angry, and now it rocketed him to the point of utter madness. "Out of the way, Frigate! Step aside or get knocked down!" The butterfly, startled by the outburst, flew off into the fog. "I can't," Frigate said. "Why not?" Rorig thundered, as he hopped up and down in frustration. Frigate pointed downward. He was standing on a large red square. Adjoining it were other squares, some red, some black. "I got misplaced. I don't know what's going to happen now. It's against the rules to put me on a red square, but then who cares about rules? Besides the pieces, I mean." "Can I help you?" Rorig said. "How could you do that? You can't help yourself." Frigate pointed over Rorig's shoulder. "It's going to catch you now. While you've been chasing the butterfly, it's been chasing you." Rorig suddenly felt utterly terrified. There was something after him, something which would do something horrible to him. Desperately he tried to move forward, to go over or around Frigate, but the red square held him as it held Frigate. Trapped! He could still see the butterfly, a dot, a dust mote, gone, forever. The fog had thickened. Frigate was only a blur. "I make my own rules!" Rorig shouted. A whisper came from the mists before him. "Quiet. It'll hear you." He awoke briefly. His hutmate stirred. "What's wrong, Bob?" "I'm drowning in a surf of uncease." "What?" "Surcease." He sank back into the primal ocean, down to where drowned gods leaned in the ooze at crazy angles, staring with fish-cold eyes under barnacled crowns. Neither he nor Frigate knew that he could have answered one of the questions in the letter. Rorig had awakened on Resurrection Day in the far north. His neighbors were prehistoric Scandinavians, Patagonian Indians, Ice Age Mongolians, and late 20th century Siberians. Rorig was quick at learning new languages, and was soon fluent in a dozen, though he never mastered the pronunciation, and he murdered the syntax. As he always did, he made himself at home, and he was soon friends with many. For a while he even set himself up as a sort of shaman. Shamans, however, must take themselves seriously if they would succeed, and Rorig was only serious about his sculpturing. Also, he began to tire of the cold. He was a sun-worshipper. His happiest days had been in Mexico, where he was the first mate on a small coastal ship transporting frozen shrimp from Yucatan to Brownsville, Texas. He had been briefly involved in gun smuggling there, but had quit it before spending a few days in a Mexican jail. He had also quit Mexico. The authorities could not prove his guilt, but they suggested that he leave the country. He was just about to take a dugout downriver for a warm climate when along came Agatha Crooms. Agatha was a black woman, born 1713, died 1783, a freed slave, a backwoods Baptist preacher, a holy roller, 4 times married, mother of 10 children, and a pipe smoker. She had been resurrected 100,000 Grailstones away, but here she was. A vision had come to her, a vision in which God told her to come to his dwelling at the North Pole, where he would hand her the keys to kingdom come, to glory and salvation forever, to understanding of time and eternity, space and infinity, creation and destruction, death and life. She would also be the one to cast the devil into the pit, lock him up, and throw the key away. Rorig thought she was crazy, but she intrigued him. Also, he wasn't so sure that the solution to the mystery of this world did not lie at the beginning of the river. He knew that no one had ventured into the fog-laden land further north. If he accompanied her party of 11, he would be among the first to reach the North Pole. If he had anything to do with it, he would be the very first person to get there. When their goal was in sight, he was going to sprint ahead and plant on the site of the North Pole a stone statuette of himself, his name incised at the base. From then on, anybody who got there would know that he'd been beat out for first place by Robert F. Rorig. Agatha wouldn't take him, however, unless he believed in the Lord and the Holy Book. He hated to lie, but he told himself that he wasn't really deceiving her. Deep down, he did believe in a God, though he wasn't sure whether its name was Jehovah or Rorig. As for the Bible, it was a book, and all books told the truth in the sense that their authors believed they were writing a kind of truth. Before the expedition reached the end of the Grailstones, 5 had turned back. When they got to the enormous cave out of which the river fell, 4 decided that they would starve to death if they kept on going. Rorig went on with Agatha Crooms and Winglat, a member of an Amerind tribe that had crossed from Siberia to Alaska sometime in the Old Stone Age. Rorig would have liked to turn back, but he wasn't going to admit that a crazy black woman and a Paleolithic savage had more courage than he. Besides, Agatha's preachings had almost convinced him that she had had a true vision. Maybe Almighty God and sweet Jesus were waiting for him. It wouldn't do to hold up the schedule. After they had crawled along the ledge in the cave and Winglat had slipped and fallen into the river, Rorig told himself that he was as crazy as Agatha, but he went on. When they came to the place where the ledge sloped downward into the fog that covered a sea the sounds of which faintly reached them, they were very weak from hunger. There was no turning back now. If they did not find food within the day, they would die. Agatha, however, said that all they could eat was close at hand. She knew it was so because she had had a vision while they slept on the ledge within the cave. She had seen a place where meat and vegetables were in abundance. Rorig watched her crawl away from him. After a while he followed, but he left his grail behind because he was too weak to drag it. If he survived, he could always come back for it. The statuette was in the grail, and for a few seconds he considered removing it and taking it with him. To hell with it, he thought, and he went down the path. He never made it. Weakness overcame him. His legs and arms just would not obey his will. Thirst killed him before starvation did its job. It was ironic that the river had rushed by him, and he could not drink, because he had no rope with which to lower his grail and collect the precious fluid. A sea was booming against the rocks at the base of the cliffs, and he could not descend to it. Coleridge would appreciate this, he thought. I wish I did. He muttered, Now I'll never get the answers to my questions. Maybe it's just as well. I probably wouldn't have liked them anyway. Now Rorig was sleeping uneasily in a hut by the river in the equatorial zone, and Frigate, standing watch on the deck of a cutter, was chuckling. He was recalling Rorig's ordeal while defending his thesis. Perhaps it was telepathy that evoked the incident in their minds at the same time. It's preferable to use Occam's razor, that never-dull but seldom-used blade. Call it coincidence. The croaker placed itself directly in the path of the floating dead fish. The body went into the wide mouth of the amphibian. Frigate's letter and its container, only a centimeter behind the carcass, were also engulfed, and both slid into the gullet and became lodged in the croaker's belly. Its stomach could easily handle garbage, excrement, and rotting flesh, but the cellulose fibers of the bamboo case were too tough for it to convert into absorbable form. After feeling sharp pain for a long time, the croaker died, trying to pass the container. The letter often kills the spirit. Sometimes the envelope does it. Chapter 42. Almost everybody was cheering. People were crowding around Jill and hugging and kissing her, and for once she did not mind. Most of the display of affection was due to booziness, she knew, but she still felt a warm glow within herself. If they had not been pleased, their very drunkenness could have resulted in open hostility. Perhaps she was not as disliked as she had thought. Here was David Schwartz, whom she had once overheard calling her old frozen face, patting her on the back and congratulating her. Anna Obranova was standing by Barry Thorne, though neither had spoken much to the other all evening. She was smiling as if she were pleased that Jill Gulbira had been chosen over her. Perhaps she really did not care. Jill preferred to believe that the little blonde was seething with hate, though she could be wrong. Anna might have a rational attitude toward her. After all, she was a Johnny-come-lately, and Jill had devoted thousands of hours to the construction of the ship and the training of the crew. Firebrass had shouted for silence. The loud chatter and singing had finally stopped. Then he had said that he was announcing the roster of officers, and he had grinned at her. She had felt sick. His grin was malicious, she was sure of that. He was going to pay her back for all the cutting remarks she had made to him. Justified remarks, because she was not going to allow anyone to run over her just because she was a woman, but he was in a position to get revenge. Yet he had done the right thing, and he seemed to be happy about doing it. Jill, smiling, made her way through the crowd, threw her arms around Firebrass, and burst into tears. He thrust his tongue deep into her mouth and then patted her fanny. This time she did not resent unasked-for familiarities. He wasn't taking advantage of her emotions or being condescending. He was, after all, fond of her, and perhaps he was sexually attracted to her. Or perhaps he was just being ornery. Anna, still smiling, held out her hand and said, "My sincerest congratulations, Jill." Jill took the delicate and cool hand, felt an irrational, almost overpowering impulse to yank her arm out of its socket, and said, "Thank you very much, Anna." Thorne waved to her and shouted something, congratulations probably. He did, however, make no effort to come to her. A moment later she stumbled weeping out of the ballroom. Before she had gotten home she hated herself for having shown how strongly she felt. She had never cried in public, not even at the funerals of her parents. The tears dried as she thought of her father and mother. Where were they? What were they doing? It would be nice if she could see them. That was all. Nice. She did not want to live in the same area with them. They were not her old mother and father, gray-haired, wrinkling, and fat, their main concerns their grandchildren. They would look as young as she, and they would have little in common with her except some shared experiences. They would bore her and vice versa. It would be a strain to pretend that the child-parent relationship had not died. Besides, she thought of her mother as a cipher, a passive appendage to her father, who was a violent, loud, domineering man. She did not really like him, though she had grieved somewhat when he had died. But that was because of what might have been, not because of what had been. For all she knew, they might be dead again. What did it matter now? It did not matter. Then why the second flood of tears? Chapter 43. Well, folks, here we are again. This time it's the big one, the final takeoff. Hi-ho for the Big Grail, the Misty Tower, the house of the Santa Claus at the North Pole, the Saint Nick who gave us the gifts of resurrection, eternal youth, free food, booze, and tobacco. There must be at least 1 million people here. The stands are full, the hills are crowded, people are falling out of the trees. The police are having a hell of a time keeping order. It's a beautiful day, isn't it always? The uproar is really something, and I don't think you can hear a word I'm saying, even through this PA system. So, folks, up yours. Aha, some of you heard that. Just kidding, folks. Just trying to get your attention. Let me tell you again about the Parzival. I know that you have pamphlets describing this colossal airship, but most of you are illiterates. Not that it's your fault. You speak Esperanto, but you've never had an opportunity to learn to read it. So here goes. Only wait a minute while I moisten my parched throat with some skull bloom. Ah, that was smooth. The only trouble is that I've been quenching my thirst since before dawn, and I'm having trouble seeing straight. I hate to think of tomorrow morning, but what the hell? You have to pay for everything good in this world, not to mention the others. There she is, folks, though it's hardly necessary to point her out to you. The Parzival, named by Firebrass for the man who first suggested that the airship be built, though there was a lot of argument at first about what name would be painted on her silver sides. Third Mate Metzing wanted to name her the Graf Zeppelin III, after the man who was responsible for the first airship commercial line, and chiefly responsible for the military Zeppelins. First Mate Golbera thought that she ought to be called Adam and Eve, after the whole human race, since she represents all of us. She also suggested Queen of the Skies and Titania. A little bit of female chauvinism there. Titania sounds too much like Titanic anyway, and you know what happened to that ship. No, you don't. I forgot most of you never heard of her. One of the engineers, I forget his name at the moment, he was a crewman on the ill-fated Shenandoah, wanted to name her Silver Cloud. That was the name of the airship in a book called Tom Swift and His Big Dirigible. Another wanted to name her the Henri Giffard, after the Frenchman who flew the first self-propelled lighter-than-air craft. Too bad old Henri couldn't be here to see the culmination of the airship, the acme of dirigible art, the last and the best and the greatest of all aerial vessels. Too bad the whole human race can't be here to witness this challenge to the gods, the flying gauntlet flung against the face of the powers on high. Pardon me a moment, folks. Time for another libation to the gods to be poured down this dry throat instead of being wasted by pouring on the ground. Ah, mighty good, folks. Drink up! The liquor's free. Compliments of the house, which is the nation of Parolando. So, folks, our esteemed ex-president Milton Firebrass, ex-American, ex-astronaut, decided to call this colossus the Parzival. Since he's the chief honcho, the big enchilada, the boss, that's what she's titled. So, oh yeah, I started to give you her statistics. Captain Firebrass wanted to build the biggest dirigible ever built, and he did. She's also the biggest that will ever be built, since there won't be any more. Maybe he should have called her the last is the best. Anyway, the Parzival is 2,680 feet, or 820 meters long. Its widest diameter is 1,112 feet, or 328 meters. Its gas capacity is 120 million cubic feet, or 6,360,000 cubic meters. The skin is of stressed duraluminum, and it contains 8 large gas cells with smaller cells in the nose and tail fairings. Originally, she was to have 13 gondolas suspended outside the hull, the control gondola and 12 motor gondolas, each containing 2 motors. This exterior mounting was required because of danger from the highly flammable hydrogen. But tests of the gas cell material, the river dragon intestinal layers, showed that it did pass some gas. That's a joke, folks. And so Firebrass ordered his scientists to make a plastic material that wouldn't, in a manner of speaking, break wind. They did so. When Firebrass says jump, everybody sets a new record, and... What? My assistant Randy says everybody can't set a record at once. Who cares? Anyway, the hydrogen leakage is nil. So, the control room and all the motors are inside the hull, except for those in the nose and tail gondolas. The hydrogen, by the way, is 99.999% pure. In addition to the crew of 98 men and 2 women, the Parzival will carry 2 helicopters, each with a 32-person capacity, and a 2-man glider. But there won't be any parachutes. 100 parachutes makes a heavy load, so it was decided not to carry any. That's sheer confidence for you, more than I have. Look at her, folks. Ain't she something? The sun shines on her as if she's the glory of God herself. Beautiful, beautiful, and magnificent. A great day for mankind. There goes the orchestra playing the Lone Ranger Overture. Ha ha! Just a little joke that'd take too long to explain to you folks. It's really the William Tell Overture by Rossini, I believe, chosen by Firebrass as the take-off music since he's hung up on that fiery piece, not to mention a few others, some of whom I see in the crowd. Hand me up another glass of ambrosia, Randy. Randy's my assistant MC, folks, a writer of fantasies on Earth, and now Parolando's chief quality control inspector for the alcohol works, which is like appointing a wolf to guard a steak. Ah, great stuff. And here comes the Parzival now, moving out of the hangar. Her nose is locked into the only mobile mooring mast in the world. The takeoff will occur in just a few minutes. I can see through the windscreen of the control room or bridge, which is set in the nose. The man in the middle, sitting at the control panel, you can see his head, I'm sure, is Chief Pilot Cyrano de Bergerac. In his day he was an author, too. Wrote novels about travel to the moon and the sun. Now he's in an aerial machine the likes of which he never dreamed of, just as he never envisioned himself on such a voyage, flying to the North Pole of a planet which nobody, not a single soul on Earth, as far as I know, had described in the wildest of tales. Soaring in the wild blue yonder in the greatest Zeppelin ever built, the greatest that will ever be built, headed for a fabled tower in a cold, foggy sea, an aerial knight, a post-terrestrial Galahad, questing for a giant grail. Cyrano's running the whole operation all by himself. The ship's completely automated. Its motors and rudder and elevators are tied into the control panel with electromechanical devices. There's no need to have rudder men and elevator men and telegraph signals to the motor engineers, as they did in the old dirigibles. One man could pilot the ship all the way to the North Pole, if he could stay awake 3.5 days, the estimated flight time. In fact, theoretically, the ship could fly itself there, without a soul aboard. And there by Cyrano's right is the captain, our own Milton Firebrass. He's waving now to the man who's succeeded him as president, the ever-popular Judah P. Benjamin, late of Louisiana and ex-Attorney General of the late but not necessarily lamented Confederate States of America. "What? Get your hands off me, friend. No offense intended to any ex-citizen of the CSA. Take the drunken bum away, officers." And there, standing at the extreme left, is Pilot Third Officer Mitya Nikityin. He promised to be sober during the flight, and not hide any booze behind the gas cells, ha-ha. To Nikityin's right is First Mate Jill Gulbira. "You've given some of us a hard time, Ms. Gulbira, but we admire—" There go the trumpets again. What a blast! There's Captain Firebrass waving at us. "So long, mon capitaine. Bon voyage. Keep us informed by radio." And there go the cables from the tail. The ship is bobbing a little, but she's settling down. I saw the balancing done a couple of hours ago. The ship's so equilibrated that one man standing on the ground under that mighty mast could lift it with one hand. Now her nose is uncoupled from the mobile mooring mast. There goes a little of the water ballast. Sorry about that, folks. We told you to stand back, not that some of you couldn't stand a shower. Now she's rising a little. The wind's carrying her backward, southward, but the propellers have already been swiveled, at an angle, to drive the ship up and northward. There she goes, bigger than a mountain, lighter than a feather, off to the North Pole and the Dark Tower. My God, I'm crying. Must have had too much of the cup that cheers. Chapter 44. Up above the world so high, the airship twinkled, threading the needle eye of the blue. At an altitude of 6.1 kilometers, or a little over 20,000 feet, the crew of the Parzival had a broad view of the river world. Jill, standing at the front windscreen, saw the twisting parallels of the valleys, running north and south directly below her, but taking a great bend to the east about 20 kilometers ahead. Then the lines ran for 100 kilometers like thin Malayan creases, wavy blades, side by side, before turning northeastward. Now and then the river bounced back a ray of the sun. The millions along its banks and on its surface were invisible from this height, and even the biggest vessels resembled the backs of surface-cruising dragonfish. The river world looked as it was just before Resurrection Day. A photographer in the nose dome was making the first aerial survey of this planet, and the last. The photographs would be matched against the course of the river as reported via radio by the Mark Twain. However, there would be large gaps in the map made by the Parzival's cartographer. The paddle-wheeler had traveled far south, to the edge of the South Polar regions, several times, so the airship's cartographer could only compare his pictures with the maps transmitted by the surface vessel in the northern hemisphere. But he could make one sweep of his camera and cover areas where the Mark Twain would travel some day. The radar was also making altitude measurements of the mountain walls. So far, the highest point was 4,564 meters, or 15,000 feet. At most points, the mountains were only 3,048 meters, or 10,000 feet. Sometimes the walls dipped as low as 1,524 meters, or 5,000 feet. Before coming to Parolando, Jill had assumed, along with everybody else she knew, that the mountains were from 4,564 to 6,096 meters high. These were eyeball estimates, of course, and no one she had known had ever tried to make a scientific measurement. Not until she was in Parolando, where late 20th century devices were available, did she learn the true altitude of the mountains. Perhaps it was the comparative closeness of the walls that deceived people. They reared straight up, sheer, so smooth after the first 305 meters that they were unscalable. Often they were thicker at the top than at the bottom, presenting an overhang that would daunt any would-be climber, even if he had steel pitons. And these were available only at Parolando, as far as she knew. At the top, the width of the mountains averaged 403 meters, or a little more than a quarter of a mile. Yet that relatively small thickness of hard rock was impenetrable, without steel tools and dynamite. It would be possible to sail north up the river until it curved for one of its southward travels. There, with enough drilling and blasting equipment, a hole could be bored through the mountain wall. But who knew what invulnerable ranges lay behind that? The Parzival had bucked the northeasterly surface winds of the equatorial zone. Passing through the horse latitudes, it had picked up the tailwinds of the temperate latitudes. In 24 hours it had traveled approximately a distance equal to that from Mexico City to the lower end of Hudson Bay, Canada. Before the second day was over, it would run into headwinds from the Arctic region. Just how strong these would be was not known. However, the winds here seldom matched the winds of Earth because of the lack of differential between land and water masses. A difference in mountain altitude and valley width between the equatorial and temperate zones was apparent. The mountains were generally higher and the valleys narrower in the hotter region. The narrowness of the valleys and the height of the mountains made for conditions comparable to those in the glens of Scotland. Generally, it rained every day about 1500 hours, or 3 p.m., in the temperate areas. Usually, a thunderstorm accompanied by rain occurred about 0300 hours, or 3 a.m., in the equatorial zone. This was not a natural phenomenon in the tropics, or at least it was believed that it was not. The Parolando scientists suspected that some sort of rain-making machines concealed in the mountains caused this on-schedule precipitation. The energy requirements for this would be enormous, colossal in fact, but beings who could remake this planet into one river valley, who could provide an estimated 36 billion people with 3 meals a day through energy-matter conversion, could undoubtedly shape the daily weather. What was the energy source? No one knew, but the best suspect was the heat of the planet's core. There was speculation that some kind of metal shield lay between the crust of the Earth and the deeper layers. That there was no volcanic activity or earthquakes tended to strengthen this hypothesis. Since there were no vast ice or water masses making a temperature differential comparable to that of Earth, the wind conditions could have been different, but so far the pattern seemed to be terrestrial. Firebrass decided to take the ship down to 3,600 meters altitude, a little over 12,000 feet. Perhaps the wind there might be weaker. The mountain tops were only 610 meters, or about 2,000 feet below the vessel, and the effect of the up and down drafts were strong at this time of the day. But the ability to change the angle of the propellers swiftly compensated somewhat for this roller-coaster motion. The ground speed increased. Before 1500, Firebrass ordered that the vessel be taken up above the rain clouds. He brought it back down at 1600, and the Parzival rode majestically above the valleys. As the sun descended, both the horizontal and vertical winds would weaken, and the ship could plow through the air more evenly. When night came, the hydrogen in the cells would cool, and the vessel would have to lift its nose even higher to give it more dynamic lift to compensate for the loss of buoyancy. The pressurized control room was warmed by electric heaters. Its occupants were, however, in heavy cloths. Firebrass and Piscator were smoking cigars, most of the others cigarettes. The fans sucked the smoke away, but not quickly enough to remove the cigar odor which Jill so detested. Hydrogen emission detectors placed by the gas cells would transmit a warning if there were any leaks. Nevertheless, smoking was permitted only in 5 areas: the control gondola or bridge, a room halfway along the vessel's axis, the auxiliary control room in the lower tail fin, and rooms attached to the quarters of the crew fore and aft. Barry Thorne, first officer of the tail section, reported some magnetic readings. According to this, the North Pole of the river world coincided with the North Magnetic Pole. The magnetic force itself was much weaker than that of Earth's, so slight, in fact, that it would have been undetectable without the use of instruments known only in the late 1970s. "Which means," Firebrass said, laughing, "that there are 3 poles on one spot. The North Pole, the Magnetic Pole, and the Tower. Now, if only one of our crew was a pole, we could have 4 on the same place." Radio reception was excellent today. The ship was high above the mountains, and the transceiver of the Mark Twain was carried by a balloon towed by the boat. Akuso said, "You can talk now, sir." Firebrass sat down by the Samoan's side and said, "Firebrass here, Sam. We just got word from Greystock. He's on the way, heading northeastward, ready to alter course the moment he gets wind of the location of the wrecks." "In some ways I hope you don't find Rotten John," Sam said. "I'd like to catch up with him and so have the pleasure of sinking him myself. That's not a very practical attitude, though it's mighty satisfying. I'm not a vindictive man, Milt, but that hyena would make St. Francis himself long to kick him off a cliff." "The Minerva's carrying 4 46-kilogram bombs and 6 rockets with 9-kilogram warheads," Firebrass said. "If only 2 of the bombs make a direct hit, they could sink the boat." "Even so, that royal thief might get away safe and sound to shore," Clemens said. "He has all the good luck of the wicked. How would I ever find him then? No, I want to see his body. Or if he's taken alive, I want to wring his neck myself." De Bergerac spoke softly to Jill. "Clemens talks big for a man who's appalled by violence. It's easy to do as long as the enemy's 60,000 kilometers away." Firebrass laughed and said, "Well, if you can't twist his head off, Sam, Joe's the man to do the job." An unhumanly deep voice rumbled, "No, I'll tear off his arms and legs. Then Sam can turn his head around, so he can see where he's been. He won't like where he's going." "Tear off an ear for me," Firebrass said. "Old John almost hit me when he shot at me." Jill presumed that he was referring to the fight aboard the Not-for-Hire, when John had seized it. Firebrass said, "According to calculations, the wrecks should be in the area we'll be over in about an hour. You should be in the same area, but about 140 kilometers to the west of the wrecks. Of course, we could be way off. For all we know, the wrecks may not be traveling as fast as it could, or King John could have decided to dock for repairs, or a very long shore leave." An hour's conversation followed. Clemens talked to some of the crew, mostly those he had known before he'd left Parolando. She noticed that he did not ask to speak to de Bergerac. Just as Sam was about to sign off, the radar operator reported that the Rex Grandissimus was on the scope. Chapter 45. Staying at 452 meters altitude, the Parzival circled the boat. From that height it looked like a toy, but photographs, quickly enlarged, showed that it was indeed King John's vessel. It was magnificent. Jill thought that it would be a shame to destroy such a beautiful craft, but she did not say so. Firebrass and de Bergerac felt very strongly about the man who had hijacked their fabulous riverboat. Akuso transmitted the location to Greystock, who said that the Minerva should reach the wrecks the following day. He also checked the location of the Mark Twain. "I'd like to fly over her, so that Sam can get a good look at the ship that's going to sink the wrecks," Greystock said. "It won't take you out of your way to do that," Firebrass said, "and it'll give Sam a big thrill." After he had quit talking to Clemens, Firebrass said, "I really think Greystock's on a suicide mission. The Rex is loaded with rockets, and it carries 2 planes armed with rockets and machine guns. It all depends on whether or not Greystock can catch the Rex by surprise. Not much chance of that if John's radar detects the Minerva. Of course it might be off. Why should it be on? The sonar is good enough for daytime navigation." "Yes," Piscator said, "but the people on the Rex must have seen us. They'll be wondering about us, though they won't know who we are, and they might start using the radar because they'll be suspicious." "I think so, too," Jill said. "They can figure out easily enough that only Parolando could build a dirigible. Well, we'll see. Maybe. By the time the Minerva gets to the wrecks, we'll be behind the polar mountains. I don't think we can expect good radio reception there. We'll have to wait until we come back over them." Firebrass looked thoughtful, as if he were wondering if the Parzival would return. The sun sank behind the ground horizon, though at this altitude the sky remained bright for a long time. Finally night came with its blazing star clouds and gas sheets. Jill talked for a few minutes with Anna Obrenova before going to her cabin. The little Russian seemed warm enough, but there was something in her manner which indicated that she was not at ease. Was she really resentful because she had not been given the first mate's position? Before going to her quarters, Jill took a long walk through the semi-pressurized passageway to the tail section. Here she drank some coffee and chatted briefly with some of the officers. Barry Thorne was present, but he too seemed a little nervous, even more reticent than usual. Perhaps, she thought, he was still unhappy at being rejected by Obrenova, if indeed that had been the cause of their argument. At that moment she was reminded that the two had spoken in a language unknown to her. Now was not the time to ask him about that. It was possible she might never be able to bring up the subject. To do so would be to admit that she had been eavesdropping. On the other hand, she was very curious. Some day, when there were not more pressing things to consider, she would ask him about it. She could claim that she just happened to walk by, which was the truth, and had heard a few words of the dialogue. After all, if she did not understand what they were saying, she could not be eavesdropping, could she? She went to her cabin, where she crawled into the bunk and went to sleep almost at once. At 0400 hours, a whistle from the intercom awoke her. She went to the control room to relieve Metzing, the third mate. He stood around a while, talking about his experiences as commander of the LZ-1, then left. Jill did not have much to do, since Piscator was a very competent pilot, and the atmospheric conditions were normal. In fact, the Japanese had set the automatic controls on, though he kept a close watch on the indicator panel. There were two others present, the radio and the radar operators. "We should see the mountains at about 2300, she said. Piscator wondered aloud if they were as high as Joe Miller had estimated. The Titanthrop had guessed them to be about 6,096 meters, or 20,000 feet. Joe, however, was not a good judge of distances, or at least not good at converting distances into metrics or the English system. "We'll know when we get there," Jill said. "I wonder if the mysterious occupants of the tower will allow us to return," he said, "or even to enter the tower." That question had the same answer as the previous ones. Jill did not comment. "Perhaps, though," Piscator said, "they may allow us to survey it." Jill lit a cigarette. She did not feel nervous now, but she knew that when they were close to the mountains she was going to be at least a little spooked. They would be entering the forbidden, the taboo, the area of the Castle Perilous. Piscator, smiling, his black eyes shining, said, "Have you ever considered the possibility that some of them might be on this ship?" Jill almost strangled as she sharply drew in cigarette smoke. When she was through coughing, she said, wheezing, "What in hell do you mean?" "They could have agents among us." "What makes you think that?" "It's just an idea," he said. "After all, isn't it reasonable to believe that they would be watching us?" "I think you have seen more than you're admitting. What makes you think this? It won't hurt to tell me." "It's just an idle speculation." "In this idle speculation, as you call it, is there someone you think could be one of them?" "It wouldn't be discreet to say so, even if there was someone. I wouldn't want to point the finger at a possibly innocent party." "You don't suspect me?" "Would I be stupid enough to tell you, if I did? No, I am just thinking aloud. A most regrettable habit, one which I should rid myself of." "I don't remember you ever thinking aloud before." She did not pursue the subject, since Piscator made it evident he was not going to add anything. The rest of the watch she tried to think of what he might have observed, and then put together to make a pattern. The effort left her head buzzing, and she went back to bed feeling very frustrated. Perhaps he had just been putting her on. In the afternoon, only 2 minutes short of the time she had predicted, the tops of the polar mountains were sighted. They looked like clouds, but radar gave a true picture. They were mountains. Rather, it was one continuous mountain wall circling the sea. Firebrass, reading its indicated height, groaned. "It's 9,753 meters high. That's taller than Mount Everest." There was good reason for him to groan, and the others to look disturbed. The airship could not go higher than 9,144 meters, and Firebrass would hesitate to take it to that altitude. Theoretically, that was the pressure height of the gas cells. To go above that meant that the automatic valves on top of the cells would release hydrogen. If they did not do so, the cells would explode, having reached their inflation limit. Firebrass would not like to take the vessel near the pressure height. An unexpectedly warm layer of air could cause the hydrogen in the cells to expand even more, thus making the ship more buoyant than was safe. Under those conditions, the Parseval would rise swiftly. The pilot would have to act swiftly, pointing the vessel's nose down and also tilting the propellers to give a downward drive. If this maneuver failed, the gas, expanding under the lessened atmospheric pressure, would stretch the cell walls to the rupture point. Even if the ship got through this situation, its loss of valved-off gas would mean that it would become heavy. The only way to lighten the ship would be to discharge ballast. If too much ballast was dropped, the Parseval would be too buoyant. Firebrass said, "If it's like this all the way around, we're screwed." But Joe said... He stood for a moment, thinking, watching the dark, ominous mass gradually swell. Below them the valley wriggled snakily, eternally covered with fog in this cold area. They had long ago passed the last of the double line of grailstones, yet the radar and the infrared equipment showed that thick, high vegetation grew on the hills. One more mystery. How could trees flourish in the cold mists? Firebrass said, "Take her down to 3,050 meters, Cigano. I want to get a good look at the headwaters." By look, he meant a radar view. No one could see through the massive boiling clouds covering the mighty hole at the base of the mountains. But radar showed a colossal exit for the river, an opening 4.9 kilometers, or a little over 3 miles wide. The highest point of the arch was 3.5 kilometers. The mighty flood rushed straight for 3 kilometers, then tumbled over the edge of a cliff, and fell straight for 915 meters, over 3,000 feet. Joe may have been exaggerating when he said you could float the moon on the river where it comes out of the cave, Firebrass said, but it is impressive. "Yes," Cyrano said, "it is indeed grand, but the air here is almighty rough." Firebrass ordered the Parseval to a higher altitude, and on a course which would parallel the mountain at a distance of 12 kilometers. Cyrano had to crab the dirigible and swivel the propellers to keep from being blown south, and it crept alongside the towering range. Meanwhile, the radio operator tried to get into contact with the Mark Twain. "Keep it up," Firebrass said. "Sam'll want to know how we're doing, and I'm interested in finding out how the Minerva made out." To the others he said, "I'm looking for that gap in the mountains. There has to be one. Joe said the sun momentarily flashed through a hole, or what he thought was a hole. He couldn't see the break, but since the sun never gets more than halfway up the horizon here, it couldn't shine inside the sea unless there's a break that starts at ground level." Jill wondered why they would have erected such a mighty barrier, only to leave an opening. At 15:05, radar reported that there was a break in the verticality. Now the airship was over mountains outside the main wall. These mountains were not the continuous process surrounding the sea, but were peaks, some of which reached 3,040 meters. Then, as they came closer to the break, they saw that between the lesser mountains and the wall was an immense valley. "A veritable Grand Canyon, as you have described it to me," Cyrano said. "A colossal chasm. No one could get down its walls unless he used a rope 610 meters long, nor could he ever get up the other wall. It is of the same altitude, and its sides are as smooth as my mistress's bottom." On the other side of the lesser mountains reared the mountain that walled the river. If a man could get over the nearer height and out of the valley, he would then have to cross a rugged precipitous range for 81 kilometers, or over 50 miles, after which he would be confronted by the uncrossable valley. "Ginnungagap," Jill said. "What?" Firebrass said. From Norse mythology, the primal abyss in which Ymir, the first of created life, the ancestor of the evil race of giants, was born. Firebrass snorted and said, "Next you'll be telling me that the sea is populated by demons." Firebrass looked cool enough, but she thought that this was a facade. Unless he had superhuman nerves, his body was under stress, the juices of the adrenals pouring out, his blood pressure up. Was he also thinking, as she was, that a much more experienced pilot should be at the controls? The Frenchman's judgment and reflexes were probably swifter than anybody else's. They had been tested scores of times in simulated emergencies during training. But he just did not have thousands of hours of airship travel under terrestrial, that is, swiftly changing, conditions. So far, the voyage had been uneventful. But the polar environment was unknown, and passing over these mountains might bring the ship into sudden, unexpected forces. Not might, would. Here at the top of the world, the sun's rays were weaker, and thus it was colder. The river emptied into the polar sea on the other side of the circular range, where it gave up the heat remaining after thousands of kilometers of wandering through the Arctic region. The contact of cold air with warm waters caused the fog reported by Joe Miller. Even so, the air was relatively colder than that outside the mountains. The high-pressure cold air inside the ring of mountains would flow outward. Joe had described the wind that howled through the passes. She wanted desperately to ask Firebrass to replace Cyrano with her, or with Anna or Barry Thorne, the only other persons with much experience. Both were objectively considered as good as she, but she wanted to be in control. Only then would she feel at ease, or as much at ease as the situation allowed. Firebrass might have been of the same opinion. If so, he was not going to act on it, just as she was not going to express it. An unwritten, in fact unspoken, code prevented that. It was Cyrano's watch. To order him to give it up for a more qualified pilot would humiliate him. It would show a lack of confidence, make him seem to be less a man. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. The entire mission and 100 lives were at stake. Despite which, she would have said nothing, even if she had thought she might be needed. Like the others, she was bound by the code. Never mind how anti-survival it was. She could not shame Cyrano. Besides, for her to suggest that he be replaced would shame her, too. Now they were opposite the gap. It was not the V-shaped notch they had expected. It was a perfect circle cut into the mountain wall, a hole 3 kilometers across and 1,000 meters above the base. From it sped clouds, driven by a wind which, if they could have heard it, would be howling. Cyrano was forced to point the dirigible directly into the hole to keep it from being blown southward. Even so, with motors operating at top speed, the Parseval could advance into it at only 16 kilometers per hour, or less than 10 miles per hour. "What a wind!" Firebrass said. He hesitated. The air flowing down from the top of the mountain would add its force to that streaming through the hole, and the pilot would have to rely on radar to sense the nearness of the sides of the hole. "If the mountains aren't any thicker than they are along the river," Firebrass said, "we can get through the hole faster than a dog through a hoop. However—" He bit down on his cigar, then said through clenched teeth, "Let's take her through the gates of hell." Chapter 46. Convergence of paths through chance fascinated Peter Frigate. Pure chance had brought his in potentio into SMs. His father was born and brought up in Terre Haute, Indiana, his mother in Galena, Kansas. Not much chance for them to get together and beget Peter Jarvis Frigate, right? Especially in 1918, when people did not travel much. But his grandfather, the handsome, affluent, gambling, womanizing, boozing William Frigate, was forced to take a business trip to Kansas City, Missouri. He thought his eldest son, James, should learn the details of handling his various interests throughout the Midwest, so he took the 20-year-old along. Instead of driving in the new Packard, they took the train. Peter's mother was in Kansas City, living with her German relatives while she attended a business school. The Hoosier and the Jayhawk had never heard of each other. They had nothing in common except being human and living in the Midwest, an area larger than many European countries. And so, one hot afternoon, his mother-to-be had gone to a drugstore for a sandwich and a milkshake. His father-to-be had gotten bored listening to a business conference between his father and a farm machinery manufacturer. When lunch hour came, the two older men had headed for a saloon. James, not wanting to start boozing so early, had gone into the drugstore. Here he was greeted by the pleasant odors of ice cream and vanilla extract and chocolate, the swishing of two big overhead fans, a view of the long marble counter, magazines on a rack, and three pretty girls sitting on wire chairs around a small marble-topped table. He eyed them, as would any man, young or old. He sat down and ordered a chocolate soda and a ham sandwich. Then he decided he'd look the magazine rack over. He leafed through some magazines and a paperback fantasy about time travel. He didn't care much about such romances. He'd tried H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, H. Rider Haggard, and Frank Reed, Jr., but his hard Hoosier head rejected such implausibilities. On the way back, just as he passed the table at which the three giggling girls sat, he had to leap to one side to avoid a glassful of Coke. One of the girls, waving her hand while telling a story, had knocked it off. If he hadn't been so agile, his pants leg would have been soaked. As it was, his shoe was stained. The girl apologized. James told her that there was nothing to be concerned about. He introduced himself and asked if he could sit with them. The girls were eager to talk to a good-looking young man from the faraway state of Indiana. One thing led to another. Before the girls had gone back to the nearby school, he had arranged a date with Teddy Griffiths. She was the quietest of the trio, and not quite the best-looking, but there was something about the slim girl with the Teutonic features, the Indian straight, Indian black hair, and large dark brown eyes that attracted him. Elective affinity, Peter Frigate called it, not above borrowing a phrase from Goethe. Courting in those days was not as free and easy as in Peter's day. James had to go to the Kaiser residence on Locust Street, a long trip by streetcar, and be introduced to her uncle and aunt. Then they sat on the front porch with the old folks, eating homemade ice cream and cookies. About 8 o'clock, he and Teddy went for a walk around the block, talking of this and that. On returning, he thanked her relatives for their hospitality and said good-bye to Teddy without kissing her. But they corresponded, and 2 months later James made another trip, this time in one of his father's cars, and this time they did a little spooning, mostly in the back row of the local movie house. On his third trip he married Teddy. They left immediately after the wedding to take the train to Terre Haute. James was fond of telling his eldest son that he should have named him Pullman. "You were conceived on a train, Pete, so I thought it would be nice if your name commemorated that event, but your mother wouldn't have it." Peter didn't know whether or not to believe his father. He was such a kidder. Besides, he couldn't see his mother arguing with his father. James was a little man, but he was a bantam rooster who ruled the roost, a domestic Napoleon. This was the concatenation of events that had slid Peter Jarvis Frigate from potentiality into existence. If old William had not decided to take his son along to Kansas City, if James had not been more tempted by a soda than by beer, if the girl hadn't happened to knock over the Coke, there would have been no Peter Jarvis Frigate, at least not the individual now bearing that name. And if his father had had a wet dream the night before, or had used a contraceptive on the wedding night, he, Peter, would not have been born. Or if there had been no mating, if it had been put off for some reason, the egg would have drifted off and out and into a menstruation pad. What was there about that one spermatozoan, 1 in 300 million, that had enabled it to beat all the others out in the race to the egg? May the best wriggler win, and so it had been. But it had been close, too close for comfort when he thought about it. And then there was the horde of his brothers and sisters in potentio, unhoarded. They had died, arriving too late or not at all, a waste of flesh and spirit. Had any of the sperm had the potentiality for his imagination and writing talent? Or were those in the egg? Or were they in the fusion of sperm and egg, a combination of genes only possible in that one sperm and that one egg? His 3 brothers had no creative and little passive imagination. His sister had a passive imagination. She liked fantasy and science fiction, but she had no inclination to write. What had made the difference? Environment couldn't explain it. The others had been exposed to the same influences as he. His father had purchased that library of little red pseudo-leather-bound books. What in hell was its name? It was a very popular home library in his childhood. But they hadn't been fascinated by the stories in them. They hadn't fallen in love with Sherlock Holmes and Irene Adler in A Scandal in Bohemia, or sympathized with the monster in Frankenstein, or battled before the walls of Troy with Achilles, or suffered with Odysseus in his wanderings, or descended the icy depths to seek out Grendel with Beowulf, or journeyed with the time-traveler of Wells, or visited those wild, weird stars of Olive Schneider, or escaped from the Mohegans with Natty Bumppo. Nor had they been interested in the other books his parents bought him: Pilgrim's Progress, Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, Treasure Island, The Arabian Nights, and Gulliver's Travels. Nor had they prospected at the little library branch, where he first dug the gold of Frank Baum, Hans Andersen, Andrew Lang, Jack London, A. Conan Doyle, Edgar Rice Burroughs, Rudyard Kipling, and H. Rider Haggard. And don't forget the lesser, the silver ore: Irving Crump, A. G. Henty, Roy Rockwood, Oliver Curwood, Geoffrey Farnall, Robert Service, Anthony Hope, and A. Hyatt Verrill. After all, in his personal pantheon, the Neanderthal Og and Rudolph Rassendyll ranked almost with Tarzan, John Carter of Barsoom, Dorothy Gale of Oz, Odysseus, Holmes and Challenger, Jim Hawkins, Ayesha, Alan Quatermain, and Umslopogaas. It tickled Peter at this moment to think that he was on the same boat with the man who had furnished the model for the fictional Umslopogaas. And he was also a deckhand for the man who had created Buck and White Fang, Wolf Larsen, the nameless subhuman narrator of Beyond Adam and Smoke Bellew. It delighted him also that he talked daily with the great Tom Mix, unequaled in cinema flair and fantastic adventure except by Douglas Fairbanks Sr. If only Fairbanks were aboard. But then it would also be delightful to have Doyle and Twain and Cervantes and Burton, especially Burton, aboard. And the boat sure was getting crowded. Be satisfied. But then he never was. What had he drifted off from? Oh, yes, chance, another word for destiny. He didn't believe, as Mark Twain did, that all events, all characters, were rigidly predetermined. From the time when the first atom of the great Laurentian Sea bumped into the second atom, our fates were fixed. Twain had said something like that, probably in his depressing What is Man? That philosophy was an excuse for escaping guilt, ducking responsibility. Nor did he believe, as had Kurt Vonnegut, the late 20th century avatar of Mark Twain, that we were governed entirely by the chemical makeup of our bodies. God wasn't the great garage mechanic in the sky, or the divine pill-pusher. If there was a God, Frigga didn't know what God was, and often doubted that he existed. God might not exist, but free will did. True, it was a limited force, repressed or influenced by environmental conditioning, chemicals, brain injuries, neural diseases, lobotomy. But a human being was not just a protein robot. No robot could change its mind, decide on its own to reprogram itself, lift itself by its mental bootstraps. Still, we were born with different genetic combinations, and these did determine to some extent our intellect, aptitudes, leanings, reactions, in short, our characters. Character determines destiny, according to the old Greek Heraclitus, but a person could change his/her character. Somewhere in there was a force, an entity, that said, "I won't do it," or "Nobody's going to stop me from doing it," or "I've been a coward, but this time I'm a raging lion." Sometimes you needed an outside stimulus or stimulator, as had the Tin Woodsman and the Scarecrow and the Cowardly Lion. But the wizard only gave them what they had had all the time: the brains of mixed sawdust, bran, pins, and needles, the silk sawdust-stuffed heart, and the liquid from the square green bottle, marked courage, were only antiplacebos. By thought you could change your emotional attitudes. Friggat believed that, though his practice had never matched his theory. He'd been reared in a Christian Scientist family, but when he was about 11 his parents had sent him to a Presbyterian church, since they were having a fit of religious apathy then. His mother cleaned up the kitchen and took care of the babies Sunday mornings, while his father read the Chicago Tribune. Like it or not, he went off to Sunday school, and then the sermon. So he had gotten two contrary religious educations. One believed in free will, in evil and matter as illusion, in spirit as the only reality. The other believed in predestination. God picked out a few here and there for salvation, and let the others go to hell. No rhyme or reason to this. You couldn't do a thing to change that. Once the divine choice had been made, it was done. You could live purely, agonizedly praying and hoping all your life, but when the end of life on earth came, you went to your appointed place. The sheep, those whom God for some unexplainable reason had marked with His grace, went up to sit on His right side. The goats, rejected for the same mysterious reasons, slid down the prearranged chute into the fire, sinner and saint alike. When he was 12, he had had many nightmares in which Mary Baker Eddy and John Calvin had fought for his soul. It was no wonder when he was 14 that he had decided to blazes with both faiths, with all faiths. Still, he had been the epitome of the prudish Puritan. No foul words escaped his lips. He blushed if told a dirty joke. He couldn't stand the odors of beer or whiskey, and even if he'd liked them, he would have rejected them with scorn. And he'd have luxuriated in a feeling of moral superiority for doing so. His early puberty was a torment. In the 7th grade he would be called on to stand up and recite, his face red, his penis thrusting against his fly, having risen at the trumpet call of his teacher's large breasts. Nobody seemed to notice, but he was sure every time he stood up that he would be disgraced, and when he accompanied his parents to a movie in which the heroine wore a low-cut dress or displayed a flash of garter, he put his hand on his pants to hide the swelling. The flickering light from the screen would reveal his sin. His parents would know what his thoughts were, and they would be horrified. He'd be ashamed to look in their faces forever after. Twice his father talked to him about sex. Once when he was 12. Apparently his mother had noticed some blood on his bath towel and spoken to his father. James Frigate, with a good deal of hemming and hawing and a twisted grin, had asked him if he was masturbating. Peter was both horrified and indignant. He had denied it, though his father acted as if he really did not believe him. Investigation revealed, however, that when bathing, Peter had not been peeling back his foreskin to wash under it. He had not wanted to touch his penis. As a result, the smegma had built up under the skin. How this could cause a bleeding neither he nor his father knew, but he was advised to wash thoroughly every time he took a bath. Also, he was told that jacking off rotted the brain, and he was given the example of the village idiot of North Terre Haute, a boy who publicly masturbated. With a grave face, his father told him that anybody who jerked off would become a drooling imbecile. Maybe his father believed that. So many of his generation did. Or maybe he just passed on that horrifying tale, purveyed for only God knew how many centuries, or even millennia, to scare his son. Peter would find out that that was superstition, a reasoning from effect to cause, totally invalid. It was in a class with the belief that if you ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich while you were sitting in the outhouse, the devil would get you. Peter hadn't lied. He had not been indulging in the sin of Onan, though why it was called onanism he didn't know, since Onan hadn't masturbated. Onan had just used what Peter overheard his father refer to as the IC, Illinois Central Railroad technique, pulling out in time. Some of his junior high acquaintances, the racy ones, bragged about beating their meat. One of these low-lifers, a wild kid named Vernon, died in a crash in 1942 while training to be an Air Force bombardier, had actually masturbated in the rear of a streetcar on the way home from a basketball game. Peter, watching, had been fascinated and sickened at the same time. The other kids had just giggled. Once he and a friend, Bob Allwood, as puritanical as he, had been going home on a streetcar after a late movie. There was no one else aboard, except the operator and a hard-looking peroxide blonde in the front seat. As the trolley came up toward the end of the line on Elizabeth Street, the operator had closed the curtain around himself and the blonde and turned the overhead light off. Bob and Pete, watching from the back of the car, saw the woman's legs disappear. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Peter understood what was happening. The woman had to be sitting on the ledge in front of him, or on the control post itself, facing the operator, while he screwed her. Peter didn't say a thing about it to Bob until after they'd gotten off the car. Bob had refused to believe it. Peter was surprised at his own reaction. He'd been more amused than anything, or perhaps envious was more appropriate. The proper reaction came later. That man and his doxy would go to hell for sure. Chapter 47. That was a long time ago. The time had come when Peter had laid a woman in front of the altar of an empty church, though he was drunk when he did it. This was in a Roman Catholic cathedral in Syracuse, and the woman had been Jewish. It had been her idea. She hated the religion because the tough Polish Catholic kids in the Boston high school she attended had roughed her up several times because she was a Jew. The idea of defiling the church had seemed like a good idea at the time, though next morning he sweated thinking of what would have happened if they'd been caught. But doing it in a Protestant church wouldn't have appealed to him so much. Protestant churches had always seemed barren places to him. God wouldn't be caught dead there, but he did like to hang around Catholic places of worship. Peter had always had a leaning toward Romanism, and had twice been on the verge of converting. You could only blaspheme where God was. Which was a curious attitude. If you didn't believe in God, why bother to blaspheme? As if that wasn't bad enough, he and Sarah had entered a number of apartment houses on a street whose name he couldn't recall now. It had once been a very posh district, where the rich had built huge gingerbreaded, many-cupoled houses. Then they'd moved out, and the houses had been made into apartments. Mostly affluent old people, widows and aged couples lived there. The two of them had wandered through the halls of 3 buildings where all the doors were locked tight, and not a sound except the muffled voice of TV sets was heard. They'd been on the 3rd floor of the 4th building, and Sarah was down on her knees before him when a door opened. An old woman stuck her head out into the hall, screamed, and slammed the door shut. Laughing, he and Sarah had fled out into the street and up to her apartment. Later, Peter had sweated thinking about what would have happened if they'd been caught by the police. Jail, public disgrace, the loss of his job at General Electric, the shame felt by his children, the wrath of his wife. And what if the old woman had had a heart attack? He searched the obituary columns and was relieved to find that no one on that street had died that night. This in itself was a rarity, since Sarah said that she couldn't look out of the window from her apartment without seeing a funeral procession going down that street. He also looked for a report of the incident in the papers. If the old lady had called the police, however, there was nothing in the papers about it. A 38-year-old man shouldn't be doing stupid, childish things like that, he had told himself, especially if innocent people might be hurt. Never again. But as the years passed, he chuckled when he thought of it. Though an atheist at 15, Frigate had never been able to rid himself of doubts. When he was 19, he had attended a revival meeting with Bob Allwood. Allwood had been raised in a devout fundamentalist family. He, too, had become an atheist, but this lasted 1 year. In that time, Bob's parents had died of cancer. The shock had set him thinking about immortality. Unable to endure the idea that his father and mother were dead forever, that he'd never see them again, he had begun visiting revival meetings. His conversion had taken place when he was 18. Peter and Bob used to see much of each other, since they had been playmates in grade school and had gone to the same high school. They argued much about religion and the authenticity of the Bible. Finally, Peter agreed to go with Bob to a mass meeting at which the famous Reverend Robert Ransom was preaching. Much to Peter's astonishment, he found himself deeply stirred, though he had come to ridicule. He was even more amazed when he found himself on his knees before the Reverend, promising to accept Jesus Christ as his Lord. That promise was broken within a month. Peter just could not hold fast to his convictions. In Allwood's parlance, he had backslid, fallen from grace. Peter told Bob that his early religious conditioning and the passionate exhortations of the converts had been responsible for putting him in a fine frenzy of faith. Allwood continued to argue with him, to wrestle with his soul. Peter remained adamant. Peter approached the age of 60. His schoolmates and friends were dying off. He himself was not in good health. Death was no longer a long way off. When he was young, he had thought much about the billions who had preceded him, been born, suffered, laughed, loved, wept, and died. And he thought of the billions who would come after him, who would be hurt, be hated, be loved, and be gone. At the end of Earth, all, caveman and astronaut, would be dust and less than dust. What did it all mean? Without immortality, it meant nothing. There were people who said that life was the excuse for life, its only reason. These were fools, self-deluded. No matter how intelligent they might be in other matters, they were fools in this, self-blinkered emotional idiots. On the other hand, why should human beings have another chance at an afterlife? They were such miserable, conniving, self-deceiving, hypocritical wretches. Even the best were. He knew no saints, though he admitted that there might have been, and might be some. It seemed to him that only saints would be worthy of immortality. Even so, he doubted the claims of some of those who had been awarded halos. Take St. Augustine, for instance. Asshole was the only word that fitted him, a monster of ego and selfishness. St. Francis was about as saintly as a person could be, but he was undoubtedly psychotic, kissing a leper's sores to demonstrate humility, indeed. Still, as Peter's wife had pointed out, no one was perfect. Then there was Jesus, though there was no proof that he was a saint. In fact, it was evident from the New Testament that he had restricted salvation to the Jews, but they had rejected him. And so St. Paul, finding that the Jews were not about to give up the religion for which they had fought so hard and suffered so much, had turned to the Gentiles. He made certain compromises, and Christianity, better named Paulism, was launched. But St. Paul was a sexual pervert, since total sexual abstinence was a perversion. That made Jesus a pervert, too. However, some people just did not have much sex drive. Perhaps Jesus and Paul had been such. Or they had sublimated their drive in something more important, their desire to have people see the truth. Buddha was perhaps a saint. Heir to a throne, to riches and power, married to a lovely princess who had borne him children, he had given all these up. The miseries and wretchedness of the poor, the stark unavoidability of death, had sent him wandering through India, seeking the truth. And so he had founded Buddhism, eventually rejected by the very people, the Hindus, whom he had tried to help. His disciples had taken it elsewhere, however, and there it had thrived, just as St. Paul had taken the teachings of Jesus from his native land and planted its seeds among foreigners. The religions of Jesus, Paul, and Buddha had started to degenerate before their founders were cold in their graves, just as St. Francis' order had begun corrupting before its founder's body was rotten. Chapter 48. On an afternoon while the Razzle-Dazzle was sailing along, a good breeze behind its sails, Frigate told Nur el-Musafir these thoughts. They were sitting against the bulkhead of the forecastle, smoking cigars and looking idly at the people on the bank. The Frisco Kid was at the wheel, and the others were talking or playing chess. "The trouble with you, Pete, one of the troubles, is you worry too much about other people's behavior, and you have too high ideals for them, ideals which you yourself don't try to live up to." "I know I can't live up to them, so I make no pretense," Frigate said. "But it bothers me that others claim to have these ideals and to be living up to them. If I point out that they aren't, they get angry." The little Moor chuckled. "Naturally. Your criticism threatens their self-image. If that were to be destroyed, they too would be destroyed. At least they think so." "I know that," Frigate said. "That's why I quit doing that long ago. I learned on Earth to keep quiet about such matters. Besides, people got very angry, and some even threatened violence. I can't stand anger or violence." "Yet you are a very angry person, and I think your abhorrence of violence stems from fear of being violent yourself. You are, afraid that you'd hurt someone else, which is why you suppress that violence in yourself. But as a writer, you could express it. It would be done impersonally, as it were. You wouldn't be doing it in a face-to-face situation." "I know all that." "Then why haven't you done something about it?" "I have. I tried various therapies, disciplines, and religions, psychoanalysis, Dianetics, Scientology, Zen, transcendental meditation, Nichirenism, group therapy, Christian Science, and fundamental Christianity. And I was strongly tempted to become a Roman Catholic." "I never heard of most of those, of course," Nur said. "Nor do I need to know what they were. The fault lies in yourself, regardless of the validity of these. By your own admission, you never stuck to any of them long. You didn't give them a chance." "That," Frigate said, "was because, once in them, I could see their flaws. and I had a chance to study the people practicing them. Most of these religions and disciplines were having some beneficial effect on their practitioners, but not nearly what was claimed for them, and the practitioners were fooling themselves about much of the benefits claimed. Besides, you didn't have the stick-to-itiveness needed, Noor said. I think that comes from fear of being changed. You desire change, yet dread it, and the fear wins out. I know that, too, Frigate said. Yet you have done nothing to overcome that fear. Not nothing, a little, but not enough. Yes. However, as I got older, I did make some progress, and here I have made even more. But not nearly enough? No. What good is self-knowledge if the will to act on it is lacking? Not much, Frigate said. Then you must find a way to make your will to act overcome your will not to act. Noor paused, smiling, his little black eyes bright. Of course, you will tell me you know all that. Next you will ask me if I can show you the way, and I will reply that you must first be willing to let me show you the way. You are not as yet ready, though you think you are, and you may never be, which is a pity. You have potentiality. Everybody has potentiality. Noor looked up at Frigate. In a sense, yes. In another sense, no. Mind explaining that? Noor rubbed his huge nose with a small, thin hand, and then pitched his cigar across over the deck and over the railing. He picked up his bamboo flute and looked at it, but laid it down. When the time comes, if it ever does. He looked sideways at Frigate. You feel rejected? Yes. I know that you react too strongly to rejection, which is one reason that you have always tried to avoid situations in which you might be rejected, though why you should then have become a fiction writer is a mystery to me. Or is it? You did persist in your intended profession, despite initial rejections, though, according to your own story, you often let long periods of time elapse before you tried again. But you persisted. Be that as it may, it is up to you to decide if you will be disheartened by my refusing you at this time. Try me later, when you know that you are at least a fit candidate. Frigate was silent for a long while. Noor put the flute to his lips, and presently a weird wailing, rising and falling, issued. Noor was never without the instrument when off duty. Sometimes he would content himself with short pieces, lyrics presumably. Other times he would sit cross-legged on top of the forecastle for hours, the flute silent, his eyes closed. At such time his request that he not be interrupted was honored. Frigate knew that Noor was putting himself into some sort of trance then, but so far he had not asked him more than one question about it. Noor had said, "You need not know, as yet." Nur ed-Din ibn Ali el-Halak, Light of the Faith, son of Ali the Barber, fascinated Frigate. Nur had been born in 1164 A.D. in Córdoba, held by the Moslems since 711 A.D. Moorish Iberia was then near the apotheosis of Saracenic civilization, which Nur had beheld in all its glory. Christian Europe, compared to the brilliant culture of the Moslems, was still in the Dark Ages. Art, science, philosophy, medicine, literature, poetry flourished in the great centers of population of Islam. The western cities, Iberia and Córdoba, Seville and Granada, and the eastern cities, Baghdad and Alexandria, had no rivals except in faraway China. The wealthy Christians sent their sons to the Iberian universities to get an education unobtainable in London, Paris, and Rome. The sons of the poor went there to beg for bread while they learned, and from these schools the Christians went back to transmit what they had imbibed at the feet of the robed masters. Moorish Iberia was a strange and splendid country, ruled by men who differed in degree of faith and dogmatism. Some were intolerant and harsh. Others were broad-minded, tolerant enough to appoint Christians and Jews as their viziers, inclined to the arts and the sciences, welcoming all foreigners, eager to learn from them, soft on matters of religion. Noor's father plied his trade in the vast palace outside Córdoba, the near city of Medinat az-Zara. In Noor's time this had been fabled throughout the world, but in Frigate's there was scarcely a trace left. Noor was born there and learned his father's craft. He desired to be something else, and since he was bright, his father used his connections with his wealthy patrons to advance his son. Having demonstrated his aptitude for literature, music, mathematics, alchemy, and theology, Nur went to the best school in Córdoba. There he mingled with the rich and the poor, the important and the insignificant, the northern Christian and the Nubian black. It was also there that he met Muhyiddin ed-Din ibn el-Arabi. This young man was to become the greatest love poet of his times, and echoes of his songs would be found in those of the Provençal and German troubadours. The rich and handsome youth, liking the poor and ugly son of a barber, invited him in 1202 to accompany him to a pilgrimage to Mecca. During the journey through North Africa, they met a group of Persian immigrants, Sufis. Nur had encountered this discipline before, but talking to the Persians decided him to be a disciple. However, at the moment he found no master who would accept his petition for candidacy. Nur continued with el-Arabi to Egypt, where both were accused of heresy by fanatics, and narrowly escaped being murdered. After completing their Hajj in Mecca, they journeyed to Palestine, Syria, Persia, and India. This took 4 years, at the end of which they returned to their native city, spending a year on the voyage. In Córdoba both were, for a time, the pupils of the Sufi woman Fatima bint Waliya. The Sufis regarded men and women as being equal, and so scandalized the orthodox. These were sure that if men and women mingled socially, it could only be for sexual purposes. Fatima sent Nur to Baghdad to study under a famous master there. After some months, his master sent him back to Córdoba to another great teacher. But when the Christians took Córdoba after a savage war, Nur went with his master to Granada. After several years there, Nur started on the series of wanderings that earned him his lakhab, his nickname, el-Musafir, the traveler. After Rome, where letters of introduction from el-Arabi and Fatima gave him safe conduct, he journeyed to Greece, to Turkey, Persia again, Afghanistan, India again, Ceylon, Indonesia, China, and Japan. Settling down in holy Damascus, he earned his living as a musician and as a tasawwuf or Sufi master, accepted a number of disciples. After 7 years he set out once more. He went up the Volga and across Finland and Sweden, then across the Baltic Sea to the land of the idol-worshippers, the savage Prussians. Here, after escaping sacrifice to a wooden statue of a god, he made his way westward through Germany. Northern France and then England and Ireland became part of his itinerary. At the time Nur was in London, Richard I, named Coeur de Lion, was king. Richard was not in England then, being engaged in the siege of the castle of Chalut in the Limousin, France. Richard was killed by an arrow from the castle the following month, and his brother John was crowned in May. Nur witnessed the ceremonies in the city. Some time after, he actually succeeded in gaining an audience with King John. He found him to be a charming and witty man, interested in Islam culture and in Sufism. John was especially fascinated by Nur's reports of far-off lands. Traveling in those days was at best arduous and dangerous, Frigate said. Even the so-called civilized countries were no picnic. Religious hatred was prevalent. How could you, a Moslem, alone, without protection or money, travel safely in the Christian lands, especially when the Crusades were going on then, and religious hatred was endemic? Nur had shrugged. Usually I put myself under the protection of the dignitaries of the state religions of those countries, and these got me civil protection. The church leaders were more concerned with heretics in their own faith than in infidels, in their own provinces anyway. At other times my very poverty was my safeguard. Robbers were not interested in me. When I traveled in rural areas, I would earn my keep and provide amusement by my flute-playing, and by my skill as a juggler, acrobat, and magician. Also, I am a great linguist, and I could pick up the language or the dialect of a place very quickly. I also told stories and jokes. You see, people everywhere were crazy for novelty, for entertainment. They welcomed me most places, though I did have a number of hostile receptions here and there. What did they care if I was a Moslem? I was harmless, and I gave them joy. Besides, I radiated an assurance of friendliness. That is something that we can do. Returning to Granada and finding the atmosphere there changed, not friendly to Sufis, he had gone to Khorasan. After teaching there for several years, he made another trip to Mecca. From southern Arabia he had travelled on a trading ship to the shores of Zanzibar, and then to southeast Africa. Returning to Baghdad, he lived there until his death at the age of 94. The Mongols under Hulagu, Genghis Khan's grandson, stormed into Baghdad, slaughtering and plundering. Within 40 days, hundreds of thousands of its citizens were slain. Nur was one of them. He was sitting in his little room, playing on the flute, when a squat, slant-eyed, blood-drenched soldier burst in. Nur continued his song until the Mongol brought his sword down upon his neck. "The Mongols devastated the Mideast," Frigate had said. "Never in history has such desolation been wrought in such a short time. Before the Mongols left, they murdered half the population, and they had destroyed everything from canals to buildings. In my time, 600 years later, the Mideast still had not recovered." "They were indeed the scourge of Allah," Nur had said, "yet there were good men and women among them." Now, sitting by the little man, watching the dark-skinned betel-nut chewers on shore, Frigate was thinking about chance. What destiny had crossed the paths of a man born in Midwestern America in 1918, and of one born in Moslem Spain in 1164? Was destiny anything but chance? Probably. But the odds against this happening on Earth were infinity to 1. Then the river world had changed the odds, and here they were. It was that evening, after his conversation with Nur, that all sat in the captain's cabin. The ship was anchored near the shore, and fish-oil lamps lit their poker game. After Tom Ryder had cleaned up the final big pot, cigarettes were the stakes, they had a bull session. Nur told them 2 tales of the Mullah Nasruddin. Nasruddin, Eagle of the Faith, was a figure of Moslem folk tales, a mad dervish, a simpleton whose adventures were really lessons in wisdom. Nur sipped on his Scotch whisky. He never drank more than 2 ounces a day, and said, "Captain, you've told the tale about Pat and Mike, the priest, rabbi, and minister. It's a funny story, but it does tell a person something about patterns of thinking. Pat and Mike are figures of Western folklore. Let me tell you about one from the East. One day a man came by the house of the Mullah Nasruddin, and observed him walking around it, throwing breadcrumbs on the ground. 'Why in the world are you doing that, Mullah?' the man said. 'I'm keeping the tigers away.' 'But,' the man said, 'there are no tigers around here.' 'Exactly. It works, doesn't it?' They laughed, and then Frigate said, 'Nur, how old is that story?' 'It was at least 2,000 years old when I was born. It originated among the Sufis as a teaching tale. Why?' 'Because,' Frigate said, 'I heard the same story in a different form in the 1950s or thereabouts. There was this Englishman, and he was kneeling on the street, chalking a line on the curb. A friend, coming along, said, 'Why are you doing that?' 'To keep the lions away.' 'But there are no lions in England.' 'See?' 'By God, I heard the same story when I was a kid in Frisco,' Farrington bellowed. 'Only it was an Irishman then.' 'Many of the instructive Nasruddin stories have become mere jokes,' Nur said. 'The populace tells them for fun, but they were originally meant to be taken seriously. Here's another. Nasruddin crossed the border from Persia to India on his donkey many times. Each time the donkey carried large bundles of straw on his back. But when Nasruddin returned, the donkey carried nothing. Each time the customs guard searched Nasruddin, but he could not find any contraband. The guard would always ask Nasruddin what he was carrying. The mullah would always reply, 'I am smuggling,' and he would smile. After many years, Nasruddin retired to Egypt. The customs man went to him and said, 'Very well, Nasruddin, tell me, now it's safe for you, what were you smuggling?' 'Donkeys.' They laughed again, and Frigate said, 'I heard the same story in Arizona. Only this time the smuggler was Pancho, and he was crossing the border from Mexico to the United States.' 'I suppose every story is an old one,' Tom Ryder drawled. 'Probably started with the caveman.' 'Perhaps,' Nur said. 'But it is a tradition that these stories were originated by the Sufis long before Mohammed was born. They are designed to teach people how to change their patterns of thinking, though they are amusing in themselves. Of course, they are used in the simplest, the first stage of teaching by the masters. However, since then these tales have spread throughout East and West. I was amused to find some of them, in altered form, told in Ireland in Gaelic. By word of mouth, over thousands of leagues and 2 millennia of time, Nasruddin had passed from Persia to Hibernia. If the Sufis originated them before Muhammad, Frigate said, then the Sufis must have been Zoroastrians in the beginning. Sufism is not a monopoly of Islamism, Noor said. It was highly developed by the Muslims, but anyone who believes in God can be a Sufi candidate. However, the Sufis modify their method of teaching to conform to the local cultures. What will work for Persian Muslims in Khorasan won't necessarily work for black Muslims in the Sudan, and the difference in effective methods would be even greater for Parisian Christians. The place and the time determine the teaching. Later, Noor and Frigate stretched their legs on land, walking around a huge bonfire through a crowd of chattering Dravidians. Frigate said, "How can you adapt your medieval Iberian Moorish methods to teaching in this world? The people are so mixed from everywhere and every time. There are no monolithic cultures. Besides, those that do exist are always changing." "I am working on that," Noor said. "Then one of the reasons you won't take me as a disciple is that you are not ready as a teacher?" "You can console yourself with that," Noor said, and he laughed. "But yes, that is one reason. You see, the teacher must always be teaching himself." Chapter 49. The gray clouds moved through the boat, filling every room. Sam Clemens said, "Oh no, not again," though he did not know why he said that. The fog not only pressed against the bulkheads and seeped into everything that could absorb moisture, it rolled down his throat and enveloped his heart. The water soaked it, and drops fell off of it, dripping into his belly, gurgling down inside his groin, running over, spilling down into his legs, waterlogging his feet. He was sodden with a nameless fear which he had experienced before. He was alone in the pilot-house, alone in the boat. He stood by the control panel, looking out of the window. Fog shoved against it. He could see no more than an arm's length through the plastic, yet somehow he knew that the banks of the river were empty of life. There was no one out there, and here he was in this gigantic vessel, the only one aboard. It didn't even need him, since the controls were set for automatic navigation. Alone and lonely as he was, he at least could not be stopped from reaching the headwaters of the river. There was no one left in the world to oppose him. He turned and began pacing back and forth from bulkhead to bulkhead of the pilot-house. How long was this journey going to take? When would the fog lift, and the sun shine brightly, and the mountains surrounding the polar sea be revealed? And when would he hear another human voice, see another face? "Now!" someone bellowed. Sam jumped straight up, as if springs had been unsnapped beneath his feet. His heart opened and closed as swiftly as the beating of a hummingbird's wings. It pumped out water and fear, forming a puddle around his feet. Somehow, without being aware of it, he had spun around and was facing the owner of the voice. It was a shadowy figure in the clouds swirling in the pilot-house. It moved toward him, stopped, and reached out a vague arm. A pseudopod flicked a switch on the panel. Sam tried to cry out, "No! No!" The words ran into each other in his throat and shattered, as if they were made of thin glass. Though it was too dim to see which control the figure had touched, he knew that the boat was now set on a course which would send it full speed into the left bank. Finally the words came, screeching, "You can't do that!" Silently the shadowy mass advanced. Now he could see that it was a man. It was the same height as he, but its shoulders were much broader, and on one shoulder was a long wooden shaft. At its end was a truncated triangle of steel. "Eric Bloodaxe!" he cried. Now began the terrible chase. He fled through the boat, through every room of the three-tiered pilot-house, across the flight deck, down the ladder into the hangar deck, and through every one of its rooms, down a ladder and through every room of the hurricane deck, down a ladder and through every room of the main deck, down a ladder and into the vast boiler deck. Here, aware of the waters pressing against the hull, Aware that he was below the surface of the river, he ran through the many rooms, large and small. He passed between the giant electric motors turning the paddle wheels, which were driving the vessel toward destruction. Desperately, he tried to get into the large compartment holding the 2 launches. He would rip the wires out of the motor of one and take the other out into the river, and so leave his sinister pursuer behind. But someone had locked the door. Now he was crouching in a tiny compartment, trying to slow his rasping breath. Then the hatch opened. Eric Bloodaxe's figure loomed in the grayness. It moved slowly toward him, the great axe held in both hands. "I told you," Eric said, and he lifted the axe. Sam was powerless to move, to protest. After all, this was his own fault. He deserved it. Chapter 50. He awoke moaning. The cabin lights were on, and Gwennifer's beautiful face and long honey-blonde hair were above him. "Sam, wake up. You've been having another nightmare." "He almost got me that time," he mumbled. He sat up. Whistles were shrilling on the decks. A minute later the intercom unit shrilled. The boat would soon be heading for a Grailstone and breakfast. Sam liked to sleep late, and he would just as soon have missed breakfast, but as captain it was his duty to rise with the others. He got out of bed and shambled into the head. After a shower and toothbrushing, he came out. Gwennifer was already in her early morning outfit, looking like an Eskimo who had traded her furs for towels. Sam got into a similar suit, but left his hood down to put on his captain's cap. He lit a Corona and blew smoke while he paced back and forth. Gwennifer said, "Did you have another nightmare about Bloodaxe?" "Yes," he said. "Give me some coffee, will you?" Gwennifer dropped a teaspoonful of dark crystals into a gray metal cup. The water boiled as the crystals released both heat and caffeine. He took the cup, saying, "Thanks." She sipped her coffee, then said, "There's no reason to feel guilty about him." "That's what I've told myself 1,000 times," Sam said. "It's irrational, but when did knowing that ever make a fellow feel better? It's the irrational in us that drives us. The master of dreams has about as much brains as a hedgehog, but he's a great artist, witless though he is, like many an artist I've known, perhaps including yours truly." "There isn't a chance that Bloodaxe will ever find you." "I know that. Try telling the Dream Master that." A light flashed. A whistle blew from a panel on a bulkhead. Sam flicked its switch. "Captain, Detweiler here. Arrival time at designated Grailstone will be 5 minutes from now." "Okay, Hank," Sam said. "I'll be right out." Followed by Gwennifer, he left the stateroom. They passed down a narrow corridor and went through a hatch into the control room or bridge. This was on the top deck of the pilot-house. The other senior officers were quartered in the cabins on the 2nd and 3rd decks. There were 3 persons in the control room: Detweiler, who had once been a river pilot, then a captain, then owner of an Illinois-Mississippi River steamboat company; the chief executive officer, John Byron, ex-admiral, Royal Navy; the brigadier of the boat's Marines, Jean-Baptiste Antoine Marcellin de Marbeau, ex-general for Napoleon. The latter was a short, slim, merry-looking fellow with dark brown hair, snub nose, and bright blue eyes. He saluted Clemens and reported in Esperanto. "All ready for duty, my captain." Sam said, "Fine, Mark. You can take your post now." The little Frenchman saluted and left the pilot-house, sliding down the pole behind it to the flight deck. Lights flooded this, showing the Marines in battle array lined up in its middle. The standard-bearer held a pole on top of which was the boat's flag, a light blue square bearing a scarlet phoenix. Near him were rows of pistoliers, men and women in gray duraluminum coal-scuttle helmets, topped by roaches of human hair stiff with grease, plastic cuirasses, knee-length leather boots, their broad belts holding holstered Mark IV revolvers. Behind them were the spearmen, behind them the archers. To one side was a group of bazookateers. Off to one side stood a colossus clad in armor, holding an oaken club which Sam could lift with 2 hands only with difficulty. Officially, Joe Miller was Sam's bodyguard, but he always accompanied the Marines at these times. His chief function was to awe the locals. But as usual, Sam often said, Joe goes too far. He scares the hell out of them just by standing around. This day started out like every other day. It was destined to be, however, quite different. Sometime during the day, the Minerva would attack the Rex Grandissimus. Sam should have felt jubilant. He wasn't. He hated the idea of destroying such a beautiful boat, one he had designed and built. Moreover, he'd been deprived of the joy of wreaking a personal revenge on John. On the other hand, it was a lot safer this way. There was a bonfire on the right side about half a kilometer away. It revealed a mushroom-shaped grailstone and gleamed on white cloths covering bodies. The fog over the river was lower and thinner here than that usually encountered. It would clear away quickly once the sun got over the peaks. The sky was brightening, washing out the flaming giant stars and gas clouds. Per usual procedure, the Fire Dragon 3, an armored amphibian launch, preceded the mother boat. When it got to an area where the boat would have to recharge its betacitor, its commander parleyed with the locals for the use of 2 grailstones. Most areas were pleased to do this, their remuneration being the thrill of observing the mammoth vessel at close range. Those locals who objected found their grailstones temporarily confiscated. They could do nothing about it except to protest. The boat had overwhelming firepower, though Clemens was always reluctant to use it. When forced to resort to violence, Clemens refrained from massacre. A few spurts of 80-caliber plastic bullets from the big steam machine guns on the boat and from the armored steam-spurting amphibian tearing around on shore usually sufficed. It wasn't even necessary to kill anybody in most cases. After all, what did the locals lose if 2 grailstones were used by somebody else for one time only? Nobody had to miss a meal. There were always enough unused spots on nearby stones to take up the slack. In fact, most of those who surrendered their meal did not even bother to travel to the next stone. They preferred to stay there, so they could ooh and ah at the magnificent beauty of the boat. The 4 enormous electrical motors of the boat required tremendous energy. Once a day, a giant metal cap was placed over the grailstone by which the boat was stationed. A launch would carry the boat's grails to the next stone for filling. A crane extended from another launch would lift the cap and place it over the head of the stone. When the stone discharged, its energy flashed via thick cables into the betacitor. This was a huge metal box which rose from the boiler deck into the main deck. It stored the energy instantly in its function of capacitor. As demanded, it would release the energy in its function of battery. Sam Clemens went ashore and talked briefly with the local chief officials, who understood Esperanto. This universal language had degraded here into a form which was difficult, but not impossible, for Sam to understand. He gravely thanked them for their courtesy, and he returned to the boat on his small private launch. 10 minutes later, Fire Dragon 4 returned with a cargo of full grails. Whistles blowing and bells clanging to give the locals a thrill, the boat headed on upriver. Sam and Gwennifer sat at the head of the great 9-sided table in the dining room in the main deck salon. The chief officers, except those on duty, sat with him. After some orders for the day, Sam retired to the billiards table, where he played against the Titanthrop. Joe was not very good with the cue, or with cards because of his huge hands. Sam almost always beat him. Then Sam would play against a more skilled person. At 0700, Sam would make an inspection of the boat. He hated to walk, but he insisted on this because he needed the exercise. Also, it helped keep up the appearance of a naval vessel. Without the drills and the inspections, the crew were likely to become sloppy civilians. They would get too offhand, too familiar with their superiors when on duty. "I run a tight boat," Sam had often boasted. "At least the crew is tight, though no one has ever been found drunk on duty." The inspection did not take place that morning. Sam was called to the pilot-house because the radio operator had gotten a message from the Minerva. Before Sam could get off the elevator, the radar scope had blipped an object coming over the mountain to port side. Chapter 51. The blimp came down out of the brightness as if it were a silver egg just laid by the sun. To the startled people on the ground, few of whom had ever seen or even heard of an airship before, it was a frightening monster. No doubt some believed that it was a vessel carrying the mysterious beings who had raised them from the dead. A few may even have hailed it with a mixture of dread and joy, sure that a revelation was at hand. How had the Minerva found the Mark Twain so easily? The great boat was towing a large kite-shaped balloon, which was above the top of the mountains, and which carried a transmitter, sending powerful dots and dashes. Hardy, the Minerva's navigator, knew the boat's general location from the map of the river on his table. During the years of its voyaging, the Mark Twain had sent out data by radio, which had enabled the Parolanders to trace its route. Furthermore, on spotting the boat, the navigator of the Parseval had sent a message which gave the Minerva a rough location. Having also been given the location of the wrecks, the captain of the Minerva knew that John Lackland's boat was almost on a straight line with Sam's due east. The wrecks was only 140 kilometers away, if a line as straight as a Prussian officer's back was followed. To follow the river, however, Sam's boat would have to go perhaps 571,195 kilometers, or 355,000 miles, before it arrived where the wrecks was now. Greystock, speaking over the transceiver in the control nacelle, asked permission to pass over the Mark Twain. Sam's voice was flat over the transceiver. "Why?" "To salute you," the Englishman said. "Also, I think that you and your crew might like to get a close look at the vessel that is going to destroy King John. And to tell the truth, my men and I would like to see your splendid boat at close range." He paused and then said, "It may be our last chance." It was Sam who paused this time. Then, sounding as if he were choking back tears, he said, "Okay, Greystock. You may pass by us, but not over us. Call me paranoid, but it makes me uneasy to have an airship carrying 4 big bombs directly over me. What if they were accidentally released?" Greystock rolled his eyes in disgust and grinned savagely at the other men in the nacelle. "Nothing could possibly go wrong," he said. "Yeah, that's what the commander of the Maine said just before he went to bed. No, Greystock, you do as I say." Greystock, obviously unhappy, replied that he would obey. "We'll circle you once and then get to the job." "Good luck on that," Sam's voice said. "I know that you fine fellows might not be—" He seemed unable to complete his sentence. "We know we might not get back," Greystock said, "but I think we have an excellent chance of taking the wrecks by surprise." "I hope so. But remember that the wrecks has 2 airplanes. You'll have to hit the flight deck first, so they can't get off." "I don't need advice," Greystock said coldly. There was another pause, longer than the others. Sam's voice came over the speaker loudly. "Lothar von Richthofen is coming up to greet you. He wants to fly alongside and give you his personal blessing. That's the least I can do for him. I've had a hell of a time keeping him from convoying you. He'd like to be in on the attack, too. But our planes have a flight ceiling of only 3,660 meters. That makes them too susceptible to downdrafts over those mountains. Anyway, they'd have to carry an extra fuel tank to get back." Lothar's voice cut in. "I told him you could spare enough fuel from your ship, Greystock. We could fly back." "Nothing doing." Greystock looked down through the forward port. The balloon was being reeled in, but it would be 20 minutes before it was landed. The giant boat was a beauty, a fourth longer than the wrecks, and much taller. Jill Gulbira had claimed that the Parseval was the most beautiful and the grandest artifact on the river world. Earth had never had anything to equal it. But Greystock thought that this vessel, to use Clemens's phrase, won the blue ribbon by a mile. As Greystock watched, an airplane rose on an elevator to the landing deck while the crew ready to catapult. The stocky man looked with Arctic gray eyes around the control gondola. The pilot, Newton, a World War II aviator, was at his post. Hardy, the navigator, and Samrad, the Irish first mate, were at the port screen. 6 others were aboard, stationed in the 3 engine gondolas. Greystock walked to the weapons cabin, opened it, and took out 2 of the heavy Mark IV pistols. These were steel 4-shooter revolvers using duraluminum cartridges holding 69 caliber plastic bullets. He held one by the grip in his left hand, the other he reversed. Keeping an eye on the 2 at the port screen, he walked over to a position behind Newton. He brought the butt end of the gun in his right hand against the top of Newton's head. The pilot fell off his chair onto the floor. He quickly reached over with his left hand and flicked the transceiver switch off with his thumb. The 2 men turned at the crack of the impact of metal against bone. They froze, staring at a totally unexpected scene. Greystock said, "Don't move. Now, put your hands up behind your neck." Hardy, goggling, said, "What be this, man?" "Just keep quiet." He waved a pistol at a cabinet. "Put on your parachutes, and don't try to jump me. I can shoot both of you easily." Samrad stuttered, his face going from pale to red. You bastard! You're a traitor!" "No," Greystock said. "A loyal subject of King John of England." He smiled. "Though I have been promised that I will be second in command of the Rex when I bring this airship to His Majesty, that ensured my loyalty." Samrad looked out the stern port. The action in the control gondola was visible from the engine gondolas. Greystock said, "I was gone for half an hour, checking with the engineers, remember? They're all tied up, so they won't be of any help to you." The two men crossed the gondola, opened the cabinet, and began to put on their parachutes. Hardy said, "What about him?" "You can put Newton's chute on and throw him out before you go." "And what about the engineers?" "They'll have to take their chances." "They'll die if you're shot down," Samrad said. "Too bad." When the two men had strapped on their packs, they dragged Newton to the middle of the gondola. Greystock, holding pistols on them, backed away while they did this. He then pushed the button which lowered the port plexiglass screen. Newton, groaning, half-conscious, was pushed over the ledge. Samrad pulled Newton's ripcord as he fell out. A moment later the Irishman leaped. Hardy paused, with one leg outside the port. "If I ever run across you, Greystock, I'll kill you." "No, you won't," Greystock said. "Jump, before I decide to make sure you won't ever have a chance." He turned the transceiver on. Clemens bellowed, "What in blue blazes is going on?" "3 of my men drew lots to see who leaves the ship," Greystock said smoothly. "We decided that the ship should be lightened. It's better that way. We need all the speed we can get." "Why in hell didn't you tell me?" Clemens said. "Now I'll have to put about and fish them out of the water." "I know," Greystock said under his breath. He looked out the port screen. The Minerva was past the Mark Twain now. Its decks were crowded with people looking up at the dirigible. The airplane, a low-wing single-seater monoplane, was on the catapult, which was being swung around to face the wind. The balloon was still being reeled in. Greystock seated himself before the control panel. Within a few minutes he had brought the ship down to about 91 meters, or 300 feet from the river. He turned it then and headed toward the boat. The vast white vessel was stopped in the river, its 4 paddle wheels spinning just enough to hold it steady. A big launch had put out from its port in the stern and was going around the boat to pick up the parachutists, now struggling in the water. Both banks were crowded with sightseers, and at least 100 watercraft were sailing or being paddled toward the 3 shootists. Steam spurted from the catapult, and the monoplane shot out from the deck. Its silvery fuselage and wings shone grayly as it began to climb toward the airship. Clemens' voice yammered from the receiver. "What the damnation to hell and gone are you doing, John?" "Just coming back to make sure that my men are safe," Greystock said. "Of all the numbskulls," Clemens screeched. "If your brains were expanded tenfold, they would still rattle around in a gnat's ass. This is what comes from trying to make a mink cap from a pig's anus. I told Firebrass that he shouldn't let a medieval baron near a dirigible. Greystock's from the dumbest, most arrogant, most untrustworthy class you could find, I told him. A medieval nobleman. Jumping Jesus H. Christ! But no, he argued that you had the potentiality, and it would be a nice experiment to see if you could adjust to the industrial age." Joe Miller's voice rumbled. "Take it easy, Sam. If you piss him off, he'll refuse to attack John's boat." "Shove it up your ass," Clemens said mockingly. "When I need advice from a paleoanthropus, I'll ask for it." "You don't need to get insulting just because you're mad, Sam," Miller said. "Say, did it occur to your Majesty that maybe Greystock is up to something rotten? Maybe he sold out to that asshole King John?" Greystock cursed. That hairy, comical-looking colossus of an ape-man was much shrewder than he looked. However, Clemens, in his towering fury, might ignore him. By then the airship, her nose down at 10 degrees to the horizontal, was heading straight for the boat. Her altitude was now 31 meters and dropping. Von Richthofen's plane zoomed by within 15 meters. He waved at Greystock, but he looked puzzled. He would have been listening in on the radio conversation, of course. Greystock punched a button. A rocket sprang from its launch under the port 4-engine gondola. The dirigible gained altitude as it was relieved of the weight of the missile. Spurting tail fire, the long, slim tube swerved toward the silver plane, the heat locator in its nose sniffing the craft's exhausts. Richthofen's face wasn't visible, but Greystock could imagine his expression of horror. He had about 6 seconds to get out of the cockpit and take to his parachute. Even if he escaped, he'd be lucky at this altitude if it opened in time. No, he was not going to jump. Instead, he had wing-overed the plane and sent it diving at the water. Now it was straightening out just above the surface. There flashed the rocket, and now the missile and the aircraft disappeared in a ball of flame. By then the flight crew was frantically running another plane to the catapult. The balloon crew, distracted by the sirens and horns and the sudden frenzied activity, had stopped hauling their charge down. Greystock hoped they would not have the presence of mind to cut it loose. The huge aerostat would be a drag when the boat tried to maneuver swiftly. Through the transceiver, the wail of sirens and Clemens' voice, almost as high-pitched as the alarms, came faintly. The boat began to pick up speed and to turn at the same time. Greystock smiled. He had hoped that the Mark Twain would present her broadside. He punched a button, and the airship, relieved of the weight of 2 heavy torpedoes, soared. Greystock raised the elevators to depress the ship's nose even further, and he pushed the throttles in to full-speed position. The torpedoes struck the water with a splash. 2 wakes foamed from behind them. The transceiver yelped with Clemens' voice. The giant boat quit turning and sped at an angle toward the bank to the left. Rockets spurted up from its decks. Some of them arced down toward the torpedoes and exploded immediately after plunging below the surface. Others headed toward the dirigible. Greystock swore in Norman French. He hadn't been quick enough, but the torpedoes would surely hit the boat, and if they did, King John's orders would have been carried out. But he did not want to die. He had his own mission. Perhaps he should have dropped the bombs while he was passing over the boat. She had veered off when he had tried to get directly over her, and he had not wanted to change course too abruptly. He should have neutralized the crew earlier, and then told Clemens he was bringing the airship in close, so everybody could have a good look at her. During these thoughts, he had automatically punched the button which released all his rockets. They headed toward the boat's missiles, their heat detectors locked into the tail flames of the boats, just as the boat's rockets were locked into the tail flames of his missiles. The explosions from rockets meeting rockets shook the airship. Smoke spread before him, veiling the boat. Then he was through the dark clouds and almost on the Mark Twain. By God's wounds! One torpedo had just missed the starboard corner of the stern, and the second was going to hit it. No, it wasn't. Its side had touched the corner, and it had veered off. The boat had somehow escaped both. Now Clemens' voice, yammering, told him that no more rockets would be released. Clemens was afraid that the airship would explode and, carried by the wind, would fall flaming onto the boat. The balloon, trailing its plastic cable, was floating downriver, rising at the same time. Clemens had forgotten that the airship's bombs had not yet been released. The second airplane, a 2-seater amphibian, shot below him. Its pilot looked upward in frustration at him. They were too close to each other, and he was going too fast to swing up to the right and shoot the nose machine guns. But the gunner in the cockpit behind the pilot was swinging his twin machine guns around. Every 10th bullet would be a tracer, phosphorus-coated. Only one in a gas cell was needed to ignite the hydrogen. The Minerva was only 152 meters from the Mark Twain, and was closing fast. Its motors were going at top speed. This, plus a 16-kilometer-per-hour tailwind, meant that the boat could not possibly get away in time. If only he could drop the bombs before the tracer bullets struck. Perhaps the gunner would miss. By the time he got his guns around, the airplane would be past the airship. The side of the boat loomed up. Even if the dirigible wasn't hit by the tracers, she was so near the boat that the bombs would blow up both vessels. Estimating the arrival time of the Minerva over the paddle-wheeler, He set the release mechanism of the bombs with a twist of his wrist. Then he got out of the seat and dived through the open port. No time to put on a parachute. Besides, he was too near the water for it to open in time. As he fell, he was struck by a wave of air like a colossal winnowing fan. He spun, unconscious, unable even to think fleetingly of how he had lost his second-in-command under John Lackland, or his plans to get rid of John and take over the captainship of the Rex Grandissimus for himself. Chapter 52. Peter Frigate had boarded the Razzle-Dazzle a week after New Year's Day of Year 7 ARD. 26 years later, he was still on the schooner, but he was getting sail-weary and discouraged. Would the ship ever arrive at the headwaters? Since he had first stepped aboard, he had passed, to starboard, 810,000 Grailstones. That meant he'd traveled about 1,303,390 kilometers, or 810,000 miles. He had started in the equatorial zone, and it had taken a year and a half to get into the Arctic regions, going not as the crow flies, but as the snake wriggles. If the river had been as straight as a ruler, it would have taken the ship there in less than 6 months, maybe 5. Instead, it was as twisted as a politician's campaign promises after election. The first time the ship was in the Arctic, just after the river had definitely turned for its southward journey, Frigate had proposed that they proceed northward on foot. The polar mountains could not be seen, yet they must be relatively near, tantalizingly so. Farrington had said, "And just how in blue blazes can we get over those?" He had gestured at the unbroken stone verticality to the north. Here it rose to an estimated 3,650 meters, or a little less than 12,000 feet. "In a balloon." "Are you nuts? The wind blows south here. It'd take us away from the polar mountains." "The surface wind would, but if the meteorological patterns are the same here as on Earth, the upper polar winds should be flowing northeastward. Once the balloon got high enough to get in their stream, it'd reverse direction, get blown toward the pole. Then when we got near mountains that are supposed to ring the supposed sea, we'd come down. We'd have no chance of getting over those mountains in the balloon, if they're as high as they are said to be." Farrington had actually turned pale when he'd heard Frigate's proposal. Ryder, grinning, said, "Didn't you know that the Frisco kid doesn't even like the idea of air travel?" "That isn't it," Martin said, glaring. "If a balloon could get us there, I'd be the first to board it. But it won't. Anyway, how by the high muck-a-muck are we going to make a balloon, even if we could travel on one?" Frigate had to admit that it couldn't be done, at least not in this area. To make a balloon and fill it with hydrogen was impossible. There were no necessary materials here, or anywhere else as far as he knew. However, there was another method they might consider. How about a hot air balloon to carry a rope up to the top of the mountain? Even as he spoke, he had to laugh. How could they make a rope 3,650 meters long, one strong enough not to break under its own weight? What size of balloon would be needed to lift the enormous weight of the rope, one as big as the Hindenburg? And how could they anchor the rope at the top of the mountain? Grinning, Frigate proposed sending a man up in the rope-carrying aerostat. He could get off at the top and secure the balloon. "Forget it," Farrington said. Frigate was happy to do this. The Razzle-Dazzle continued to sail southward, the wind behind it, its crew glad to get away from this gloomy, chilly area. There were some old Stone Age people living here, but they had dwelt in the Arctic regions on Earth. They did not know any better. Since then, the schooner had crossed the equator and entered the South Polar region 9 times. At the moment, they were in the equatorial zone again. Peter Frigate was sick of shipboard life. Nor was he the only one. Shore leave had been getting longer and longer for some time. One day, while eating lunch on the bank, Frigate experienced 2 thrills in rapid sequence. One was the offering of his Grail. For years he had been hoping to get peanut butter and a banana at the same time. Now, as he opened the lid of his Grail, he saw the realization of his dream. A gray metal cup in a rack was filled with smooth, delicious-odored peanut butter. Across another rack was the yellow-brown spotted form of a banana. Grinning, slavering, chortling, he unpeeled the fruit and smeared one end with the peanut butter. Close to crooning with delight, he bit off the combination. It was worth being resurrected, if only for the food. A moment later he saw a woman walking by. She was very attractive, but it was what she wore that widened his eyes. He got to his feet and, speaking Esperanto, approached her. "Pardonumen, signorino. I couldn't help observing that unusual armlet. It looks like brass." She looked down, smiling, and said, "Estas brazo?" She accepted his proffered cigarette with a murmured "Dankon," and lit it. She seemed to be very amiable. Too much so, one person thought. Scowling, a tall, dark man strode up to them. Frigate hastily assured him that his interest was not in her, but in the armlet. The man looked relieved, the woman disappointed, but she shrugged and made the best of it. "It comes from upriver," she said. "It cost 100 cigarettes and 2 hornfish horns." "Not to mention some personal favors on her part," the man said. The woman said, "Oh, Emil, that was before I moved in with you." "Do you know where it came from?" Frigate said. "I mean where it was made." "The man who sold it to me came from Nova Bohemia." Frigate gave the man a cigarette, and this seemed to ease the tension. Emil said that New Bohemia was a rather large state, about 900 grailstones up the river. 20th-century Czechs made up its majority. The minority was composed of some ancient Gaulish tribe, with, of course, the usual 1 or 2% of peoples from everywhere and every time. Until 3 years ago, New Bohemia had been small, just one of the mingled Slavic Gaulish peoples in this area. But its chief, a man named Ladislas Podjebrat, launched a project about 6 years ago. He thought there might be mineral treasures, especially iron, buried deep under the soil. His people started digging at the base of the mountain, and they made an enormous and deep hole. They wore out much flint and bone. You know how tough the grass is." Frigate nodded. The grass seemed designed to resist erosion. Its roots were very deep and intertwined. In fact, he wasn't sure that it was not one plant, a single organism extending on both sides of the river and perhaps beneath it. And its roots were tough silicon bearers. It took a long time to get below the grass, and when it was done, there was nothing but dirt beneath that. They kept on, and after going 60 meters, they came to rock. I believe it was limestone. They almost gave up then. But Podjebrat, who's something of a mystic, told them he'd had a dream, that there were great quantities of iron below the rock. "Of course," the woman said, "I can't see you working like that. You're not so dedicated yourself." Frigate did not give them long to stay together, but he said nothing. He could be wrong. He'd known couples like this on Earth, who had verbally stung and stabbed each other from marriage to death. For some sick reason, they needed each other. 3 years ago, Podjebrat's dream and the hard work of his people had paid off. They had come across an immense store of minerals: iron ore, zinc sulfide, sand, coal, salt, lead, sulfur, and even some platinum and vanadium. Frigate blinked and said, "You mean in layers? Strata? But they wouldn't occur naturally in that fashion." "No," Emil said. "At least the man told Marie that they shouldn't. What he said, and I've heard others from New Bohemia say this too, it looked as if a gigantic truck had just dumped the ores there. Whoever made this world had pushed the stuff there, you know, as if by a gigantic bulldozer. Then the rock had been put over it, then the soil, then the grass. Podjebrat had gotten the minerals out, was in fact still bringing them up. All his people were armed with steel weapons now, and New Bohemia had expanded from its 12-kilometer-long boundaries to 60 kilometers on both sides of the river. However, this had not been done by conquest. Neighboring states had asked to be absorbed, and Podjebrat had welcomed them. There was wealth enough for all. Meanwhile, other states along here had launched their own digging projects. They had been at it about 3 years, but had gained only sweat, worn-out tools, and disappointment. Podjebrat's original site seemed to be the only one to contain minerals, or else other dump heaps, as Emil called them, were buried even deeper. Emil pointed at the hills. "Our own country has a hole 60 meters deep, but it's being filled up now. The cap rock is dolomite. Podjebrat was lucky. His was soft limestone." Frigate thanked them and excitedly hurried off. As a result, the Razzle-Dazzle anchored off the bank of Podyebrat's capital 11 days later. The crew smelled New Bohemia half a day before arriving at its southern limits. The fumes of sulfur and coal stank throughout the area. High earth walls had been erected along the banks. Steel weapons, including flintlock firearms, were everywhere. The river was patrolled by 4 large steam-powered paddle-wheeled boats, each carrying 2 cannons, and a large number of smaller boats with machine guns. The crew of the Razzle-Dazzle were astonished, also somewhat depressed. The fair valley was blighted. For too long they had taken the clean air and pure blue skies, the green plains and hills, for granted. Noor asked a local why it was necessary to foul the land and make all those weapons. "We had to do so," the man said. "If we hadn't, then other states would have tried to take our ores away from us, and they would have embarked on conquest by arms. We made the weapons for self-defense. Of course, we make other artifacts, too. We trade these, and we get more tobacco, liquor, food, and ornaments than we can use." The man patted his fat paunch. Noor smiled and said, "The Grails provide enough for any person's needs, and some luxuries, too. Why tear up the land and make a stench to get far more than you need?" "I just told you why." "It would have been best to have filled up the hole again," Noor said, "or never to have dug it in the first place." The man shrugged. Then, looking surprised, he walked up to Ryder. "Say, aren't you the movie star Tom Mix?" Tom smiled and said, "Not me, amico. People have told me I look a little like him, though." "I saw you—" "Him. When he came to Paris during his European tour. I was on a business trip then, and I stood in the crowds and cheered you." "Him. As he rode along on Tony. It was a great thrill for me. He was my favorite cowboy actor." "Mine, too," Tom said, and he turned away. Frigate called the captain and first mate to one side. "You look excited, Pete," Martin Farrington said. "You must be thinking of the same thing Tom and I were discussing just a minute ago." Frigate said, "Now how could you do that? What is it?" Martin looked sidewise at Tom and smiled. "Sure, what else could it be? We were talking about, just speculating, mind you, about how nice it would be if we had one of those small steamboats." Frigate was astonished. "That wasn't what I was thinking of. What do you mean, you'd steal it?" "Sort of," Tom drawled. "They could always make another one. We were thinking of how much faster we could get upriver on one of those handy-dandy paddle-wheelers." "Aside from the ethics of the thing," Frigate said, "it'd be dangerous. I assume they guard them at night." "Look who's talking of ethics," Martin said. "You stole your spear and bow and arrows, remember?" Frigate's face became red. "Not really. I had made them myself. They were mine." "It was stealing," Martin said. He gave one of his wonderfully charming smiles and slapped Frigate on the shoulder. "No need to get huffy. Your need was greater than the state's, and you took something that could be easily replaced. We're in the same situation. We need to get upriver a lot faster." "Not to mention a lot more comfortably," Tom said. "You want us to risk getting killed? Would you volunteer? I wouldn't order anybody to do this. If you don't care to do it, you won't peach on us, will you?" "Of course not," Frigate said, getting red in the face again. "I'm not objecting because I'm afraid. Listen, I'd do it if it was necessary, but what I have in mind is not that. It's something that would get us far north a hell of a lot faster than a steamboat." "You mean have this Podyebrat build us a speedboat?" Martin said. "A steam yacht?" "No, I don't. I mean something that won't go up the river. It'll go over it." "Rub me for a saddle sore," Tom said. "You mean an airplane?" Tom looked eager. Martin turned pale. "No, that wouldn't work. I mean, a plane could get us a lot further faster, but we'd have to land several times and make more fuel, and there's no way of making more. No, I'm thinking about another type of air travel." "You can't be thinking of a balloon." "Sure, why not? A balloon, or, better yet, a blimp." Chapter 53. Tom Ryder liked the idea. Farrington said, "No, it's too dangerous. I don't trust those fragile gas bags. Besides, you'd have to use hydrogen, right? Hydrogen can catch fire like that." He snapped his fingers. "In addition, they're easy prey for strong winds and storms. Also, where are you going to dredge up a blimp pilot? Airplane pilots should be easy to find, though personally I've only run into 2. Furthermore, we'd have to be its crew, and that means we'd have to be trained. What if we don't have the knack for it? There's another reason." "A yellow streak?" Tom said, smiling. Martin reddened, and his hands balled. "How'd you like a few teeth knocked out?" "It wouldn't be the first time," Tom Ryder said. "But take it easy, Frisco. I was just trying to think of more reasons why we can't do it. Help you along, sort of." Frigate knew that Jack London had never taken any interest in flying, yet a man who had lived so adventurously, who had always been pugnaciously courageous, and who was also very curious, should have been eager to go up in the newfangled machine. Was it possible that he was afraid of the air? It could be. Many a person who seemed to be afraid of nothing on earth was scared of leaving it. It was one of those quirks of human character, nothing to be ashamed of. Nevertheless, Martin might be ashamed to show fear. Frigate admitted to himself that he had some of that brand of shame. He had gotten rid of some, but there was too much residue left. He was not afraid to admit a fear, if there was a rational reason to do so. To reveal fear if it had an irrational basis was still difficult for him. Farrington's reaction did have some logic. It could be dangerous, perhaps even foolish, to go in a blimp in the unavoidably uncertain conditions. Noor and Pogas were called in to hear Frigate's new idea. Frigate proceeded to tell them what the perils might be. "Nevertheless, considering the time saved, it's more efficient, more economical to go in a blimp. Actually, considering the time a blimp would take as against the time a boat would take, you'll encounter many more dangers in a boat." "Damn it, I'm not afraid of danger. You know better than that. It's just that—" Martin's voice trailed off. Tom smiled. Farrington said, "What are you grinning about? You look like a skunk eating shit." Pogas grinned also. "There's no need to get all fired up about this just now," Tom said. "First we have to find out what the big cheese, Podjebrat, will do for us. More than likely he won't build us a gas bag. Why should he? But let's mosey on up to his house and see what he has to say about this." Noor and Pogas had more pressing business, so the captain, first mate, and deckhand walked toward a large limestone building, pointed out to them by a passer-by. "You aren't serious about stealing one of the steamboats," Frigate said. "That depends," Tom said. "Noor will never go along with that," Frigate said, "nor some of the others either." "Then we might do without them," Tom said. They halted at Podjebrat's house, which stood on top of a hill, its peaked roof of bamboo almost touching the lower branches of a tall pine tree. The guards passed them on into a reception room. A secretary listened to them, then disappeared for a minute. Returning, he told them that Podjebrat would see them just after lunch, 2 days from now. They decided to go fishing the rest of the day. Ryder and Farrington caught a few striped bass, but they spent most of their time planning how to capture a steamboat. Ladislas Podjebrat was red-headed and of medium height, very broad and muscular, bull-necked, thin-lipped, massively chinned. Though he had formidable features and an icy demeanor, he permitted the meeting to last longer than the three had expected. It even went well, though not entirely as hoped for. "Why are you in such a hurry to get to the North Pole? I have heard of this tower that is supposed to be in the middle of a sea, behind impassable mountains. I do not know that I believe this story, but it seems possible, perhaps even probable. This world may have been fashioned originally by God, but it is evident that human beings, or something similar, have remade the surface of this planet. It is also evident to me, a scientist, that our resurrection is caused by physical means, by science, not by a supernatural agency. Why, I do not know, but the Church of the Second Chance has an explanation that sounds somewhat logical, though they lack much data and even more certainty. In fact, the Church seems to me to know more than anyone else about this business, if I may put it that way." He drummed long, slim fingers on the table, as they all fell silent. Frigate, watching them, thought how ill-matched they were to his husky physique and broad, thick hands. Podiebrad rose and walked to a cabinet, opened it, and withdrew an object. He held in his fingers a spiral bone taken from a hornfish. "You all know what this is. The chancers wear it as a symbol of their faith, though I wish they had more knowledge to back their faith. But if they had more knowledge, they wouldn't need faith, would they? In that respect, they're like all other religions, terrestrial or river-world. However, we do know that there is an afterlife. Or perhaps I should say there was an afterlife. Now that people no longer are resurrected after death, we don't know what to expect. Even the Church has no answer to the question of why translation has suddenly ceased. It speculates that perhaps people have been given enough time to save themselves, and there is no longer a reason to continue the resurrections. Either you are saved by now, or you are not. I really don't know what the truth is. Gentlemen, I was an atheist on earth, a member of the Czechoslovakian Communist Party. But here I met a man who convinced me that religion has nothing to do with rationality. At least its foundation, the basis for its existence, does not. After the act of faith comes, of course, the rationalization for the faith, its pseudo-logical justification. However, neither Jesus nor Marx, Buddha nor Mohammed, Hindu nor Confucian, Taoist nor Jew were right about the afterworld. They were even more mistaken about this world than the one we were born in. He walked to the desk, sat down behind it, and placed the spiral bone on it. Signoroi, I was going to announce today my conversion to the Church of the Second Chance, and also announce my resignation as head of the state of Nova Bohemuyo. Several days afterward, I would embark up the river to journey to Virolando, which I am assured does indeed exist, and there I would ask the leader and the founder of the church, La Viro, some questions. If he answered them satisfactorily, or even if he admitted that he did not know all the answers, I would place myself under his jurisdiction, go where he said, do what he said. But if my information is correct, and I have no reason to believe my informants are liars, Virolando is millions of kilometers away. It would take me half an earthly lifetime to get there. Now you suddenly come to me with a proposal, one that I am astounded I did not think of myself, perhaps because I was really more interested in the voyage than in its end. Voyages are always more rewarding in self-discovery than in anything else, are they not? Perhaps that is why the obvious escaped me. Yes, gentlemen, I can build a blimp for you. There is only one stipulation. You must take me with you. Chapter 54. After a long silence, Farrington said, I don't see how we could say no, Signoro Podiebrad. I think I speak for all of us. Frigate and Ryder nodded. You really got us by the short hairs. Not that I have anything against your coming along with us. In fact, I am delighted. Only, well, what if we can't find any experienced blimp men? We'd be crazy to go up there if we don't know how to handle the machine or what we might run into. Of course, but it will take a very long time to build the airship. Unless we can find some engineers who know how to design such a ship, or at least can calculate the specifications, we will have to do it from scratch. Meanwhile, we can look for a pilot. Though they're very rare, somewhere along the river, within 2,000 kilometers either way, there must be the man we're looking for. Or perhaps I might say there could be one. Actually, the odds are high against finding one. I was a balloonist, Frigate said, and I read a great deal about lighter-than aircraft. I was up in a blimp for 2 short flights. That doesn't near make me an expert, of course. Perhaps we'll have to train ourselves, Signoro Frigate, in which case any knowledge will be of help. Of course, that was a long time ago. I've forgotten a lot. You don't exactly inspire confidence, Pete, the Frisco Kid said fiercely. Confidence comes with experience, Podiebrad said. Now, gentlemen, I will start at once. I'll delay my announcement of my conversion until after the airship is ready to leave. No member of the church, no one preaching total passive resistance, can be head of this state. Frigate wondered how deep the man's conversion was. It seemed to him that anybody who really believed in the tenets of the church would say so at once, no matter what the consequences would be. "As soon as our conference is over, I'll get the facilities for making hydrogen underway. I think the best method, considering the minerals available, will be by the reaction of dilute sulfuric acid and zinc. Our sulfuric acid industry has been operating for some time. We were fortunate in finding both platinum and vanadium, though not in large quantities. I do wish we could make aluminum, but—" "The Chute-Lance airships were made of wood," Frigate said. "A blimp wouldn't need much wood anyway." Farrington said, "Wood? You want me to go up in a wooden dirigible?" "The only wood would be in the keel and the car," Frigate said. "The envelope could be made from the intestinal lining of the dragonfish." "Which requires much fishing," Potier-Brat said. He stood up. "I have much work to get done today, but I'll see you gentlemen tomorrow during lunch. We can discuss this in detail then. Meanwhile, good day." Farrington, looking grave, spoke to Ryder as they left the building. "If you ask me, this is crazy." "It sounds great to me," Tom said. "To tell the truth, I'm getting pretty tired of sailing." "Yeah, but we could get killed while we're bumbling around trying to learn how to fly that damned thing. And what if we find it won't work then? We'll have lost a lot of time." Frigate said, "That doesn't sound like the man who ferried people through the White Horse Rapids in Alaska time and again just to pick up a few bucks, or the man who pirated oysters." He turned pale. Ryder and Farrington had stopped, and their faces were hard. Farrington said slowly, "I've told a lot of stories about the Yukon, but I never said anything about the White Horse Rapids. Not to you, anyway. Have you been eavesdropping?" Frigate drew a deep breath and said, "Hell, I don't have to eavesdrop. I recognized you two the first time I saw you." Suddenly, Ryder was behind him, and Farrington had put his hand on the hilt of his flint knife. Ryder said in a low monotone, "Okay, whoever you are, just march on ahead of me, right into the ship, and don't try anything funny." "I'm not going incognito," Frigate said. "You are. Just do as I say." Frigate shrugged, and he tried to grin. "It's evident you two are doing a lot more than just concealing your true identities. All right, I'll go. But you wouldn't kill me, would you?" "That depends," Ryder said. They walked down the hill and across the plain. At the dock, the only crew member present was Noor, who was talking to a woman. Ryder said, "Not a word, Pete, and smile." Frigate, looking straight at the little Moor, grimaced. He hoped that Noor would detect that something was wrong. He was so sensitive to expressions, but Noor only waved at them. When they were in the captain's cabin, Frisco shut the door and made Frigate sit on the edge of the bunk. Frigate said, "I've been with you 26 years. 26! And I've never told anybody what your real names were." Farrington sat down in the chair at his desk. Toying with his knife, he said, "That seems against human nature. How could you keep your mouth shut that long? And why?" "Especially why," Ryder said. He stood near the door, a hornfish stiletto in his hand. "It was evident that you didn't want it known, for one thing. So, being your friend, I didn't say anything, though I will admit I wondered why you were so secretive." Farrington looked at Ryder. "What do you think, Tom?" Ryder shrugged and said, "We made a mistake. We should have just laughed it off, admitted who we are, and made up some tall tale to account for it." Farrington put the knife down and lit a cigarette. "Yeah, that's hindsight. What'll we do now?" Ryder said, "After all this mysterious folderol, Pete must know we got something to hide." "He already said that." Ryder sheathed the stiletto and lit a cigarette. Frigate wondered if he should make a break for it now. His chances for success were small. Though both men were smaller, they were very strong and quick. Besides, trying to escape would make him look guilty. Guilty of what? Tom said, "That's better. Forget about getting away. Relax." "With you two thinking of murder?" Ryder laughed and said, "After all these years, you ought to know we can't kill in cold blood, even a stranger, and we're sort of fond of you, Pete." "Well, if I were what you think I am, whatever that is, what would you do?" "Work up a passion so I wouldn't have to kill you in cold blood, I reckon." "Why?" "If you aren't really Peter Frigate, then you know." "Who in hell else could I be?" There was a long silence. Finally, Farrington ground out his cigarette in an ashtray, glanced to the desk. "The thing is, Tom," he said, "he has been with us longer than any of our wives. If he was one of them, why would he stay around so long, especially since he claims he recognized us the day he met us? We would have been scooped up that night if he's one of them." "Maybe," Tom said. "We don't know more than 1/4 of what's going on. 1/80th, maybe. And what we do know may be a lie. Maybe we've been played for suckers." "Them? Scooped up?" Frigate said. Martin Farrington looked at Tom, and he said, "What'll we do now? There isn't any way of identifying them. We're fools, Tom. We should have just told him a big lie. Now we got to go all the way." "If he's one of them, then he already knows," Ryder said, "so we wouldn't be telling him much he doesn't know, except about the ethical. And if he is an agent, then he wouldn't have been put on our trail unless they suspected we'd been contacted by him." "Yeah, we jumped the gun. And there isn't any gun in the first place. You know, if Pete's an agent, why would he have suggested the blimp? Would an agent want us to get to the tower?" "That's right. Unless— Don't keep me hanging. Unless there's something haywire, and he's as much in the dark now as we are." "What do you mean?" "Listen, Tom, lately I've been doing a lot of thinking, when I should have been sleeping or screwing. I've been thinking that there's something mysterious going on. I don't mean what the ethical told us. I mean this business of there suddenly being no more resurrections. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe stopping them wasn't the original plan, whatever that is?" "You mean somebody threw a monkey wrench in the machinery, and that blew the fuse and left everybody in the dark?" "Yes, and the agents don't know what's going on any more than me and you." "Which could mean that Pete here is an agent. He's just trying to get home." "You mean he might have found us, but couldn't do anything about it, so he went along for the ride, and he proposed this blimp idea because it'd help him, not us, get there faster?" "Something like that." "So that puts us back where we were. Pete could be one of them." "If he is, it's like I said. We won't be telling him anything he don't know." "Yeah, but he could tell us plenty. Plenty." "You going to beat it out of him? What if he really is Frigate?" "I wouldn't, anyway. Not unless I knew the stakes were really high." "Oh, hell, not even then." "We could just sail on and leave him behind," Farrington said. Tom smiled crookedly and said, "Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You wouldn't have to trust your quivering flesh and beating heart to a skyboat." "You're getting awful close to making me mad, Tom." "Okay, I won't ever say another word about that subject. Besides, I know you ain't got a cowardly bone in your body." "So what'll we do? Remember, if we did sail on, by the time we got to the North Pole, if we ever did, Pete here would have the whole thing solved." "Oh, hell," Farrington said. "How could he be one of them? They're superior to human beings, right? And Pete sure isn't no Superman. No offense, Pete." Tom glanced narrow-eyed at Frigate. "He could be pretending to be only human, but I don't think anybody could put up a front like that for 26 years. "Let's tell him, then. What do we have to lose? Besides, I'm tired of keeping a secret for 29 years. "You always did talk too much." "Look who's talking, old Chief run off at the mouth himself." Farrington lit another cigarette. Ryder followed his example, then said, "You want to light up too, Pete?" "You're trying to kill me with smoke," Frigate said. He drew a cigar out of his over-the-shoulder bag. "I think I need a drink, too." "We all do. Tom, you do the honors. Then we'll tell all. God, what a relief." Chapter 55. "'Twas a dark and stormy night," Tom said. He smiled to acknowledge that he knew he was deliberately imitating the classical opening line of ghost stories. Jack and I— Keep it Martin, Tom, remember, even when in private. Sure, but you were Jack then. Anyway, I knew the kid here, but we weren't good friends yet. Our huts were close together. Both of us were sailors on a patrol sloop in the navy of a local warlord. One night when I was off duty, sleeping in my hut, I suddenly woke up. It wasn't the thunder and lightning that woke me up, either. It was a tap on my shoulder. At first I thought it was Howardine, my woman. You remember her, kid? She was a beauty, Martin said to Frigate. A red-headed Scotchwoman. Frigate stirred, and he said, I'm anxious to get to the heart of the matter. Okay, no frills, then. It wasn't her, because she was sound asleep. Then a flash of lightning showed me a dark figure squatting by me. I started to rear up, my hand going under my pillow for my tomahawk, but I couldn't move. I guess I was drugged or under a spell of some kind. I thought, uh-oh, this guy has got it in for me, and he's paralyzed me somehow, and now yours truly is going to get it. Of course, I'd wake up someplace else, but I didn't feel like leaving. Then a couple of flashes showed the outline of the guy in detail. I was startled. Not scared, you realize, just startled. His body was covered in a big black cloak. And the head, there wasn't any. I mean, it was covered by a big globe, like a fishbowl. It was all black, so I couldn't see his face, but somehow he could see me. If I couldn't move, I could talk. I said, Who are you? What do you want? I spoke loud enough to wake Howardine up, but she didn't stir during the whole parley. I figure she had been drugged too, but worse than me. The stranger spoke in a deep voice, answering me in English. I don't have much time, so I won't go into much detail. My name doesn't matter. In any event, I couldn't tell you because they might find you and unreel your memory. I wondered what that meant, unreeling my memory. The whole business was beginning to look bizarre. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I wished I was. If they should, they'll know everything that is said and done here, the hombre said. It's like taking a movie of your mind. They can clip out what they don't want you to remember, and you won't. But if they should do that, I'll talk to you again. Who's they? I said. The people who restructured this planet, and who resurrected you, he said. Now listen, and don't talk until I'm finished. You know me, kid. I don't take crap off nobody. But this guy spoke as if the whole world was a ranch he owned, and I was just one of the hands. Anyway, what could I do? They, he said, live in the tower set in the middle of the North Polar Sea. You may have heard rumors about this. Some men actually did get through the mountains that surround the sea. Right there I would have asked him if he was the one who left that long rope so they could get up the cliff and board that tunnel for them, but I didn't know about that story then. He continued, But they did not get into the tower. One of their party, however, died when he fell off a mountain into the sea. He was allowed to be translated back into the valley. Tom paused. He must have had some way of knowing this. The stranger continued, But the others were not. They— Never mind. So, Tom said, grinning, he did not know everything about the Egyptians. What he didn't know was that one of them escaped. Or if he did, he wasn't telling me for some reason. I don't think, however, he found out about it. Otherwise, he'd have never let him get away. Still, maybe he did. Anyway, the stranger said, The swiftness of verbal communication in the valley is amazing. I believe you call it the grapevine. The man who fell off the mountain told his story after he was translated, and it has spread throughout the valley. You may speak. Have you heard the story? Not until now, I said. Well, you will doubtless hear it in the future. You will be going upriver, and will surely encounter it in one distorted form or another. Its essence is true. Doubtless you have wondered why you were raised from the dead and placed here. I nodded, and he said, My people, the Ethicals, have done this purely as a scientific experiment. They have put all of you here, mixed the races and nations from different times, solely to study your reactions, to record them and to classify them. Then, and here his voice rose to a pitch of great indignation. "After they have subjected you to this experiment, after they have filled you with hope for an eternal life, they will close the project. You will die forever. There will be no more resurrections for you. You will go down into dust, be dust forever." "That seems almighty cruel," I said, forgetting he'd not given me permission to speak. "It is inhumanly cruel," he said. "They have the power to give you life everlasting. At least it would last as long as your son lasted. Longer, even, since you could always be transported to another planet with a living son. But no, they won't do that. They say that you do not deserve immortality." "That's downright unethical," I said. "In which case, how come they call themselves the Ethicals?" That seemed to stop him for a moment. Then he said, "Because they think it would be unethical to permit such a miserable, undeserving species to live forever." "They sure don't have a good opinion of us," I said. "I don't either," the stranger said. "But good or bad opinions of humanity, based on en masse consideration, have nothing to do with the ethical aspects." "How can you love someone you despise?" I said. "It isn't easy," he said. "But nothing truly ethical is easy to do. However, this is wasting my time." A bluish light glowed, and by its light I could see that he had taken his right hand out from under his cloak. Around its wrist was a device larger than a man's pocket watch, and it was emitting the bluish light. I couldn't see what was on its face, but it was also talking, softly, like a radio turned way down. I couldn't hear the words, but it all sounded to me like some foreign language I never heard before, and the blue light showed me the globe, which was black and looked glassy. His hand was a big one, broad, but with long, slim fingers. "My time is up," he said, and he put his hand under the cloak, and the hut was dark again, except for a lightning bolt now and then. "I can't tell you now why I chose you," he said, "except to say that your aura shows you're a likely candidate for the job." What's an aura? I thought. I knew what it meant according to the dictionary, but I had the feeling he meant something else. And what job? I thought. Suddenly, as if he'd been reading my thought, his hand came out from under the cloak again. The bluish light was bright, very bright, so bright I could hardly see him, but I could see both his hands now, and they lifted the globe off. I thought I'd be able to see at least the outlines of his head, maybe something of his features, if I squinted hard enough, but all I could see was the big globe above his head. Not the glass globe, because he held that to one side. The thing above his head was whirling, shot with many colors, and was so bright I could see only that. It put out feelers from time to time, feelers that shot out and then shrank back into the whirling thing. I don't mind admitting that I was scared then. Well, not really so much scared as awed. It was like seeing an angel face to face, and there's no shame in being afraid of an angel. "Lucifer was an angel," Frigate said. "Yeah, I know. I've read the Bible. Shakespeare, too. Maybe I didn't get through grammar school, but I'm self-educated." "I wasn't intimating that you were ignorant," Frigate said. Martin snorted, and he said, "You two don't really believe in angels, do you?" "Not me," Tom said, "but he sure seemed like one. Anyway, I don't think that aura is ordinarily visible. I think he showed me it by means of that thing he wore on his wrist. It suddenly disappeared, and the bluish glow died immediately. Too soon for me to see his face. Another lightning flash silhouetted him then, and I saw he'd put the glass globe back over his head. Now I knew what he meant by an aura. I figured from what he said that I had one too, and it was invisible. "Next, you'll be claiming to be an angel," Martin said. "You can, you must, be of help to me," the stranger said. "I want you to start upriver, toward the tower. But first you must tell this Jack London what has happened here tonight, and you must convince him that you are telling the truth, and get him to accompany you. But under no circumstances are you to tell anyone else that I have talked to you. No one. We ethicals are few and seldom venture from the tower, but my enemies have agents among you. Not many compared to you, but they are disguised as resurrectees, and they will be looking for me. Some day they may even suspect that I have recruited help from you river-dwellers, so they will be trying to find you. If they do, they will take you to the tower, unroll your memories, read them, and excise the parts relevant to me, and return you to the valley. London has a tiger aura too, so you must convince him to go with you. Tell him that I will see both of you again, and then he will believe, and you two will learn more of what this is all about." He rose, and he said, "Until then." I watched him as another flash of lightning outlined his dark figure, the cloak, and the globe. I was wondering if I was crazy. I tried to get up, but couldn't. After about half an hour, the paralysis wore off, and I went outside. The storm was over then. The clouds were starting to break up, but I couldn't see any sign of him. Martin took up the story. Tom had come to him the next evening and made him promise to keep silent about what he was going to tell him. Martin did not know whether or not to believe him. What convinced him that he was not lying was that there was no reason for Tom to make up such a fantastic tale. The incident had happened, but was it a hoax by some unknown party? Tom thought about that, and then wondered if perhaps London himself was the stranger, playing a joke on him. They soon realized that neither they nor anybody else they knew could have had the glass globe or the instrument he'd used, and how could anybody fake that blazing aura? The Frisco Kid was getting itchy anyway. He liked the idea of building a sailboat and going on. Whatever the story was, true or not, it gave him an incentive, a meaning to life. Tom felt the same way. The tower became for them a sort of holy grail. I felt kind of lousy leaving Howardine without a word. The kid wasn't getting along too well with his woman, a tall plain Jane with a chip on her shoulder. I don't know what he ever saw in her, so he had no regrets about leaving. We scooted on upriver for a couple of 100 stones, and then we started to build our schooner. Noor came along and helped us build it. He's the only original member of the crew still with us. Tom, holding his finger to his lips, walked softly to the door. His ear against it, he listened for a moment. Then he yanked it open. The little Moor, Noor el-Musafir, was standing by the door. Chapter 56. Noor did not seem startled or afraid. He said in English, "May I come in?" "Damn right you will," Tom roared. He did not offer to drag him in, however. Something about the dark little man promised dire results if he were attacked. Noor entered. Farrington, glowering, was on his feet. "You were eavesdropping?" "Obviously." "Why?" Tom said. "Because when you three went to the ship, I could tell from your expressions that something was wrong. Peter was in danger." "Thanks, Noor," Frigate said. Tom Ryder closed the door. Martin said, "I need another drink." Noor sat down upon the top of a cabinet. Martin downed 2 shots of whiskey. Tom said, "You heard everything?" Noor nodded. Martin shouted, "We might as well stand on a deck with a megaphone and tell the whole world." Tom said, "For Christ's sakes, now we got another problem on our hands." "There's no more need to kill me than there was to kill Peter," Noor said. He removed a cigar from his shoulder bag and lit it. "I overheard your women saying they'd be coming back soon. We don't have much time." "He's a cool one, ain't he?" Tom said to Martin. "Like an experienced agent." Noor laughed, and he said, "No, more like one who's been chosen by an ethical." Noor said, "You may well stare, but you should have wondered a long time ago why I joined you from the beginning, and have stuck with you through such a wearying journey." Martin and Tom both opened their mouths. Noor said, "Yes, I know what you're thinking. If I were an agent, I'd pretend to be one of the ethical's recruits. Believe me, I am not an agent." "How do we know you're not? Can you prove it?" "How do I know you two aren't agents? Can you prove it?" The captain and the first mate were flabbergasted. Frigate said, "When did the mysterious stranger talk to you? And why didn't he tell Tom that you were in on this?" Noor shrugged thin shoulders. He appeared shortly after his visit to Tom. I don't know exactly when. As for the second question, I don't know the answer. I do suspect that the ethical may not be telling the truth. He may be lying, in that he is telling us only a part of the real situation. Why, I don't know, but I am intrigued. Martin said, "Maybe we should just leave these two behind." "If you do," Noor said, "Peter and I will take the high road, and we'll be at the tower afore ye." "He's paraphrasing Bobby Burns's song, the one you sing so often," Tom said to Martin. Martin grunted, and he said, "They wouldn't be agents of the enemies of your visitor, Tom. Otherwise, we'd have been turned in long ago. So we have to believe them. I still don't understand why the ethical didn't tell us about Noor." Tom proposed a toast to their newfound band, and they drank. By then they heard the women on deck. The men were laughing at one of Martin's jokes when the women came into the cabin, but they had had time to arrange a meeting later in the hills. The next day they met with Podjebrat, who introduced them to his engineering staff. They launched at once into the specifications of the blimp. Frigate pointed out that what they would build depended on their goal. If they just wished to get near the headwaters, they would need an airship large enough to carry enough fuel to take them there. It wouldn't have to have a ceiling of more than 4,572 meters, or 15,000 feet. If they wished to get over the mountains that ring the polar sea, they'd have to build one which could rise 9,144 meters. That is, if the stories of their height were true. No one really knew. It would take much longer to design and build a rigid dirigible for the longer, higher flight. It would require a much larger crew, and hence more training. At higher altitudes, the engines would need supercharging. Besides, the winds there would probably be stronger than the lower winds. Too strong. The Zeppelin would have to carry oxygen supplies for personnel and engines. That made the load heavier, and there was the problem of the engine freezing. It would be nice if they could use jet engines. These, however, were inefficient at low altitudes and speeds. Airships couldn't use them unless they went to higher altitudes. Unfortunately, the metals needed for jet engines were lacking. Podjebrat coldly replied that a big rigid dirigible was out. He was interested only in the smaller non-rigid type. This would go over the mountains, keeping at a height of 3,962.4 meters, or 13,000 feet. He understood that the mountains sometimes rose to 6,096 meters. The ship would just go along them until it came to those of lesser height. That would require more fuel, because it would make the trip longer, Frigate said. Obviously, Podjebrat said, the ship will have to be big enough to be prepared for that. It was clear that Signora Podjebrat was the boss. The next day, Project Airship was started. It was completed in 8 months, 4 less than estimated. Podjebrat was a hard driver. Noor asked Podjebrat how he would find Virolanda without charts. The Czech replied that he'd talked to several missionaries who'd originated there. According to their accounts, Virolanda was near the Arctic region, in which the river flowed downstream. It was an estimated 50,000 kilometers from the headwaters, and shouldn't be too difficult to identify from the air. Since it was on the shores of a very large lake with a rough hourglass shape, and it contained exactly 100 tall rock spires, it would be impossible to mistake it for another lake. That is, it would be unless it had a duplicate somewhere else. Afterward, Frigate said, I got my doubts about his being a chancer. Those I've met have been very warm, very compassionate. This guy could give a refrigerator lessons in freezing. Perhaps he is an agent, Noor said. The others went numb at the thought. If he were, however, Noor said, wouldn't he want to build a high-altitude Zeppelin to get over the polar mountains? I don't think an airship could get that high, Frigate said. Whatever he was, Podjebrat was efficient. Though he failed to find any airship pilots, he did have enough engineers to man a dozen vessels, and he decided that the pilots would train themselves. 3 crews were picked, so that if any person dropped out for any reason, there would be enough replacements. It was during the ground training that Frigate, Noor, Farrington, Ryder, and Pogas began to have their doubts. None of them knew much about engines, which meant they'd have to be trained. Why should Podjebrat use them when he had experienced engineers and mechanics? He planned on a crew of only 8, but, true to his promise, the 5 from the Razzle-Dazzle were assigned to the first crew. Podjebrad went along on every trip, though ostensibly only as an observer. Frigate was nervous when he took his first flight, but his experience as a balloonist helped him overcome his stage fright. One after the other, the crews trained. Then the big, semi-rigid blimp took several shakedown flights of 600 kilometers round trip. It went over the 4 ranges of mountains, enabling them to see valleys they had never seen before, though they were practically next door. The night before the flight, the crews attended a big party given in their honor. The crew of the Razzle-Dazzle, minus the women of the captain, first mate, and frigate, were there. The women had gotten angry, understandably so, because they were being forsaken. Though they had already taken other lovers, they hadn't forgiven their former cabin mates. Noor had arrived at New Bohemia without a woman, so he had nothing to feel bad about. Shortly before midnight, Podjebrad sent everybody home. The ascent was to be made just before dawn, and the crew had to be up even earlier. Farrington's party bedded down in a hut near the huge bamboo hangar, and after some chatter went to sleep. They had expected Podjebrad to announce his resignation and departure at the party, but it was obvious now that he intended to wait until he was in the ship. "Maybe he thought he'd be lynched," Martin said. Frigate was the last to fall asleep, or at least he supposed he was. Martin might be faking slumber. Though he had not shown any fear, he still did not like being aloft. Frigate tossed and turned, too high-strung to relax. Sleep always came hard before important events, just as it had the nights before he played football or ran in a track meet. Too often the insomnia had resulted in fatigue the next day, and so he had not been up to his full potential. The very worry about not being good enough had ensured that he would not be. Besides, having flown airplanes in the U.S. Army Air Corps when young, and balloons in his middle age, he knew the dangers they could encounter. He awoke from a light sleep to hear motors roaring, propellers spinning. He rolled out of bed and opened the door and looked out. Though he could see only fog, he knew that there could be only one source of the noise. It took a minute to rouse the others. Clad only in kilts and wearing long, thick towels over their backs, they dashed toward the hangar. Several times they ran headlong into huts, and many times stumbled. Finally, as they came up the slope of the plains, their heads were above the fog. In the bright starlight, they saw what they had feared. Men and women stood around on the ground, sleepily cheering. These had hauled out the big blimp on ropes. Now, their work done, they were watching the ship rise slowly. Suddenly, water ballast was discharged, drenching many of them. More swiftly now, the cigar shape rose, its nose turned upriver. Lights in the cabin, set below the long triangular keel that ran beneath the vessel, blazed. They could see Podjebrad's profile through a port. Howling, cursing, they ran toward the dirigible, but they knew they could do nothing to prevent its departure. Farrington grabbed a spear leaning against the side of the hangar and threw it. It fell far short and almost hit a woman. He threw himself on the ground and beat the grass with his fists. Nix jumped and yelled and shook his fists. Noor shook his head. Pogas howled curses in his native language. Frigate wept. Because of him the others had wasted 9 months. If only he had not thought of the blimp, they would be 50,000 kilometers or so farther along on their voyage. The worst of it was that the Razzle-Dazzle had been sold, not for a song, for 500 cigarettes and much booze and some personal favors. Later they sat gloomily around near a grailstone, waiting for it to erupt and fill their grails. The New Bohemians around them were a noisy crowd, discussing and cursing their late chief. The ex-crew of the Razzle-Dazzle and the airship were silent. Finally, Martin Farrington said, "Well, we can always steal my ship back." "That wouldn't be honest," Noor said. "What do you mean, not honest? I wasn't thinking of just taking it without paying for it. We'd leave them just what they paid for it." "They'd never agree to the deal," Tom said. "What could they do about it?" There was a flurry of activity, silencing them for a moment. A man had announced that the council had elected a new head of state. He was Podjebrad's second-in-command, Karel Novak. There was some cheering, but most people felt too depressed to work up much emotion. "Why do you suppose he shafted us?" Martin said. We were as good blimp men as anybody else, and he promised us." Frigate said, his voice near breaking, "The truth is, I wasn't as good a pilot as Hronoff and Zeleny. Podjebrat knew that if he rejected me, you'd all raise hell, so he just took off without us." "The dirty sneak," Tom said. "No, that isn't it. Besides, you're good enough." "We'll never know," Martin said. "Say, do you think Podjebrat could be an agent, and he somehow found out about us and so left us behind, our thumbs up our tuchuses?" "I doubt it," Noor said. "He could be one. Perhaps he originally intended to build a fast steamboat to get up the river. Then we came along and put a bee in his bonnet, the blimp. But we're the ones who got stung." "If he was an agent, how'd he find out about us?" Frigate raised his head. "That's it. Maybe one of the women we sloughed off overheard you two talking. You did get pretty loud when you were talking in your cabin sometimes. Maybe Eloise or Nadia heard you talking in your sleep. For revenge, they told Podjebrat all, and he decided he didn't want us along." "Neither one of them could keep their mouths shut about it," Tom said. "They'd have spilled the beans to us long ago." "We'll never know," Martin said, shaking his head. "Yeah," Tom said. "Well, if I ever catch up with Podjebrat, I'll break his neck." Farrington said, "First, I'll break his legs." "No, I want to build a 6-story house," Frigate said, "with only one window in it, in the top story. Then we'll execute him by a method peculiarly Czech, defenestration." "What?" Tom said. "Throw him out the window." Noor said, "Fantasy revenge is a good method of relieving anger. It's better, however, not to feel the need for revenge. What we must do is to act, not blow off steam." Frigate got swiftly to his feet. "I got an idea. Noor, will you take care of my Grail for me? I'm going off to see Novak." "You and your ideas," Farrington shouted. "They've got us in enough trouble. Come back here." Frigate kept on walking. Chapter 57. Slowly, majestically, the Parseval moved above the chasm. Its nose was up, and its propellers were angled upward. The wind that ripped out of the hole dipped down when it hit the edge of the canyon top, and the dirigible had to keep from being gripped by the downdraft. Cyrano had to calculate the force exactly, keeping the airship at the same altitude, aimed at the center of the arch-shaped hole. A slight error could result in the great craft's being dashed down against the edge of the canyon and broken in two. Jill thought that if she were the captain, she would not have risked this entrance. It would be better to circle the mountain, to search for another gateway. However, that meant using much more fuel. Battling such strong winds, the motors could burn up so much that there would not be enough left to return to Parolando. Perhaps the ship could not even get to the Mark Twain. Cyrano was sweating, but his eyes were bright and his expression eager. If he were scared, he did not look so. She had to admit to herself that he was, after all, the best one in this situation. His reflexes were the swiftest, and he would not freeze with panic. To him this must be much like a duel with swords. The wind thrust, he parried. The wind riposted, he counter-riposted. Now they were in the thick clouds, raging from the hole. Suddenly they were through. Though still blinded by fog, they could read the radar scopes. Before them was a sea, 1 kilometer below. Around it circled the mountain, and ahead, in the center of the sea, 48.5 kilometers away, a little over 30 miles, was an object which reared high above the water, though still dwarfed by the mountain. Cyrano, looking at the CRT on the panel, said, "Behold the tower." The radar man, seated before his equipment on the port side, confirmed the sighting. Firebrass ordered that the ship be taken to 3,050 meters altitude, somewhat over 10,000 feet. The propellers could not be swiveled horizontally to lift the ship faster, because it had to fight the wind. However, as they rose, they found that the wind lessened. By the time the ship had reached the desired altitude, it could proceed straight ahead. Now its estimated ground speed was 80.50 kilometers per hour, over 50 miles per hour. As it neared the tower, it picked up more velocity. The sky was brighter than at dusk, lit by both the weak sun and the clustered stellar masses. Now the radars could sweep the entire sea and touch the top of the most distant wall. The nearly circular body of water was 97 kilometers across, or somewhat over 60 miles in diameter. The opposite wall was the same height as the nearer one. "The tower!" Firebrass exploded. "It's 1.7 kilometers tall, and 16 kilometers wide." In old-style measurements, that would have been slightly over a mile high and almost 10 miles in diameter. There was an interruption. The chief engineer, Hakkonen, reported that the hull was collecting ice. It was not, however, on the windscreens of the control room, since they were made of an ice-resistant plastic. Firebrass said, "Take her down to 1,530 meters, Cyrano. The air's warmer there." The river, entering the sea, still carried much heat, even after its passage through the Arctic regions. In this deep, cold cup, the waters surrendered warmth, so much that the temperature at 1,524 meters, or 5,000 feet, was 2 degrees above centigrade. But higher up, the moisture-heavy air was an ice trap. While the dirigible was lowered, the radar operator reported that the interior of the mountain was not as smooth as the exterior. There were innumerable holes and bulges, as if the makers of the mountain had not thought it necessary to finish off the inside. The narrow ledge described by Joe Miller had been detected by the radar. It led from the top of the mountain to the bottom. There was another narrow ledge leading along the base of the sea, ending at a hole about 3 meters wide and 2 meters high. No one commented on this, but Jill did wonder aloud why the big hole through which the dirigible had entered had been made. "Maybe it's for their aerial craft, if they have any," Firebrass said. "It could be used to keep from having to fly over the mountain." That seemed as good a reason as any. Piscator said, "Perhaps. However, the flash of light that startled Joe Miller so much could not have come from the sun's rays going through the hole. In the first place, the hole is darkened by that cloud stream. In the second place, even if the sun's rays had flashed through, they would not have illuminated the top of the tower. Joe did say that the fog was momentarily blown aside, but even so, the rays would not have reached the top of the tower, and if they had, he would have had to be in a straight line with the rays and the tower. He couldn't have been, since the ledge on which he stood doesn't exist far enough to put him in the line of sight." "Maybe that flash of light actually came from the aircraft he saw a minute later," Firebrass said. "It was coming down, and perhaps its engines had to release some energy, in some fashion, to check its rate of descent. Joe thought it was the sun's rays." Cyrano said, "It's possible. Or perhaps the light was a signal from the tower. However, if the tower is big enough to be seen by Joe, and he must have been standing high on that ledge to see 48.5 kilometers away, how could he see a much smaller object, the aerial machine?" "Maybe it wasn't so small," Firebrass said. They were silent for a moment. Jill tried to estimate the size of an aircraft that could be seen at that distance. She did not know what it should be, but she thought that it must be at least 1 kilometer wide. "I do not like to think of it," Cyrano said. Firebrass ordered him to send the ship in a circle around the sea. The radar indicated that the sides of the circular tower were smooth and unbroken, except for openings about 243 meters or slightly less than 800 feet below the top. There was a difference in the height of the exterior top of the tower and the interior. Inside walls 243 meters tall was the smooth surface of a landing field almost 16 kilometers across. "Those openings at the bottom of the wall are slightly lower than the center," Firebrass said. "That must be so the moisture can drain out through the holes." What interested them most, however, was the only protuberance on the landing field. This was located at one end, south. All directions from the tower's center were south, and it was a hemisphere with a diameter of 16 meters and a height of 8 meters. "If that isn't an entrance, I'll eat my loincloth," Firebrass said. He shook his head. "Sam's going to be disappointed when he hears about this. There is no way that anybody can get into this tower except by air." "We're not in yet," Piscator murmured. "Yeah, I know. But we're sure as hell going to try. Listen, everybody. Sam ordered that we should make only a scouting trip. I think that trying to get into that tower comes under the definition of scouting." Firebrass was almost always ebullient, but now his whole body seemed to quiver, and his face was lit up as if all his nerves had suddenly become light transmitters. Even his voice shook with excitement. There may be defensive weapons, manned or automatic, down there. The only way to find out is to probe, but I don't want to endanger the ship any more than we have to. Jill, I'm going down with a small party in a chopper. You'll be in charge, which means you'll be captain, even if only for a short time. Whatever else happens, you've achieved that ambition. You keep the ship at about 1,000 meters above the tower's top, and 1,000 meters away from it. If anything should happen to us, you take the ship back to Sam. That's an order. If I see anything suspicious, I'll holler. You take off then, and let me worry about getting back. Got that? Jill said, "Yes, sir." If that dome has an entrance, it may take an electronic or mechanical open sesame to get in. Maybe not. They wouldn't think there'd be any chance of us ever getting to it. I don't think there's anybody home. Maybe there is, and they're just waiting to see what we do before they take action. Let's hope not. Cyrano said, "I'd like to go with you, my captain." "You stay here. You're our best pilot. I'll take you, Anna, and Halderson. He can fly a chopper, too. Metzing, Arduino, Chong, and Singh. That is, if they'll volunteer." Obranova phoned the others at their posts and then reported that they were more than willing. Firebrass informed the crew of the radar findings over the general address system. He also told them that a party would be landing shortly. He had no sooner finished than he got a call from Thorne. Firebrass listened for a minute, then said, "No, Barry, I have enough volunteers." Turning away from the phone, he said, "Thorne was very eager to be with me. He sounded unhappy when I turned him down. I didn't know he was so fired up about this." Jill phoned the hangar section and told Zentes, its chief petty officer, to prepare the No. 1 helicopter for flight. Firebrass shook hands with everyone in the control room except Jill. He gave her a long hug. She was not sure that she liked that. It seemed unofficerly, and it was also too much like a farewell embrace. Did he have some doubts about being able to return? Or was she just projecting her own anxiety upon him? Whatever the truth, she was having conflicting emotions. She resented his treating her differently from the others, yet she felt warmed because he was especially fond of her. It was a wonder that she did not have ulcers. She suffered so much and so frequently from opposing feelings. But then she had never heard of anybody having ulcers on this world. Mental and nervous tensions seemed to manifest themselves in psychic forms, her hallucinations, for instance. A moment later, she was no longer the exception. Cyrano had asked Piscator to take his post for a minute. Then he had risen and warmly embraced the captain, while tears ran down his cheeks. "My dear friend, you must not look so sad. There may be danger there, but do not fear. I, Savignan de Cyrano de Bergerac, will be at your side." Firebrass released himself, patted the Frenchman on the shoulder, and laughed. "Hey, I didn't mean to make everybody think something will go wrong. I wasn't saying goodbye, just so long. What the hell, can't I—" "Oh, well. No, Cyrano, you get back to your post." He smiled, his teeth very white in his dark face, and he waved at them. "So long." Anna Obranova, looking very pensive, followed him. Metzing, looking very grim and Teutonic, walked out behind her. Jill immediately gave orders that the ship be taken to the position Firebrass had commanded. The Parzival began to circle downward. When it had plunged into the fog, its searchlights were turned on. Though powerful, these could penetrate only 150 meters, or somewhat less than 500 feet. The dirigible took its position, hovering in one place, its nose pointed into the wind, its speed exactly matching the force of the wind. 4 tunnels of light were carved into the fog, but these showed nothing but dark gray clouds. The tower was ahead and below, invisible, yet seeming to radiate a massive ominousness, extending feelers that gripped the ship. No one spoke. Cyrano lit up a cigar. Piscator stood behind the radar operator and watched the sweeps on the scopes. The radio operator was intent on his dials, running the set through the frequency spectrum. Jill wondered just what he hoped to pick up. After what seemed an hour but was only 15 minutes, Zentes called the captain pro tempore. The belly hatch was open, the chopper was warmed up, and takeoff would be in 1 minute. Zentes sounded strained. "There's a little problem, Miss Gulbira, which is why I called you before takeoff. Thorne appeared, and he tried to argue the captain into taking him along. The captain told him to get back to his post." "Did he do that?" "Yes, sir. The captain told me to call you to make sure. Mr. Thorne won't have had time to get to the tail section yet, though, sir." "Very well, Santis. I'll take care of it." She switched off, and she swore softly. Here she was, commander for only 15 minutes, and she was confronted with a disciplinary problem. What had gotten into Thorne? There was only one thing to do. If she ignored Thorne's behavior, she would lose control of the ship, the respect of the crew. She phoned the auxiliary control room in the lower tail structure. Salomo Kopaname, a Surinamese, the aft second mate, answered. "Arrest Mr. Thorne. Have him conducted to his cabin by a guard detail, and make sure a guard is posted outside his cabin." Kopaname must have wondered what was going on, but he did not question her. "And call me as soon as he shows." "Yes, sir." A red light on the control panel ceased blinking. The belly hatch had just been closed. The radar had picked up the number 1 helicopter, heading downward for the top of the tower. A voice suddenly came over the radio. "Firebrass here." "We read you loud and clear," the radio operator said. "Fine. You're coming in L&C, too. I'm going to land about 100 meters from the dome. Our radar's working A-OK, and so we shouldn't have any problems. I expect that the wall will block off most of the wind when we land. Jill, you there?" "Here, Captain." "What did you do about Thorne?" Jill told him, and Firebrass said, "That's what I would have done. I'll ask him why he was so hot to go with us when I get back. If I don't get back for any reason, you question him, but keep him under guard until this tower business is finished." Jill ordered Okuso to tie in the radio with the general address system. There was no reason that everybody should not listen in. "I'm coming down now. The wind is weaker now. Jill, Sicano said, "The belly hatch is opening." He pointed at a blinking red light on the panel. "Mon Dieu!" He pointed out through the windscreen. That was not necessary. Everybody in the control room was looking at the fiery ball suddenly born in the dark grayness. Jill moaned. Okuso said loudly, "Captain! Come in, Captain!" There was no answer. Chapter 58. The intercom was ringing. Moving slowly, as if the air was cotton candy, Jill pushed the switch to on. Zentes said, "Sir, Thorne just stole the other chopper, but I think I got the son of a bitch. I emptied my pistol at him." Sicano said, "He's on the scope." "Zentes, what happened?" She fought to get out of the thick element in which she was drowning. She had to shed this numbness, to recover quickness of analysis and decision. "Officer Thorne left the hangar bay as the captain ordered, but he came back as soon as the chopper left, and he had a pistol with him. He made us get into the supply compartment, and he shot off the intercom unit. Then he locked us in. He forgot that arms are stored there, too. Or maybe he thought he'd be gone before we could get out. Anyway, we shot off the lock, and we rushed out. By then he was in the chopper and lifting it off the landing platform. I shot at him, just as the chopper was going down out of the bay. The others shot, too. Sir, what's going on?" "I'll notify the crew just as soon as I know myself," Jill said. "Sir?" "Yes." "It was a funny thing. Thorne was weeping all the time he forced us into the supply room, even when he said he'd shoot us if we tried to stop him." "Out," Jill said, and switched the intercom off. The infrared equipment operator said, "The fire's still burning, sir." The radar operator, pale under his dark pigmentation, said, "That fire is the helicopter, sir. It's on the landing deck of the tower." She looked into the fog. She could see nothing except the swirling clouds. "I've got the other chopper," the radar man said. "It's headed down, toward the base of the tower." A moment later he added, "The chopper is on the surface of the sea." "Okuso, call Thorne." The gluey feeling was receding now. She still felt confused, but now she was becoming capable of finding some order in the chaos. After a minute, Okuso said, "He doesn't answer." According to the radar, the amphibious helicopter was now floating on the sea, 30 meters from the tower. "Keep trying, Okuso." Firebrass was probably dead. She was the captain now, her ambition achieved. God, I didn't want it this way. Dully, she called Kopanami and told him to come to the control room to take over the duties of the first mate. Alexandros would be the aft first officer. Cyrano, we'll have to take care of Thorne later. As of now, we have to find out what happened to Firebrass and the others. She paused and said, We have to land on top of the tower. Certainly. Why not? Cyrano said. He was pale, and his jaw set, but he seemed in perfect control of himself. The Parseval moved through the clouds, its radar probing ahead and below. There was a powerful updraft around the tower, but it lost its force as soon as the dirigible was over the top. The belly searchlights lanced downward, sweeping over the dull gray metal of the vast surface. The people in the control room could see the flames, but they could not distinguish the helicopter itself. Slowly, the airship slid past the fire. Now its propellers were swiveled horizontally to pull the Colossus down. As gently as possible, its pilot brought it down. Under ideal conditions, there would have been no wind at all. However, the thousands of drainage holes along the base of the wall permitted a breeze of 8 kilometers per hour. This, on the Beaufort scale, was a light breeze. Wind felt on the face, leaves, if present, rustling, an ordinary wind vane moved by the wind. A layman would consider it negligible, but the great surface of the buoyant ship was easily pushed by this breeze if no propulsive force countered it. It would be taken up hard against a wall unless something were done to stop it. Unfortunately, there was no mooring mast. Also, the vessel could not be brought into direct contact with the landing field. Unlike the Graf Zeppelin and Hindenburg, the Parseval had no underslung control gondola with a wheel on its bottom to keep the lower tail structure from rubbing against the ground when landing. Since the control room of the Parseval was in the nose, the ship could not land without damaging the tail fin. However, there were ropes stored aboard. These had been taken along in case a landing had to be made on a plain alongside the river. They were to be thrown down to the people on the ground, and these, hopefully, would volunteer as a ground crew. Jill gave a few orders. Cyrano turned the craft broadside to the wind. For several kilometers he allowed the wind, which was decreasing, to push the ship toward the wall. By then it was obvious that the wind was blowing the other way now, its source the nearest apertures. When radar indicated that the nose was a half-kilometer from the wall, he reversed the propellers at slow speed. The airship halted, and the belly hatch opened. Ropes were lowered, and by fours 50 men climbed down them. As each group touched the ground, the ship lost its weight and became more buoyant. Reluctantly, Jill ordered that hydrogen be released from the cells. This was the only way to balance the lift, and she hated to expend the gas. Ballast could be released later to regain the buoyancy. Other ropes were thrown down from the nose and the tail. The men on the ground seized these and hung on, bringing their weight to bear. Cyrano now let the airship sail toward the wall, the propellers unmoving. Before the nose touched the wall, the propellers started up again, and the airship stopped. 2 men ran to the wall and tested the wind at the apertures. Via walkie-talkie, they verified that the wind coming in through these would be strong enough to keep the ship from swinging broadside into the wall. Other men were let down on ropes, and more hydrogen was valved. These added their weight to the crew holding the aft ropes. Others hastened to help the men at the nose. After towing the Parseval slowly until its nose almost touched the wall, they passed the ropes through the 3 holes, using extended hooks to catch the ropes outside and then draw them in. These were tied, and the tail was swung around until the dirigible was parallel to the wall. Then the tail ropes were tied down. The vessel was now floating about 20 meters away from the wall. Jill did not expect any change in the wind. If there was, it could be exceedingly damaging. One rub of the ship against the wall could strip off the transmission gears and the propellers on the port side. A ladder was let down from the belly hatch. Jill and Piscator hastened from the control room, walked swiftly down the passageway, and then went down the ladder. Dr. Graves was waiting for them, his black bag in his hand. The helicopter had crashed about 30 meters from the dome. With its flames a beacon, they pressed through the fog toward it. Jill's heart beat hard as they neared the wreckage. It seemed impossible that vigorous, flamboyant Firebrass could be dead. He lay a few meters from the flaming mass where the impact had thrown him. The others were still in the machine, the blackened body of one sitting up in its seat. Graves handed his lamp to Piscator and bent down over the figure. Smoke mingled with the fog and brought the sickening stench of burning gasoline and flesh to them. Jill felt as if she were going to vomit. "Hold the light steady," Graves said sharply. Jill did so, forcing herself to look at the corpse. His clothes had been blown off him. His skin was seared from top to bottom. Despite the burning, his features were still recognizable. He must not have been in the flames long. Perhaps he had been ejected by the explosion before the machine crashed. The fall would account for the removal of the top of his head. Jill could not see why the doctor had to examine the body. She was about to tell him so when he stood up. His hand, its palm open, was held out to her. "Look at this." She brought the lamp close to his hand. The object in it was a sphere the size of a match head. "It was on his forebrain. I don't know what the hell it is." After he had wiped it clean of blood, he said, "It's black." He wrapped the little ball in a cloth and dropped it into his bag. "What do you want to do with the bodies?" Jill looked at the blazing mass of crumpled metal. "There's no use wasting foam to put the fire out now," she said in a dull voice. She looked at the men who had followed them. "Peterson, you get the body back to the ship. Wrap it up first. The rest of you follow me." A few minutes later they halted before the dome. Searchlights from the dirigible were turned on it, making it look like a ghost of an Eskimo igloo. Using her lamp, Jill saw that the dome was made of the same gray metal as the tower. It seemed to be continuous with the metal of the tower. At least there was no sign of welding, no seams. It was as if it were a bubble blown from the surface. The others stood back from its arched entrance, waiting for her to decide what to do. Their lights revealed an opening like a cavern. About 10 meters beyond, the walls curved in, forming a corridor about 3 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. The walls were of the same gray substance. At its end, about 30 meters away, the hall curved abruptly. If there was an entrance down into the tower itself, it had to be just beyond the curve. Just above the opening were 2 symbols, both in alto relief. The top one was a semicircle, and it bore the 7 primary colors. Below it was a circle inside of which was a looped cross, the Egyptian ankh. "A rainbow above the emblem of life and resurrection," Jill said. Piscator said, "Pardon me. The cross within the circle is also the astrological, astronomical symbol for Earth. However, in that symbol the cross is a simple one, not the looped cross. A symbol of hope, that rainbow. And if you remember the Old Testament, it's God's sign of covenant with his people. It also evokes the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, the Emerald City of Oz, and many other things." Piscator looked curiously at her. She was silent for a minute, overcome with awe and a fear that she hoped would not become overwhelming. Then she said, "I'm going in. You wait here, Piscator. When I get to the end of the hall, I'll signal you to come on in too. If there's no trouble, that is. If anything should happen to me, I don't know what, you and the men get to hell back to the ship, and take off. That's an order. You'll be the captain. Kopanami's a good man, but he doesn't have your experience, and you're the steadiest man I know." Piscator smiled. "Firebrass ordered you not to land if something happened to him. Yet you did land. Could I allow you to be in a dangerous situation, and just leave you?" "I don't want you to endanger the ship, or the lives of almost 100 men." "We shall see. I'll act as I feel the situation demands. You wouldn't do otherwise. And then there is Thorn." "One thing at a time," she said. She turned and walked toward the entrance. As she neared it, she gasped. A low light had filled the hall. After hesitating several seconds, she continued. As she passed beneath the arch, she was suddenly in a bright light. Chapter 59. Jill stopped. Piscator said, "Where is the light coming from?" Jill turned and said, "I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any source. Look, I don't have a shadow." She turned back and started to walk slowly, and then she stopped again. "What's the matter? I don't bloody know. I feel as if I'm in a thick jelly. I can't breathe, but I have to struggle to take another step." Leaning into the palpable, invisible barrier as if she were going against a strong wind, she managed to force herself 3 more steps. Then, panting, she stopped. "It must be a field of some sort. There's nothing material here, but I feel like a fly caught in a spider's web." "Could it be that the field is affecting the magnetic tabs in your cloths?" he called. "I don't think so. If that was it, the tabs would be pulling the cloths, and that's not it. I'll try it, though." Feeling some shyness at stripping in front of 50 men, she pulled the tabs loose. The air temperature was just above freezing. Shivering, teeth chattering, she again tried to force her way into the thick element. She could not go a centimeter beyond the limit of her original advance. She bent down to pick up her cloths, noting that she could do so easily. The force acted only in a horizontal direction. After backing away 2 steps, and feeling the force diminish, she put her cloths back on. Outside the entrance again, she said, "You try it, Piscator." "You think I could succeed where you can't? Well, it is worth experimenting." Naked, he walked in. To her surprise, she saw that he was not affected by the field, not at least until he had gotten several meters from the curve. Then he called back that he was encountering difficulty. He moved ever more slowly, struggling, his panting so loud that she could hear it. But he did get to the curve, and there he paused to regain his breath. He said, "There's an open elevator at the end. It seems to be the only way to get down." "Can you get to it?" she called. "I'll try." Moving like an actor in a slow-motion film, he plowed ahead, and he was gone around the bend. A minute passed. 2. Jill went into the corridor as far as she could. "Piscator! Piscator!" Her voice rang strangely, as if the corridor had peculiar acoustical properties. There was no answer, though if he were just around the curve he would be able to hear her. She shouted again and again. Silence replied. There was nothing she could do except to return to the entrance and let others try. The men went in by 2s to save time. Some progressed a little further than she, some not as much. All shed their cloths, but this did not help them at all. Jill used the walkie-talkie to order the men in the ship to make the attempt. If 1 out of 52 could do it, perhaps one of the 41 in the ship might succeed. First, though, everybody except herself had to return to the vessel. They trooped off, phantom figures in the dimly lit fog. She had never felt so lonely in all her life, and she had known many hours of the blackest isolation. The mists pressed wet hands against her face, which seemed to be congealing into a mask of ice. The funeral pyre of Obranova, Metzing, and the others burned fiercely. And there was Piscator, somewhere around the corner. What situation was he in? Was he unable either to go ahead or to go back? Returning had not been difficult for her or the other men. Why should he not be able to retreat? But then she did not know what other obstacles there were beyond that grim grey hall. She muttered to herself Virgil's line, "Facilis descensus Averni." It is easy to go down into hell. What was the rest of it? After so many years, she found it difficult to remember. If only this world had books, reference materials. Now it came back. It is easy to go down into hell. Night and day the gates of death stand wide. But to climb back again, to retrace one's steps to the upper air, there's the rub, the task. The only real trouble with that quotation was that it was not appropriate. It had been very hard to get to the gates, impossible for all but one, and climbing back, except for one, had been easy. She switched on the walkie-talkie. "Cyrano, the captain here." "Yes. What is it, my captain?" "Are you crying?" "Yes, but of course. Did I not love Firebrass dearly? I am not ashamed of my grief. I am not a cold Anglo-Saxon." "Never mind that. Get hold of yourself. We have work to do." Cyrano sniffled, then said, "I know that, and I am willing and able. You will find me no less a man. What are your orders?" "You know you're to be relieved by Nikitin. I want you to bring along 25 kilograms of plastic explosive." Yes, I hear you. But do you intend to blow up the tower? No, just the entranceway. A half-hour passed. The men in the ship had to come out, and those out had to go in. This was a long process, since for every man that left, one had to go in immediately. Taking turns this way slowed the business, but was necessary. 48 leaving all at once would make the ship too buoyant. It would rise, leaving the end of the ladder above the reach of those on the ground. Finally, she saw their lights and heard their voices. She told them what had happened, though they already knew. Then she told them what they were to do, which they expected. The result was that no one got anywhere as far as Piscator. Very well, Jill said. The plastic explosive was applied against the exterior of the dome opposite a point halfway down the corridor. She would have liked to have set it at the juncture of the back of the dome and the tower wall. She was afraid that the explosive might blow a hole in the dome. If it did so, it might also kill Piscator. They retreated to the dirigible, and the explosives expert pressed a switch on a transmitter. The blast was deafening, though the plastic had been applied to the side of the dome away from them. They ran to it, then stopped, coughing from the fumes. After the air was cleared, Jill looked at the dome. It was undamaged. I thought so, she said to herself. She had called into Piscator that he should not come out until after the explosion. There had been no answer. She had a hunch that he was not in the vicinity, but hunches were not certainties. Jill went back into the dome as far as she could. There was no force against the long-handled hook she thrust ahead of her, and she could throw a cloth weighted with metal to the end of the corridor. So the field was no barrier to inanimate objects. If they had a periscope long enough to reach to the end of the corridor, they could see around it. However, a periscope was not part of the ship's supplies. She was not defeated by this. There was a very small machinist's shop on the Parzival. A wheel device, which would go to the end of the corridor, could be built. A camera could be attached to its end, and the camera could be activated by a radio transmitter. The chief machinist's mate thought he could construct the contraption in an hour. She told him to do so, and then she ordered 3 men to stand guard in the dome. If Piscator shows, radio me. Having returned to the ship, she phoned the machinist's shop. Can you do your work while we're aloft? The air might be rough. No sweat, sir. Well, only a little, anyway. The process of untying the ship and getting it into the air took 15 minutes. Nikitin took the Parzival up above the tower, and then sent her down toward its base. Radar indicated that the helicopter was now against the base of the tower. Though the sea was not violent, its waves were short and choppy, and it had probably smashed the machine against the tower. However, if they were lucky, the damage could be minimal. Okuso radioed Thorne again, without success. Because of the updraft by the tower, it was impossible to bring the dirigible close to the helicopter. Nikitin piloted it down close to the surface and held her against the wind. The belly hatch was opened, and 3 men in an inflatable boat with an outboard motor were lowered. It headed for the tower, guided by the radar man on the ship. Boynton, the officer in charge, gave a running report. We're alongside the chopper now. It's bumping into the tower, but its pontoons have kept the vanes from being damaged. The pontoons don't seem damaged either. We're having a hell of a time with this pitching sea. Report back in a minute. 2 minutes later, his voice came back on. Prop and I are in the chopper now. Thorne's here. He's pretty bloody. Looks as if he got a bullet in the left chest, and some ricocheting fragments got him in the face, too. He's alive, though. Is there an opening or entrance of any sort in the tower? Just a minute. Have to light a flare. These lamps aren't strong enough. No, there's nothing there but smooth metal. I wonder why he landed there, she said to Cyrano. He shrugged and said, I would guess that perhaps he had to land quickly before he passed out. But where was he going? There are many mysteries here. We might be able to clear up some of them if we apply certain methods of persuasion to Thorne. Torture? Cyrano's long, bony face was grave. That would be inhumane, and of course the end never justifies the means. Or is that statement a false philosophy? I could never torture anybody, and I wouldn't permit anyone else to do it for me. Perhaps Thorne will volunteer information when he realizes that he cannot be free until he does so. I do not really think so, however. That one looks very stubborn." Boynton's voice came in again. "With your permission, Miss Gulbira, I'll fly the chopper out. Everything looks okay. My men can bring Thorne back in the raft." "Permission granted," Jill said. "If it's operable, take it up to the top of the tower. We'll be along later." Within 10 minutes, the radar operator reported that the helicopter was lifting. Boynton added that everything was running smoothly. Leaving Kopanami in charge, Jill went down to the hangar bay. She arrived in time to see Thorne's cloth-wrapped body being lifted out of the raft. He was still unconscious. She followed the stretcher-bearers to the sick bay, where Graves immediately took charge. "He's in shock, but I think I can pull him through. You can't question him now, of course." Jill posted 2 armed guards at the door and returned to the control room. By then the ship was lifting, headed for the tower. A half-hour later, the Parseval was again poised above the landing field. This time it stayed 200 meters from the dome. Its nose was pointed against the slight wind, and its propellers spun lazily. After a while, the little wagon made by the machinists was lowered onto the surface. After being pulled to the entrance, it was pushed as far as 2 men could get. Then long poles made by the machinists were used to push the wagon deeper. Extensions were added to the poles as needed. In a short time, the forward end of the wagon was against the far wall. After 6 photographs were taken, the wagon was pulled back by a long rope. Jill eagerly removed the large plates, which had been developed electronically at the moment of exposure. She looked at the first one. "He's not there." She handed it to Cyrano. He said, "What is this? A short hall and a doorway at its end. It looks like an elevator shaft beyond, yes? But there is no cage, and there are no cables." "I don't think they would have to depend upon such primitive devices as cables," she said. "But it's evident that Piscator got through the field, and that he took the elevator. But why does he not come back? He must know that we are concerned." He paused, and then he said, "He must also know that we cannot stay here forever." There was only one thing to do. Chapter 60. She gave the order to tie the ship up again. After this was done, she summoned the entire crew to the hangar bay. The photographs were passed around while she told them in detail everything that had happened. "We'll wait here a week if we have to. After that, we must leave. Piscator would not willingly stay down there so long. If he doesn't come back within 12 hours, we can presume that he's being detained by them. Or perhaps he has had an accident and has been killed or hurt. There's no way of knowing. We can do nothing except wait for a reasonable period of time." No one would think of deserting Piscator at this time, but it was evident that they did not like the idea of staying 7 days in this cold, dark, wet, ominously silent place. It was too much like camping outside the gates of hell. By then, helicopter number 1 had quit burning. A work party went out to recover the bodies and to investigate the cause of the explosion. Mechanics began checking the other copter for pontoon damage and replacing the bullet-torn windshield and port door. A 3-man guard was posted just inside the dome. Just before Jill went to the mess room, she got a call from Dr. Graves. "Thorne's still unconscious, but he's rallying. I've also looked at what's left of Firebrass's brain. I can't do much since I don't have a microscope, but I'd swear that that little black sphere was attached to the neural system of the forebrain. I considered the possibility that it was extraneous and had been injected by the force of explosion into his brain, but the mechanics tell me there wasn't any such thing in the copter's equipment." "You mean that you think that sphere had been surgically implanted in his brain?" Graves said, "There isn't enough frontal skull left to say for certain, but I'm going to cut the others open, too. In fact, I'm going to do a complete dissection on all the victims. That'll take time, especially since I have to keep an eye on Thorne." Trying to keep her voice from trembling, she said, "You realize the implications of that sphere?" "I've been doing some thinking about it. I don't know what the hell it means, except that it's important. Now, Jill, I've been doing dissections for years, not because I had to, but just to keep my hand in, and I've never found anything out of the ordinary in 1,000 corpses. But I'll tell you this. I think I know why Firebrass insisted on X-raying the skulls of his crew. He was looking for people with black spheres on or in their forebrains. I'll tell you something else. I think he rushed Stern's corpse off to the river because he knew that Stern had a ball in his brain. It's like Alice said, mysteriouser and mysteriouser, isn't it?" Her heart pounding hard and her hand shaking, Jill switched off the intercom. Firebrass was one of them. A moment later she called Graves back. "Firebrass said he'd tell us why he wanted us X-rayed, but he never did, not to me anyway. Did he tell you?" "No. I asked him to tell me, but he just put me off." "Then you don't know whether or not Thorne has a sphere in his head. If he should die, open him up, Doc." "I'll do that. Of course I could expose the brain anyway, but not now. He has to get well first." "Wouldn't that kill him? I know that the top of the skull is removed in operations, but can you expose Thorne's forebrain?" "It won't hurt me a bit." 24 hours passed. Jill tried to keep the crew busy, but there was very little to do except unnecessary cleaning and polishing. She wished that she had brought along some of the movies made in Parlando. Except for talking and playing checkers, chess, and card games, and throwing darts, there was little to occupy them. She did organize exercise periods to tire them out, but only so much of this could be done, and it was almost as boring as doing nothing. Meanwhile, the dark and the cold seemed to seep into their bones, and the thought that below them there might be those mysterious beings who had made this world for them was nerve-stretching. What were they doing? Why had they not come out? Above all, what had happened to Piscator? Cyrano de Bergerac seemed to be especially affected. His long silences and obvious brooding could be caused by the death of Firebrass. It seemed to her, however, that something else was bothering him. Dr. Graves asked her to come to his office. On entering it, she found him sitting on the edge of his desk. Silently he held out his palm. In it was a tiny black sphere. "They were all so badly burned that I couldn't even determine the sex by exterior observation. Obranova was the smallest, though, so I dissected the smallest corpse first. I found this at once. I didn't say anything to you because I wanted to examine all of them first. She was the only one to have this." "2 of them?" "Yeah, and it makes me wonder about Thorne." Jill sat down and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. Graves said, "Listen, the only liquor aboard is in my locker. It's for medical purposes, but I think you need some medicine. I know I do." While he got a bottle out, she told him about overhearing the quarrel between Thorne and Obranova. He handed her a cup of the purplish fluid, saying, "So they weren't just nodding acquaintances?" "I don't think so. But I don't know what all this means." "Who does? Except maybe Thorne. Cheers." Jill downed the warming, fruity liquor, and she said, "We found nothing suspicious in the quarters of any of them. Firebrass, Obranovas, or Thorne's." She paused, then said, "There was one thing, significant not by its presence, but by its absence, like the dog in the Sherlock Holmes story who didn't bark. Thorne's Grail wasn't in his chopper or in his cabin. I have, however, ordered a more thorough search of the chopper." "You told me a few hours ago that Thorne's conscious now. Can he be questioned?" "Not for very long. I'd advise waiting until he's stronger. Just now, if he doesn't want to talk, he can pretend to fall asleep." The intercom rang. Graves flipped on the switch. "Doctor, CPO Cogswell here. I'd like to speak to the captain." Jill said, "Captain here?" "Captain, we just found a bomb in the No. 2 chopper. It's plastic explosive. Looks like it weighs about 2 kilograms, and the fuse is connected to a radio receiver. It's on the underside of the arms locker in the rear." "Don't do anything until I get down there. I want to see it before it's removed." She stood up. "I don't think there's any doubt that Thorne set off a bomb in Firebrass' chopper. The investigating crew hasn't determined the cause of the explosion, but the chief said he thought it might have been a bomb." "Yes," Graves said. "The question is, why Thorne would want to do that." Jill started to walk toward the door, then stopped. "My God! If Thorne planted bombs in both choppers, he could have hidden some on the ship, too." "You never found a transmitter when you searched his quarters," the doctor said. "Maybe he hid one, or several, on the ship." Jill immediately alerted all personnel. After giving orders to Copenhagen to organize the search parties, she left for the hangar bay. The bomb was where the chief had said it was. She got down on her knees and looked at it with the aid of a flashlight. Then she left the machine. Remove the fuse and receiver. Put the plastic in the explosives hold. Call the electronics officer and tell him I'd like to know what frequency the receiver is set on. No, wait, I'll call him myself. She wanted to make sure that his experimenting would be done in a shielded room. The various bombs, if any, would have been planted at the same time, but Thorne would set the receiver of each to respond to its own wavelength. Still, there was no use taking a chance. After making sure that DeRoik, the electronics officer, understood why he should use a shielded room, she went to the control room. Copenhagen was at the intercom, listening to the reports of the search parties. Cyrano was in the pilot's chair, staring at the panel as if the ship were in flight. He looked up at her as she entered. "Is it permitted to ask what Dr. Grace found?" So far she had not concealed anything from the crew. She felt that they had a right to know as much as she did. Cyrano said nothing for some time after she had finished. His long fingers drummed on the panel while he looked upward as if something were written on the overhead. Finally he stood up. "I think we should have a little talk. In private. Now, if possible. With all this going on, we can step into the chart room." He followed her in and closed the door. She sat down and lit another cigarette. He began pacing back and forth, his hands locked behind him. "It is evident that Firebrass, Thorne, and Obrenova were agents of them. I find it hard to believe that Firebrass could have been. He was so human. Yet it is possible that they are human, too. Still, that being who called himself an ethical said that neither he nor the agents were violent. They detested and abhorred violence. But Firebrass could be very violent. He certainly did not act like a pacifist. And then there's the incident of the newcomer Stern. It seems from what you tell me that Firebrass may have attacked him instead of Stern assaulting Firebrass." "I don't know what you're talking about," Jill said. "It would be better to begin at the beginning." "Very well. I will tell you what I promised to keep secret. I do not easily break my word. In fact, this is the first time. But I may have given my word to someone who is my enemy, my secret enemy. It was 17 years ago. How long ago that has been, yet how recently. I was at that time living in an area of which most of the people were of my country and time. On the right bank, you understand. The left was populated by brown-skinned savages, Indians who had lived on the island of Cuba before Columbus found it, though I believe its inhabitants were not aware that their country had been lost. They were fairly peaceful, and after some initial struggles and difficulties, our area had settled down. My own little state was, in fact, headed by the great Conti, under whom I had the honor to serve at the siege of Arras, where I received a thrust through the throat, the second of the serious wounds that convinced me, along with all else I had seen of war's miseries and horrors, that Mars was the stupidest of the gods. Also, I was delighted to find there my good friend and mentor, the so justly famed Gassendi. He, as you no doubt know, opposed the infamous Descartes, and revived Epicurus, whose physics and morals he so splendidly presented. Not to mention his influence on Molière, Chapelle, and Dehaenot, all my good friends, by the way. He persuaded them to translate Lucretius, the divine Roman atomist. Stick to the point. Give me only the undecorated truth. As for the truth, what is it, to paraphrase slightly another Roman? Cyrano! Chapter 61. Very well, to the breach. It was late at night. I was sleeping soundly next to my so lovely Livy, when I was suddenly awakened. The only illumination was the nightlight seeping in through the wooden bars of our open window. A huge figure was standing over me, a black mass with a tremendous round head, like a burned-out moon. I sat up, but before I could bring up my spear, which always lay by my side, the figure spoke. "In what language?" "Eh? In the only one in which I was then fluent, my native speech, the most beautiful of all the tongues of earth. The thing spoke not the most correct of French, but I understood him. Savignan de Cyrano de Bergerac, he said, giving me my full nomenclature. You have the advantage of me, sir, I said. Though my heart was pounding hard, and I felt the most intense need of pissing, I conducted myself most admirably. By then I could see, even in that faintly starlit darkness, that he was not overtly belligerent. If he had a weapon, he had concealed it under his huge cloak. Though I was somewhat distracted, I could not but wonder why Livy, a light sleeper, had not been awakened. But she slept on, snoring lightly and prettily. "You may call me whatever you wish," he said. "My name is not important at this time, and if you wonder why your woman is not also awake, it is because I have made sure that she will not." "Oh, no," he said, as, furious, I tried to get up. "She is not harmed in the least. She has been drugged, and will awake in the morning without even a headache." By that time I discovered that I, or at least a part of me, had also been drugged. My legs would not function, though strangely they did not feel leaden or numb. They just wouldn't work. Naturally, I was furious at the liberties taken with my person, but there was little I could do about it. The stranger then pulled up a stool and sat down by me. "Listen, and then determine for yourself if I am not worth listening to," he said. And he told me a most amazing tale, Jill, the like of which it is evident that you have not heard. He said that he was one of the beings who had resurrected us. They called themselves ethicals. He would not go into detail about their background, or where they came from, or anything like that. He did not have enough time for that. In fact, if he were caught, by his own people, mind you, it would be bad indeed for him. I had many questions, of course, but when I opened my mouth he told me to keep quiet and listen. He would visit me again, he said, perhaps more than once. Then he would answer most of my questions. Meanwhile, I was to understand this. We had not been given life so that we could live forever. We were just subjects of scientific experiments, and when the experiments were finished, we would be finished. We'd die for the last time, forever. What kind of experiments? Well, it was more than just experiments. It was also a historical project. His people wanted to collect data on history, on anthropology, and so forth. They were also interested in finding out what kind of societies we humans would form when we were so mixed together. How would people change under certain conditions? He said that many groups would be allowed to develop without any interference from his people at all, but some would be influenced, some subtly, some by more outright methods. The project would take a long time, perhaps several 100 years. Then it would be fini for the project, and fini for us. Back to dust we would go, forever. I said, "That does not sound so ethical to me, sir. Why do they deny to us what they have, eternal life?" He said, "That is because they are not truly ethical. Despite their high opinions of themselves, they are cruel, as the scientist who tortures animals to advance science is cruel. But he has his justifications, his rationalization. You see, the scientist is doing some good, being ethical in one sense. It is true that as a result of this project, a few of you will become immortal, but only a few." "How is that?" I said. And then he told me about the entity which the Church of the Second Chance calls the Ka. You know of this, Jill? Jill said, "I've attended many of their lectures." "Then you know all about the Ka and the Ach and the other stuff." This person said that the Chance's theology was partly true, mainly because one of the ethicals had visited the man called Laviro, and had thus caused him to found the church. "I thought that was just one of the wild tales those visionaries had invented," Jill said. "I didn't put any more credence in it than I did in the ravings of earth prophets. Moses, Jesus, Zoroaster, Mohammed, Buddha, Smith, Eddy, the whole sick crew." "No more did I," Cyrano said. "Though when I was dying I did repent. But that was to make my poor unhappy sister and my friend Lebray happy. Besides, it couldn't hurt if I made a deathbed conversion. And to tell the truth, I was scared of hellfire. After all, your childhood conditioning." "Exactly. But here was a being who said that there was such a thing as a soul, and I had proof positive that there could be a life after death. Still, I could not help wondering if I was the butt of a joke. What if this man were just one of my neighbors, pretending to be a visitor from the gods, as it were? I would believe him, and then tomorrow I would be laughed at. What? De Bergerac, the rationalist, the atheist, to be taken in so completely by this fantastic tale? But who would do this to me? I knew no one who would have the motive or the means for such a joke. And what about the drug which made Livy sleep, and which paralyzed my legs? I had never heard of such a drug. Also, where would a practical joker get that sphere which enclosed his head? There was just enough light to see that it was black and opaque. Still— And then, as if he perceived my lack of belief, he handed me a lens of some material. "Put this in front of your eye," he said. "Look at Livy." I did so, and I gasped with astonishment. Just beyond the top of her head was a globe of many colors. It shone brightly, as if illuminated by itself. It spun and swelled and expanded, and put out arms from time to time, 6-sided tentacles, and these shrank back into the globe, and then other arms came out. The being then reached out and told me to drop the lens into his hand. He did not say so, but it was evident that he did not want me to touch him. I obeyed, of course. The lens went back into his cloak, and he said, "What you saw is the Wathan. That is the immortal part of you." Then he said, "I have chosen a few of you to help me fight against this monstrous evil my people are committing. I picked you because of your Wathans. You see, we can read Wathans as easily as you can read a children's book. A person's character is reflected in his Wathan. Perhaps I shouldn't say reflected, since the Wathan is the character, but I don't have the time to explain that. The point is, only a minute fraction of humanity will reach the final, the desired ultimate stage of Wathanhood, unless humanity is given much more time." He then went on to sketch what the chances expound in such detail, that the unfulfilled Wathan of a dead person wanders through space forever, containing all that is human, but unconscious. Only the complete evolved Wathan has consciousness, and this stage is attained only by those who achieve an ethical perfection while alive, or near perfection anyway. "What?" I said. "The ultimate in attaining ethical perfection is to wander like a ghost through space, to bounce off the walls of the universe like a cosmic handball, back and forth, yet be conscious of this horrible state, and unable to communicate with anyone but oneself? That is a desirable state?" "You must not interrupt," the stranger said. "But I will tell you this. The being who attains perfect Wathanhood, or Achhood, goes beyond. He does not stay in this world. He goes beyond." "And where," I said, "is beyond?" "To go beyond is to be absorbed into the over-Wathan, to become one with the only reality, or God, if you wish to name the reality that. To become one of God's cells, and to experience the eternal and infinite ecstasy of being God." I was more than half convinced then that I was dealing with an insane pantheist, but I said, "And this absorption means the loss of one's individuality?" "Yes," he said, "but you then become the over-Wathan, God. To trade your individuality, your self-consciousness, for that of the Supreme Being is surely no loss. It is the greatest gain possible, the ultimate." "It is horrible!" I cried. "What kind of monstrous joke is this that God plays on his creatures? How is the afterlife, immortality, any better than death? No, it does not make sense. Speaking logically, why should the Wathan or the soul be created in the first place? What sense is there to this creation, when most Wathans will be wasted, as if they were so many flies hatched only to be eaten or swatted? And those Wathans who do survive, in a manner of speaking, what about those who achieve near perfection, sainthood, if you will, only to be cheated in the end? For surely to lose your self-consciousness, your individuality, your humanity, is to be cheated." "No, I want to stand as myself, Savinien de Cyrano de Bergerac, if I am to be immortal. I do not want this spurious immortality, this beingness as an unknowing, brainless cell of God's body, nameless and brainless." "Like most of your breed, you talk too much," he said. "However—" He hesitated, then said, "There is a third alternative, one which you will like. I do not want to tell you. I won't now. I do not have time, nor is this the best time. Perhaps the next time. I must leave shortly. First, though, is the matter of your loyalty and your aid. Are you with me? How can I pledge my support when I do not know if you are worth supporting? For all I know, you may be Satan himself." He chuckled hollowly, and he said, "You are the one who denied both God and the devil. I am not the devil, or any analogue to him. I am in fact on your side, on the side of deluded, suffering humanity. I can't prove that to you, not now. But think of this. Have my colleagues approached you? Have they done anything but bring you back from the dead for purposes they do not condescend to tell you? Have I not chosen you from many billions to help in this secret struggle? You and 11 others. Why have I honored you? I'll tell you. Because I know that you are one of the few who can aid me. Because your Wathan tells me that you will be on my side." "It is then predetermined," I said. "I do not believe in predeterminism." "No, there's no such thing except in a sense which you would not understand or would find difficult to accept. All I can tell you at the moment is that I am on your side. Without me, you and most of your kind are doomed. You must have faith in me." "But," I cried, "what can we pitiful few humans do? We are pitted against superhumans with superpowers." He replied that we 12 could do nothing without a friend in court. He was that friend. We 12 must get together and journey to the North Pole, to the tower in the middle of the sea. We must get there on our own, however. He could not fly us there. He could not tell me at the moment why not. "I must proceed slowly and cautiously," he said, "and you must promise not to reveal this conversation to anyone, to no one except one of the 12 I've picked. To do so might result in your being detected by an agent. That would mean that you would be stripped of all memory of your meetings with me, and I would be placed in even graver danger." "But how will I recognize these others?" I said. "How will I get to where they are, or they to me? Where are they?" While asking these questions, I felt awed and elated at the same time. That one of the beings who had raised us from the dead and made this world should be asking for my help. I, Savignan de Cyrano de Bergerac, who am just a human being, however great certain of my talents are. That he should pick me from many billions. He knew his man, knew I would not be able to resist his challenge. If I could have stood up, I'd have crossed swords with him, if swords were available, and I'd have pledged my loyalty with a toast, if wine had been handy. "You'll do as I ask?" he said. "But certainly," I said. "You have my word, and I never go back on that." "Jill, I won't go into any more detail about what else he said, except he did say that I was to tell Sam Clemens that he should be on the lookout for a man named Richard Francis Burton. He was one of those chosen, and we were to wait for a year in Virolando for all of us to get together. If some didn't show, then we were to go ahead, and we would be hearing from him, the stranger, in the near future. He gave me directions to find Clemens, who was downriver about 10,000 leagues. Clemens would be building a great boat made of ore from a meteorite. I knew who Clemens was, though I'd died 181 years before he was born. After all, was not his earthly wife sleeping in my bed? I told him that, and he chuckled and said, "I know." "Is this not embarrassing for me?" I said, "and especially for Livy? Would the great Clemens even admit me aboard his so grand boat, in this situation?" "Which is more important to you," he said with some degree of impatience, "a woman or the salvation of the world?" "That would depend upon how I felt about the woman," I said. "Objectively and humanely there is no argument. I am humane, but I am not objective." "Go there and find out what happens," he said. "Perhaps this woman will prefer you." "When Cyrano is on fire with love," I said, "he does not cool off at command." Then he stood up and said, "I will see you," and he was gone. I dragged myself with my arms, my dead legs trailing uselessly, to the door and pushed it open. There was no sign of him. The next morning I announced to Livy that I was tired of this place. I wanted to travel, to see this brave new world. She said that she was tired of traveling, but if I went, she would go with me. So we set out. The rest you know. Jill felt a sense of unreality, She believed Cyrano's story, but it nevertheless made her feel as if she were a player on a stage, the sets of which concealed something frightening, and she was also an actor who had not been given the script. "No, I don't know the rest. What about you and Clemens? What did he know that you didn't? And did any of the others this ethical had chosen show up?" "Clemens was visited twice by the ethical. Clemens calls him X, or the mysterious stranger." Jill said, "He wrote a book once titled The Mysterious Stranger. A very sad, bitter story, overwhelmingly pessimistic. The stranger was Lucifer." "He told me about it. However, he did not know much more than I did, except that this X had somehow deflected a meteorite so that it would fall where Clemens could find it." "Do you realize the energy that would take?" "It was explained to me. Anyway, Sam broke his word to the stranger. He told Joe Miller and Lothar von Richthofen about him. He said that he could not help telling them. Also, there were two more, a giant red-haired savage of a man named John Johnston, and Firebrass." She almost dropped her cigarette. "Firebrass? But he—" Cyrano nodded. "Exactly. He would seem to be one of these agents whom the ethical mentioned, but did not explain. I never saw the ethical again, so I did not get any answers to my many questions. But I think, though I can't be sure, that he would have been surprised to learn that Firebrass claimed to be one of the 12. Perhaps Firebrass was an infiltrator, but that does not explain Thorn and Obrenova." "Did Johnston or Firebrass add anything to your knowledge?" "Of the ethical? No. Johnston was visited only once. Firebrass, of course, was not one of the 12 chosen. I doubt that the ethical knew he was an agent. How could he, unless he himself had been disguised and in our midst, which perhaps he may have been. But if he knew that Firebrass was an agent, he had reasons not to tell us. What worries me, among many things, is that the ethical hasn't visited us again." Jill sat upright. "Could Piscator be an agent?" Cyrano stopped walking, lifted his shoulders and eyebrows, and spread out his extended palms upward. "Unless he returns, we may never know." "Purposes, cross-purposes, counter-cross-purposes, wheels within wheels within wheels," Jill said. "Maya lowers 7 veils of illusion between us and them." "What?" "Oh, you are referring to the Hindu concept of illusion." "I don't think Piscator was an agent. If he had been, he wouldn't have said anything to me about his suspicions that something dark and secret was going on." A knocking on the door startled them. "Captain, Greason here, head of Search Group 3. All areas in this section except for the chart room have been searched. We can come back later." Jill, rising, said, "Come on in." To Cyrano, she said, "I'll talk with you later. There's so much to puzzle out, so many questions." "I doubt I'll have any answers." Chapter 62. 3 24-hour periods had passed. The dead had been buried at sea, their cloth-wrapped bodies resembling Egyptian mummies as they were tilted outward through an aperture. As Jill stood in the Klieg-lit fog and watched the corpses slide one by one through the arch at the base of the wall, she calculated the time of their fall. It was not callousness which made her indulge in the mental exercise. It was habit, and it was also a barrier against the horror of death. Death was for real now. The hope of resurrection in this world was gone. Death seemed even more all-present and always threatening in this place with its cold, wet winds and dark, swirling clouds. She only had to walk a few paces into the mists, and she would be out of sight and sound of all living beings and their works. She could not see her feet, or the metal on which she walked. If she went to an aperture and stuck her head out, she could not even hear the cold, dead sea crashing against the tower. It was too far away. Everything was too far away, even if it was only a few meters distant. It was truly a wasteland. She would be glad when she could leave it. So far, Piscator had not come back. She did not think it likely that he would. Under no circumstances would he willingly have stayed so long in the tower. Either he was dead, hurt badly, or held prisoner. In any event, those on the outside could do nothing for him, and the proposed 7-day wait now seemed far too long. Therefore, Jill had announced to the crew that the airship would leave at the end of a 5-day period. They received the news with evident relief. Like her, their nerves were pulled tightly, over-tightly, on a rack, so much so that she had been forced to change the 4 hours of guard duty at the dome to 2. Some of the guards were hallucinating, seeing ghostly forms in the fog, hearing voices coming from the corridor. One man had even fired at what he thought was a huge form running at him from the mists. The first search of the ship had found no bombs or transmitters. Fearing that the crew might not have covered every square centimeter, and also wanting to keep them busy, she ordered another search. This one was extended to the outside surface of the dirigible, too. Men went to the top and prowled the walkway, shining their lamps alongside it. Others swept their lights across the exteriors of the tail structures. No bombs were located. Jill was not relieved. If Thorne had planned from the beginning to hide explosives, he could have placed some inside a gas cell. If he had thwarted them, since there was no way they could get into the cells without releasing the irreplaceable hydrogen. It was true he'd need a transmitter, but that was a small object. It could even be disguised as something else. This thought set off a third search in which every small mechanical or electrical device aboard was inspected to make sure that it was indeed what it appeared to be. All were what they were supposed to be, but the idea that there could be a disguised transmitter added to the general nervousness. Of course, as long as Thorne was kept inside the sick bay, he could not get to a hidden transmitter. A lock had been installed on the door to sick bay, and there were always 2 guards on the inside and 2 outside. Jill talked to Cyrano about another problem. "Sam's going to be bloody furious when he hears that he can't do anything if he ever does get here. There's no way he can get to the top of the tower from the surface of the sea, and if he did achieve the impossible, he still could do nothing to get in. It's possible that one or more of his crew might be able to enter the tower, if he could get to the top, but even then what guarantee is there what happened to Piscator wouldn't happen to them?" "Whatever that is," Cyrano said gloomily. He had been almost as fond of the Japanese as he was of Firebrass. "Did Firebrass tell you, too, about the laser hidden on the Mark Twain?" Cyrano came alive. "Aha! What a stupid man I am! The laser! Yes, Firebrass told me about it, of course. Would he tell you and not me? I should hope to kiss a pig under its tail he would not." "Well, it's possible that this metal might resist even a laser beam, but we won't know unless we try it, will we?" The Frenchman swiftly lapsed into gloom. "But what do we do about the fuel situation? We cannot fly to Clemens' boat and get the laser and return here and then get back to Parolando or the boat. We do not have enough oil for that." "We'll get the laser from Sam and then go to Parolando and make some more oil and then come back here." "That will take much time. But it is the only thing to do. However, what if that hard-headed Clemens does not let us use the laser?" "I don't see how he could refuse us," Jill said slowly. "That is the only means we have for getting into the tower." "Ah, yes, true. But you are saying that logic will sway Clemens. He is human, which means that he is by no means always logical. But we will see." Jill was so on fire with this idea that she saw no reason in waiting for Piscator any longer. If he were hurt or held prisoner by some mechanical device or by living beings, he wasn't going to be gotten free without the laser. First, though, Thorne had to be questioned. After ordering Copenhague to wait until she had returned, she walked down to sick-bay with Cyrano. Thorne was sitting up in bed. His right leg was enclosed by a shackle attached to a chain, the other end of which was locked to the frame of the bed. He said nothing as they entered, and Jill was also silent for a moment as she studied him. His thick jaw was locked, his chin even more outthrust, his dark blue eyes half-lidded. He looked as stubborn as Lucifer himself. She said, "Do you want to tell us what this is all about?" Thorne did not reply. She had made sure that he was to be left ignorant of the crash of the helicopter until she told him. "We know that you set off that bomb. You murdered Firebrass and Obranova, everybody on the chopper." Thorne's eyes opened fully, but his expression did not change. Or was that a slight smile at the corners of his lips? "You're guilty of premeditated murder. I can have you shot, and I may do it, unless you tell me everything." She waited. He glared steadily at her. "We know about the little spheres on the forebrains of Firebrass and Obranova." That had pierced him, had struck something sensitive. His skin paled and he grimaced. "Is there a sphere on your brain?" He groaned, and he said, "I was X-rayed. Do you think Firebrass would have taken me along if there had been one?" "I don't know," Jill said. "He accepted Obranova. Why would he have accepted her and rejected you?" Thorne merely shook his head. "Look, if it's necessary, I'll order that Graves remove the top of your skull and take a look at your brain." "That would be a waste of time," he said. "I don't have any such thing inside me." "I think you're lying. What is the purpose of that sphere?" Silence. "You do know, don't you?" Cyrano said, "Where were you headed for when you stole the helicopter?" Thorne bit his lip, then said, "I presume that you didn't get into the tower?" Jill hesitated. Should she tell him about Piscator? Would that give him some sort of advantage? She could not imagine what it could be, but then she did not know the location of any piece in this jigsaw puzzle. She said, "One man did get into it." Thorne quivered, and he became even paler. "One? Who was that?" "I'll tell you if you'll tell me what this is all about." Thorne's deep chest rose, and he let out air slowly. "I won't say another word about this until we get to the Mark Twain. I'll talk to Sam Clemens. Until then, not a word. You can open my skull if you will, but that would be cruel, and it might kill me, and it would be totally unnecessary." Jill motioned to Cyrano to come with her into the next room. When they were out of Thorne's sight, she said, "Is there an X-ray machine aboard the Mark Twain?" Cyrano shrugged and said, "I do not remember, but we can determine that as soon as we get into radio contact with the boat." They returned to the foot of Thorne's bed. He stared at them for a minute. A struggle was obviously taking place in him. Finally, as if he hated himself for having to ask, he said, "Did that man come back?" "What does that mean to you?" Thorne looked as if he'd like to say something. Instead, he smiled. "Very well," Jill said. "We are going to the boat. I'll talk to you when we get there, unless you change your mind before then." The checkout tests of the equipment consumed an hour. The ropes were cast off and drawn into the dirigible. The guards and the rope handlers came aboard. With Cyrano in the pilot's seat, the Parseval rose, its propellers swiveled upward to give it additional lift. Water ballast was discharged to compensate for the loss of the valved-off hydrogen. The updraft around the tower lifted the ship higher than was desired, and so Cyrano sent it back down, headed toward the great hole through which they entered. Jill stood at the windscreen and stared into the fog. "So long, Piscator," she murmured. "We will be back." The wind hurled the vessel through the hole, spitting it out, as Cyrano said, as if it were a rotten piece of meat from the mouth of a giant. Or, he added, as if it were a baby, over-eager to be born, shot out from the womb of a mother who couldn't wait to get rid of her 9 months' burden. The Frenchman sometimes overstrained his metaphors and similes. The clear air and the bright sun and the green vegetation made them feel like bursting into song. Cyrano, grinning, said, "If I were not on duty, I would dance. I do not contemplate returning to that dismal place with any pleasure." Aucuso had begun transmitting the ship's call letters as soon as it had gained a high altitude. Not until an hour had passed, however, did he report that he had made contact with the Mark Twain. Jill started to report to Sam Clemens, but he interrupted her with a furious description of de Greystock's treacherous attack. She was shocked, but she became impatient with his overlong, over-detailed narrative. His boat was not badly damaged. Her account was the important thing. Finally, he ran down. "I've discharged most of my bile, for the moment anyway. Say, why are you talking to me? Where's Firebrass?" "I didn't have a chance to say more than 2 words," she said, and she described in detail the events from the moment the airship had entered the hole in the mountain. It was his turn to be shocked. Except, however, for some explosive curses, he did not comment until she had finished. So Firebrass is dead, and you think he was one of them? Maybe he wasn't, Jill. Did it occur to you that the black sphere might have been implanted in a small number of us for some scientific purpose? That perhaps only 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 has it? I don't know what its purpose could be. Maybe it transmits brain waves, which they record for use in some sort of scientific experiment. Or it could be used by them to keep tabs on certain pre-selected subjects. I hadn't thought of that, she said. I'd like to think that you're right, because I hate to think that Firebrass could be one of them. Me too. However, the important thing just now is that a ground expedition is useless. I built those 2 boats for nothing. Well, not actually for nothing. There's something to be said for life on the boat. It affords luxuries you can't get elsewhere, except on the wrecks, and it's the fastest way to travel, although I really have no definite place to go to anymore. But I haven't forgotten King John. I'm going to catch up with him and fix him for what he did to me. You're wrong about one thing, Sam, she said. I think we can get into the tower. All I need is the laser. It sounded to her as if Clemens was strangling. You mean that Firebrass told you about it? Why, that unjudicious, ungrateful, unprincipled... Gar! I told him not to say a word. He knew how important it was to keep it a secret. Now everybody in the wheelhouse knows it. They've heard every word you said. I'll have to get them to swear not to reveal it, and just how much chance is there they'll not let it slip? If Firebrass were here, I'd choke him with one hand and stick my cigar up his ass with the other. Sam went on. Besides, you should have waited until you got here before you said anything. For all I know, John's radio men have been listening in to us for years. They might have figured out how our scramblers work and be taking in every word now, pleased as a hog that's just found a fresh pile of cow flop. I'm sorry about that, she said, but it was necessary to mention it. We have to make arrangements for picking the laser up without landing. Jill added, I need the laser. It's the only means we have of getting into the tower. Without it, all our long labors and the deaths of several people have been in vain. And I need it to slice up John and his boat. It's a surefire thing, double guaranteed to get a quick victory. Trying to keep the anger out of her voice, she said, Think on it, Sam. Which is more important, revenge on King John or solving the mystery of this world, finding out why we're here and who did this? Besides, there's no reason you can't have both. We'll return the laser to you after we use it. Both be damned to hell and back. How do I know you will come back? The next time you may get caught by those people. They can sit inside, smug as mice behind a wall, laughing at the cat if you can't get to them. But when you start cutting with that laser, you think they'll just sit on their hands and allow you to waltz on in? They'll grab you, just as they did Piscator. And then what? Besides, for all you know, the metal of the tower could be resistant to a laser beam. Too right, but we have to try. That's the only way we can find out. All right, all right. You've got logic and right on your side, as if that ever won an argument. But I'm a reasonable man, so you can have the laser. But, and this is a big but, as the Queen of Spain said to Dan Sickles, you've got to get Rotten John for me first. I don't know what you mean. I mean that I want you to make a raid on the wrecks. Send in a party in the chopper at night and grab John. I'd rather see him here alive, but if you can't get him alive and kicking, kill him. That's stupid and vicious, Jill said. We could lose the chopper and all the raiding party in a useless, vainglorious venture. Not to mention risking lives, we can't afford to lose the chopper. It's the only one we have. Sam had been breathing heavily, but he waited until he had regained his wind. Now he spoke smoothly, icily. It's you that's being stupid now. If John is gotten rid of, I won't have any reason to pit my boat against the wrecks. Think of the lives that'll be saved. For all I care, his second-in-command, whoever he is, can take over, and I'll wish him good luck. All I want is that John doesn't get away with all the crimes he committed, and that he doesn't get to keep the beautiful boat I toiled and sweated and plotted and suffered agonies for. And don't forget that he tried to sink this boat, too. I want that miserable excuse for a human being standing in front of me, so I can tell him exactly what he is. That's all. I promise I won't kill him or mistreat him, if that's bothering you. Thunderation, why should it? And when I'm done chewing him out, the most glorious verbal reaming ever given anybody since the dawn of time, it'll make Jeremiah look tongue-tied, then I'll put him ashore and steam away. Of course, I may maroon him among cannibals or grail slavers. I promise you that, Jill. What if he has to be killed? I'll just have to endure my disappointment. But I can't order my men to go on such a dangerous mission. I won't ask you to. Just ask for volunteers. If you can't get enough, too bad. You can't have the laser. However, I don't anticipate any dearth of heroes. If there's one thing I know, Jill, it's human nature. Cyrano shouted, I will be honored to enlist, Sam. Is that you, Cyrano? Well, I'll have to admit you've not been one of my dearest friends. But if you do go, I wish you good luck. I mean it. Jill was so surprised she could not speak for a moment. Here was the man who'd said he regarded Mars, the deity of war, as the most stupid of gods. When she regained her voice, she said, Why are you doing this, Cyrano? Why? But you forget that I, too, was on the Not for Hire when John and his pirates seized it. I was almost killed. I would like to have my revenge, to see the expression on his face when he realizes that the trap is sprung on the trapper, the pirate pirated. This is not your vast impersonal war, initiated by greedy, glory-mad imbeciles who do not care how many thousands are slaughtered, mutilated, driven insane, frozen, starved, dying of disease, how many children and women blown up, how many women raped or left husbandless or sonless. No, this is personal. I know the man whom I would make my small, wholly justified war upon. So does Clemens, who abhors war as much as myself. Jill did not argue with him. At that moment he seemed like a little child to her, an idiot child. He still wanted to play at war, yet he had seen its miseries and horrors. There was nothing for her to do but go along with Sam's proposal. She did not have to obey him, since he had no way of enforcing his orders, but if she wanted the laser, and she did, she could only carry out the raid. Her last hope that there would not be enough volunteers died as soon as she called for them. There were enough to get into 3 helicopters if they had been available. Perhaps she thought they had been so frustrated at the tower that they wanted violent action against a foe who could be seen, who would fight. But she did not really believe that. Clemens was right. He did know human nature. Male nature, anyway. No, that wasn't fair. The nature of some males. An hour's discussion followed. During this, Cyrano said that he could draw accurate sketches of the layout of the wrecks. Clemens finally signed off, but not before making sure that he would be notified of the results of the raid the moment the helicopter returned. "If it returns," she said. Chapter 63. The torpedoes seemed to be dead on, but Sam ordered the boat swung away and full power applied. A minute later, an observer at the stern reported that the torpedoes had just missed. The dirigible loomed before him, coming swiftly, seeming about to collide with the pilot-house itself. Sam yelled an order to fire a second volley away. Before that order could be obeyed, the airship exploded. 4 bombs going off simultaneously should have blown in every port, should have caved in the hull of the boat. As it was, many ports were shattered or driven whole into the interior, and people were knocked down. The boat, immense and heavy though it was, rocked. Sam was hurled to the deck along with everybody except the pilot, who was strapped in his chair. Byron was knocked unconscious as a windscreen slammed into his face. Sam got to his feet as smoke roiled into the control room, blinding him, making him cough violently. An acrid stink surrounded him. He could not hear anything. He was totally deafened for a minute. He groped through the cloud and felt along the control panel. Knowing the location of every dial, gauge, and button, he ascertained that the ship was still on course, if the steering mechanism was still operating. Then he unstrapped Detweiler's bloody, unconscious form and eased him to the floor. By the time he had slipped into the chair, he could see again. The airship, or what was left of it, was in the water. Pieces were scattered over hundreds of square meters, burning. Smoke billowed out from them, but by then the boat was out of the clouds. He straightened her out and headed her upriver. After putting the automatic pilot on and making sure that it still operated, he went to the starboard to survey the damage. Joe was saying something, his mouth wide open and working furiously. Sam stabbed a finger at his ear, indicating that he couldn't hear. Joe kept on yelling. His skin was cut in 100 places. Later, after everybody had calmed down, Sam decided that just one of the bombs must have gone off. The force of its explosion should have set off the other 3, but it surely had not done so. Nobody had been killed, but several score had been severely wounded. Luckily, the explosion had failed to set off the rockets aboard. Detweiler was the worst casualty, but by the 3rd day he was up and walking. The boat was still close to shore, anchored next to the stone that had provided breakfast. A wide gangplank was built so the crew could walk ashore. The damage was repaired, and the crew took turns on shore leave. Sam decided that now would be a good time to make more alcohol and gunpowder. Arrangements were made to trade tobacco and some of the whiskey and wine provided by the crew's grails for wood and lichen from the area. Von Richthofen was dead. The only survivors of the Minerva were Samrad and Hardy, Newton having drowned while still unconscious. Sam wept when the German's body, wrapped in a weighted bag, was dropped into the river. He had been very fond of the ebullient, happy-go-lucky fellow. "I know why Greystock did this," Sam said. "John Lackland made him an offer he couldn't resist, and the double-dealing swine almost did the job, too. I thought Greystock was a cruel man, like all of his kind, but I didn't think he'd be disloyal. Still, if you've read your history—you, Mark, not you, Joe—then you'll know that the medieval noblemen were notorious for treachery. Their god was opportunity, no matter how many churches they built for the glory of church and God. They all had the morals of a hyena." "Not all of them," de Marbeau said. "There was William Marshal of England. He never switched sides." "Didn't he serve under King John?" Sam said. "He must have had a strong stomach to stick with him. Anyway, John has tried once and almost got away with it. What bothers me is, how many other saboteurs has he planted? You see now why I've insisted on double guards at every vulnerable point, and 4 outside the armory and ammunition hold. That's also why I've ordered that every man Jack aboard, and Jill, too, report any suspicious conduct they see. I know it's made some people jumpy, but I've had to be realistic." "No wonder you got nightmares. Me, I don't worry about such things." "That's why I'm captain and you're only a bodyguard. Say, don't you worry about protecting me?" "I just do my duty and worry only about the long time between meals." A few minutes later, the chief radio officer reported that she was in contact with the Parseval. By the time Sam was through talking to Gulbira, he felt as if he were walking through a minefield. Treachery, lies, frustration, uncertainty, confusion, and misdirection were waiting to explode under his feet. Smoking like a dragon, though the cigar tasted bitter, he paced back and forth. So far there were only 2 on the boat who shared the secret of X with him, Joe Miller and John Johnston. There were or had been 8 who to his knowledge knew about the stranger: Miller, Johnston, himself, Firebrass, now dead, de Bergerac, Odysseus, who'd disappeared long ago, von Richthofen, now dead, and Richard Francis Burton. The being whom Clemens called X, or the mysterious stranger, when it wasn't son of a bitch or bastard, had said he'd elected 12 to get to the Polar Tower. X was supposed to return in a few years and give Sam more information. So far he had not shown. Perhaps the other ethicals had finally caught him, and he was... where? Sam had told Miller and von Richthofen about the stranger, so that left 6 of those informed by X unknown to him, though it was possible that they were all on this boat. Why had X not given each one a sign or a code word of recognition? Maybe he meant to do so, but had been delayed. X's schedule was about as uncertain as that of a Mexican railroad. Cyrano had told him about Burton. Sam didn't know where Burton was, but he knew who he was. The newspapers had been full of his exploits during Sam's lifetime, and Sam had read his personal narrative of a pilgrimage to El Medina, first footsteps in East Africa, the lake regions of Central Africa, and his translation of the Arabian Nights. Also, Gwennifer had known him personally, and she had told Sam all she remembered about him. She had been only 7 or thereabouts when she had first been resurrected. Richard Burton had taken her under his wing, and she had traveled with him on a boat upriver for a year. Then she had been drowned, but she had never forgotten the fierce, dark man. Greystock had also been with them, but neither he nor Gwen were aware of the stranger. Or was Greystock an agent? That fellow Burton. On Earth he'd led an expedition to find the source of the Nile. Here he was as passionately involved in getting to the headwaters of the Nile, though for a different reason. De Bergerac had said that the ethical had told him that if he found Burton, Burton would pretend to have lost his memory of anything related to the ethicals. Clemens should tell him that he knew better, and Burton would then explain why he was pretending to have amnesia. Very curious. Then there were Stern, Obranova, and Thorn, and Firebrass. Their roles were as clandestine as those of X and his colleagues. On which side were they? He needed help in untangling the warp and woof of this crazy tapestry. Time for a conference. Within 5 minutes he was closeted in his cabin with Joe and John Johnston. Johnston was a huge man, massively boned and muscled. His face was handsome, though craggy. His eyes a startling blue. His hair bright red. Though he towered above other humans, he looked small beside the Titanthrop. Sam Clemens gave them the news. Johnston did not speak at first, but then the mountaineer was not one to talk unless there was extreme occasion to do so. Joe said, "What does it all mean? I mean, the gateway through which only Piscator could pass." "We'll find out from Thorn," Sam said. "For the time being, what worries me is Thorn and the rest of that filthy crew." Johnston said, "You don't think Greystock was an agent for them ethicals, do ye? I think the polecat was just one of King John's men." "He could have been that and also an agent," Sam said. "How?" Joe Miller rumbled. "How do I know? Anyway, you mean why? That was really what the thief said to Jesus when he was being nailed to the cross. Why? That's what we should be asking. Why? Yes, I think Greystock could have been an agent. He just fell in with King John's purpose because it suited his own purpose." "But them agents don't use violence," Johnston said. "At least that's what ye told me X told ye. They not only hate violence, they don't even like to touch human beings." "No, I didn't say that. I said violence was unethical for the ethicals, at least according to X. But I don't know that he wasn't lying. For all I know, he may be the Prince of Darkness, who was, if you remember your Bible, the Prince of Liars." "Then what are we doing?" Johnston said. "Why are we following his orders?" "Because I don't know he's lying, and his colleagues haven't had the courtesy or decency to speak to me. He's all I have to go on. Also, I said that X seemed rather reluctant to have me get too close, like the abolitionist who aired out his house after he had a black to dinner. But I didn't say that the agents were Brahmins, too. Thorn and Firebrass certainly weren't. I don't know. Anyway, Joe has a nose for X. He came into my hut once right after X had left, and he said he smelled somebody not human." "His stink was different from Sam's," Joe said, grinning. "I didn't say that Sam smelled any better, though." "You're a sly one, ain't you?" Sam said. "Anyway, Joe has never smelled anyone else like that, so I presumed that the agents are of human origin." "Sam smokes cigars all the time," Joe said. "I couldn't smell a skunk around those weeds." "That'll be enough of that, Joe," Sam said, "or I'll run you back up the banana tree." "I never saw a banana in my life, not until I came here and my Grail gave me one for breakfast. Even then I wasn't sure it wasn't poison." "Stick," Johnston said. Sam's eyebrows curved like the backs of recoiling caterpillars. "Stick what? I hope—" "To the point." "Ah, yes. Anyway, I'm sure that there are agents around. The boat may be crawling with them. The question is, whose? X's or the others? Or both?" Johnston said, "They ain't seemed to interfere so far, not with the boat anyway, but when we get close to the headwaters—" "I don't know about interference. Even though he never said so, it's safe to assume that X bored that tunnel and left that rope for Joe and his Egyptian friends. But there's no evidence that the others are particularly against us, mere earthlings getting to the tower. They just don't want to make it easy for us. Again, why not?" Also, what about Odysseus? He showed up in the nick of time and saved us when we were fighting von Radowitz. He told me he was one of the 12 picked by X. I assumed at first that it was X who'd sent him, but no, Odysseus said it was a female ethical. So, is there another one of them in on this? Another renegade who's X's ally? I asked him about her, and he just laughed. He wouldn't tell me. But maybe the woman wasn't X's pal. Maybe she was an ethical who'd gotten wind somehow of what was going on, and she sent Odysseus, who may have been an agent posing as the historic Odysseus. I say that because I've run into 2 Mycenaeans who were actually at the siege of Troy. At least they claim to have been. There are so many phonies on the river, you know. Both said that Troy wasn't where Odysseus said it was. He had told me that Troy was much further down in Asia Minor than the archaeologists said it was. The 2 Greeks said that it was where everybody had always said it was, near Hisarlik, Turkey. Well, they didn't identify the town and country under those names, of course. Neither was in existence in their day. But they did say that Troy was near the Hellespont, where Hisarlik was later built. Now, how about that mess? If that Greek feller was an agent, Johnston said, why would he make up a lie like that? Maybe to convince me that he was the real stuff, that he was the dyed-in-the-wool original. He wasn't likely to encounter anyone who could call him a bald-faced liar. For one thing, he didn't stick around long enough to be challenged. Here's another thing. The scholars of my time had all said that the wooden horse of Troy was a myth. The story was about as credible as a politician's campaign promises. But Odysseus said that there was a wooden horse, and he himself proposed it, just as Homer said he did, and it did get the Greek soldiers into the city. But then maybe it was a double-ply lie. By telling me that the scholars were all wrong, he made it sound as if he'd really been there. Anybody who could stand there and look you in the eye and tell you the scholars were full of sawdust and mouse droppings because he had been there and they hadn't would convince me. The scholars are always sailing out looking for a textural northwest passage, trying to navigate with a sextant in a snowstorm, not sure whether the bowsprit is on the fore or the stern. At least they tried, Johnston said. So did the eunuch in the sheik's harem. I wish I had some idea of what's going on. We are in deep waters, as Holmes said to Watson. Who are those guys? Joe said. The giant mountaineer growled. Sam said, Okay, John, sorry. I was hoping we could follow at least one thread through in this tangled warp and woof. Hell, we can't even find the end of one thread. Maybe Gwenefrith should be in this, Joe said. She's a woman, which you may have noticed, Sam. You said women can perceive things men can't because they got female intuition. Anyway, she doesn't like being left out in the cold. She ain't no dummy. She knows there's been something going on for a long time that you've been hiding from her. Right now she's sulking in the main lounge. She has the red ass every time you run her out, so we can have a conference about this subject. I don't believe in women's intuition, Sam said. They're just culturally conditioned to observe different patterns of action and speech, different gestures and inflections from those men observe. They're more sensitive to certain subtleties because of this conditioning. It's the same thing in the end, Joe said. What do we care what it's called? I say we've been beating out our brains on this. It's about time we had a new dealer in on this poker game. Squaws talk too much, Johnston said. According to you, everybody talks too much, Sam said. Anyway, Gwen is as smart as anyone here, maybe smarter. It'll end up with the whole world knowing about it, Johnston said. Well, if you think on it, Sam said, why shouldn't everybody know? Ain't it everybody's business? The stranger must have his reasons for wanting us to keep quiet. But are they good reasons? Sam said. On the other hand, if we did blabber about this, there'd be a mob trying to get to the North Pole. The '49 gold rush couldn't hold a candle to it. There'd be hundreds of thousands wanting to get to the tower, and 1 million hanging around to exploit them. Let's take a vote on Gwen. You ever heard of a woman at a council of war? The first thing you know, she'll be wanting to run us. Them petticoats take an inch if ye give 'em a mile. Women don't wear petticoats anymore, Sam said. In fact, they don't wear much of anything, as you must have noticed. The vote was 2-1. Johnston said, Okay. But you make her keep her legs crossed when she sits down, Sam." "It's a strain just getting her to cover her breasts," Sam said. "She's a caution. But it ain't her fault. Anyway, just about everybody swims naked, so what's the difference if she is a little careless about how many square inches of flesh she exposes?" "It ain't the flesh, it's the hair," Johnston said. "Don't it bother you none?" "It used to. After all, I lived about the same time as you. But I didn't spend my life among the Rocky Mountain Indians. We've been here 34 years, John, on a planet where even Queen Victoria is traipsing around in an outfit that would have given her heart failure, followed by diarrhea if she'd seen it worn in front of Buckingham Palace. Now, nudity seems as natural as sleeping in church." Chapter 64. Gwenifra, forewarned by Sam, was wearing a loincloth under her kilt. She sat in a chair and listened wide-eyed while Sam explained why she had been admitted to the council. After she had heard Sam out, she sat silently for a while, sipping from a cup of tea. Then she said, "I knew more than you thought I did. You've talked a lot in your sleep. I knew you were keeping something very serious from me. That hurt me very much. In fact, I was going to tell you, Sam, that you must tell me what was going on. Otherwise, I was going to leave you." "Why didn't you say so? I had no idea you felt that way." "Because I supposed that you must have a very good reason for keeping it from me. But I was getting to the point where I couldn't stand it any more. Haven't you noticed how cross I've been lately?" "It hadn't escaped me. I thought you were just being moody. One of the mysteries of woman. But this is no place to discuss our personal affairs." "What is the place, then? I know I would have said something if you'd been so irritable. Anyway, women are about as mysterious as a tin mine. All you have to do is carry a lantern into the dark places, and you see everything. But men like to think women are the eternally mysterious. That saves men the trouble of asking questions, taking a little time and effort." "The eternally loquacious, then," Sam said. "You take as long to get to the point as a broken pencil." "You're both gabby," Johnston said, scowling. "There are other extremes," she said, glaring at Johnston. "But you're right. Maybe there's one thing that you could consider as a key to the mystery of the tower. That is, what kind of a person was Piscator?" "Ah, Sam said. "I see what you mean. Why was he able to enter the tower while the others couldn't? Well, for one thing, he could have been an agent. But if agents can get through the barrier, why couldn't Thorne? Besides, why should Thorne have to use the Parzival to get to the tower? The Ethicals and their agents have their own methods of transportation, some kind of flying machine." "I don't know," Gwenifra said. "Let's concentrate on Piscator. How was he different from the others? It couldn't be a physical element. Clothing, say, that was the key to entry. All tried to get in naked, yet only Piscator got in. Also, there was a difference in how far each was able to advance into the entrance. What were the elements in character that made some advance further than others?" "We'd need a computer to figure that out," Sam said. "However, Gulbira knows the men in the airship. She can describe them when she gets here. Anyway, to be scientific, the exact distance each person traveled would have to be known, and that would have to be compared to each person's character. Nobody was taking measurements there, so that's out." "Just consider Piscator, then." "He was one of them samurai," Johnston said. "I don't think race would have anything to do with it," Sam said. "So far, we haven't uncovered any Mongolian agents, though I suppose there could be plenty. Consider this. Thorne did not want Firebrass and Obranova to get into the tower, so he cold-bloodedly blew them up, not to mention the innocents with them. Maybe, though, Thorne didn't know Firebrass was an agent. If so, he got two for the price of one." "Maybe there were more than two," Gwen said. "No, only two had those black balls in their heads." "Jumping catfish! Don't make it more complicated than it is." Gwen said, "If those two could have entered, then we should compare their characters with Piscator's."
"I was around Firebrass a lot, and he smelled just like any human. This ethical left a smell behind him when he visited them. It wasn't human. Piscator, he was human, though he did smell Japanese. I can distinguish different types of people because of their diet."
"But you never met a person who smelled non-human," Sam said. "So we don't know if the agents are non-human." They certainly look as if they are human."
"No, but they must have been around me," Joe said. "And since I never smelled anybody that didn't smell human, though that ain't nothing to brag about, smelling human, I mean, then the agents must be human."
"That mought be," Johnston said. "It seems to this here child that if a non-Earthman can look like a real person, then he can smell like one."
Joe laughed and said, "Why don't we just post a notice in the main lounge? Any ethicals or agents aboard, please report to Captain Clements."
Gwennifer had been fidgeting about and frowning. She said, "Why do all of you duck the question I brought up? What about Piscator?" "Maybe we're like the circus midget who found the giant's shoes under his wife's bed," Sam said. "Afraid to ask." "Very well. I wasn't too well acquainted with the gentleman from Cipango. He showed up about 2 months before the Mark Twain left. From all reports, he was a very quiet and likable person. Not withdrawn or aloof, just not aggressive. He seemed to get along with just about everybody, which in my book makes him suspect. Yet he wasn't a yes-man. I remember he got into an argument with Firebrass about the size of the airship to be built. He thought that it would be better to build a smaller one. The end of the discussion was that Piscator said he still thought he was right, but, since Firebrass was the boss, he would do as he said. "Did he have any peculiarities?" Gwennifer said. "He was crazy about fishing, but I don't count that an eccentricity. Say, what are you asking me for? You knew him." "I just wanted to get another viewpoint," she said. "When Gulbira gets here, we'll ask her about him. She knew him better than we did."
"Don't forget Cyrano," Joe said. "He knew him."
"Joe loved Cyrano," Sam said. "The Frenchman's got a bigger nose than his. Makes Joe feel right at home."
"That's a crock of shit. Ain't none of you pygmies got a nose to be proud of. I just like him, even if you two get along like two male hyenas in mating season."
"I don't care for the simile," Sam said coolly. "Anyway, what do you think of Piscator, Gwen?" "He radiated a sort of, what do you call it? Not animal magnetism, since there was nothing sexual about it. Just a warm attractiveness. You knew he liked you. Though again he wouldn't put up with fools. He'd go along with them, even when they were being stupid, but he got rid of them in a nice way. I don't think he was, what is the word, a fundamentalist or fanatic Moslem. He said the Koran was to be understood allegorically. He also said the Bible was not to be read literally. He could quote long passages of both, you know. I talked to him a number of times, and I was surprised when he told me that Jesus was the greatest prophet after Mohammed. He also said the Moslems believed that the first person to enter heaven will be Mary, the mother of Jesus. You told me Moslems hate Jesus, Sam." "No, I said they hated Christians, and vice versa." "No, you didn't. But that's not important. To sum it up, Piscator impressed me as a wise and good man, but there was more to him than that. I don't know how to describe it. Perhaps it was that he seemed to be in this world and yet not of it." "I think you're saying this," Sam said. "He was somehow morally, or perhaps it's better to say spiritually, superior." "He never said so, or acted like he thought he was, but yes, that might be it." "I wish I'd known him better." "You were too busy building your boat, Sam." Chapter 65. Frigate did not come into the hut until about an hour before supper time. When asked by Noor where he had been, he said that he had waited all day to see Novak. Finally, Novak's secretary had said Frigate would have to come back tomorrow. Novak could spare a minute or so for him in the morning. Frigate looked disgruntled. Waiting in line made him very impatient. That he had done so for such a long time meant that he was deeply determined, but he refused to say what he had in mind until he had talked to Novak. "If he says yes, then I'll tell you." Farrington, Ryder, and Pogas paid him little attention. They were too busy discussing means for getting the razzle-dazzle back. When asked if he would help them, Frigate said he did not know yet. Noor only smiled and said he would wait until they had made up their own minds about the ethics of the deed. Noor, as usual, knew more about what was going on than the others. It was he who told them, just before they left the hut to eat breakfast, that the discussion was only academic. The Razzle-Dazzle had been loaded with artifacts for trade by its new owners and would sail downriver just after breakfast. Martin exploded. "Why didn't you tell us about this before?" "I was afraid you three would do something rash, such as trying to seize the ship in daylight before hundreds of witnesses. You would never have gotten away with it." "We're not that stupid." "No, but you're that impulsive, which is a form of stupidity." "Thanks a lot," Tom said. "Well, maybe it's just as well. I'd much rather go off on one of those patrol steamboats, but we'd have to get the old crew together first and find some people to replace the women. This is going to take time and lots of planning." There were some delays, however. A man from the government office told them they had to go to work for the state or clear out. Frigate was absent when this happened. He returned grinning broadly and did not seem at all upset by the news. "I talked Novak into it." "Into what?" Farrington said. Frigate sat down in a bamboo chair and lit up a cigarette. "Well, first I asked him if he would build another blimp for us. I didn't expect him to agree, and he didn't. He said he meant to build 2 more blimps, but not for us. These would be used for patrols and for warfare, if war should come." "You want us to steal their blimp," Farrington said. Though he had been angry when Poddiebrat had deserted them, he had later been relieved. He had denied this, but it was obvious that he was glad that he did not have to fly in the airship. "No, neither Noor nor I believe that you would steal anybody's property, even if you like to talk about it. You two fantasize a lot. Anyway, Noor and I won't have anything to do with stealing. After my first proposal was turned down, I put forth my second. Novak hemmed and hawed, and then said that he would do what I suggested. It wouldn't require near the materials nor the time that the blimp did. He felt bad because we'd been cheated, and he thought that helping us would compensate us. Besides, Novak is interested in balloons. His son was a balloonist." "Balloons?" Martin said. "Are you still pushing that crazy idea?" Tom looked interested, but he said, "We don't know anything about the winds above the mountains. We could be blown south." "That's right, but we're a little north of the equator. If the upper winds are anything like they are on Earth, we could be driven north and east. Once past the horse latitudes, it's a different matter. But I have in mind a type of balloon that could get us to the Arctic zone." "Crazy, crazy," Martin said, shaking his head. "You refuse to do this?" "I didn't say that. I've always been a little touched in the head myself. Besides, I don't think the winds will be going the right way for us. We should get down to business and build us a ship." Farrington was wrong, and probably knew he was just expressing a wish. The air, at the altitude at which they would float, flowed northeast. However, when the others heard what type of balloon Frigate proposed making, all objected vehemently. "Yes, I know it's never been tried out, except on paper," Frigate said, "but here's our chance to try something unique." "Yes," Martin said, "but you say Jules Verne proposed that idea in 1862. If it was such a hot idea, why didn't anyone ever try it?" "I don't know. I would have done it on Earth if I'd had the money. Look, it's the only way we can get a considerable distance. If we use a conventional balloon, we'll be lucky to get 480 kilometers. That still might eliminate 1,000,000 kilometers of surface travel, but with the Jules Verne, and a lot of luck, we could get all the way to the polar mountains." After much argument, the others finally agreed they should give his plan a try. But when the project began, Frigate became uneasy. As the time for liftoff neared, he became downright anxious. Several nightmares about balloons showed him just how deep his apprehension was. Nevertheless, he expressed only the greatest confidence in the project to the others. Jules Verne had proposed, in his novel 5 Weeks in a Balloon, an idea which seemed feasible, though dangerous. It worked in his book, but Frigate knew that reality often failed to give diplomatic recognition to literature. The balloon was made, and the crew took 12 practice flights. These, to everybody's amazement, especially Frigate's, suffered only minor mishaps. However, all the training runs were made at low altitudes, which kept the aerostat below the top of the mountains walling the valley. To rise above them was to be carried away from a reasonable distance of New Bohemia, and so make it impossible to return before they were ready for the final flight. The crew would have to get on-the-job training when they ventured into the stratosphere. Dr. Ferguson, Verne's hero, had made a balloon based on the fact that hydrogen, when heated, expanded. This principle had been used in 1785 and 1810 with disastrous results. Verne's imaginary heating device was, however, much more scientific and powerful, and worked on paper. Frigate had available a more advanced technology than that in Verne's time, and he had made some modifications to the system. When the balloon was finished, he bragged that this was the first of its type in reality. They were making history. Frisco said quite vehemently that nobody had tried Verne's concept because nobody had been crazy enough. Though he agreed with him, Frigate did not say so. This was the only type of aerostat that could go the immense distances to be traversed. He wasn't going to back out. Too many times, on both worlds, he had started something and then had failed to see it through. Even if this killed him, he was going all the way. That it might also kill the others bothered him. However, they knew the dangers. No one was forcing them to go. The final liftoff went according to schedule just before dawn. Arc lights and torches blazed on the immense crowd on the plain. The envelope of the balloon, painted with aluminum, floated like a wrinkled sausage skin, hanging from an invisible hook. The Jules Verne, at this stage of flight, did not correspond to the layman's idea of a balloon, a completely expanded sphere. But as it rose, the bag would fill out from applied heat and decreasing air pressure around it. The speeches had been made and the toasts drunk. Tom Ryder noticed that Frisco was using a bumper twice as large as the others. He said something about Dutch courage, but not loudly enough for Frisco to hear him. By the time Frisco entered the car, he was smiling and waving merrily to the onlookers. Peter Frigate completed the way-off. Until now, this had always involved making sure that the weight, envelope, gas, net, cargo chute, load ring, car, ballast, equipment, supplies, aeronauts, was slightly less than the lift. The Jules Verne was the first aerostat in which the liftoff weight was slightly more than the upward pull of the gas. The car hanging below the bag was pumpkin-shaped, and its hull was a double-walled magnesium alloy. In the center of its deck was a vertical L shape, the vernian. Two thin plastic pipes ran from the metal contraption holes in the overhead. These were tightly packed to prevent escape of air from the car. From there the plastic pipes extended upward, and for some distance beyond the hermetically sealed neck of the envelope. Their ends were fitted to light alloy pipes, which rose to varying heights inside. One was longer than the other. Both were open-ended. The crew had been talkative before boarding. Now they looked at Frigate. "Close the main hatch," he said, and the liftoff ritual began. Frigate checked a gauge and two stopcocks affixed to the vernian. He opened a little hatch on the side near the top of the L shape. He adjusted another stopcock until he heard a slight hissing. This came from a narrow nozzle at the end of a steel pipe inside the highest compartment. He stuck an energized electrical lighter at the end of an aluminum rod into the furnace. A tiny flame popped from the nozzle. He turned the stopcock to increase the flame, adjusted two more to regulate the mixture of oxygen and hydrogen feeding the torch. The flame began heating the base of the large platinum cone just above it. The lower end of the longest pipe extending into the bag was fitted into the apex of the cone. As the heat was expanded in the cone, the hydrogen in it moved upward, flowing into the bag and causing it to expand. The cooler hydrogen in the lower half of the bag, aided by a suction effect, flowed into the open end of the shorter pipe inside the envelope. It went down this pipe into the side of the vernian and into the side of the cone. There it was heated and rose, completing the circuit. One of the compartments at the base of the vernian was an electrical battery. This was far lighter and much more powerful than the battery used by Ferguson in Verne's novel. It broke water into its elements, hydrogen and oxygen. These flowed into separate compartments and then went to a mixing chamber, where the oxyhydrogen was piped to the torch. One of Frigate's modifications to Verne's system was a pipe that led from the hydrogen storage chamber to the shorter pipe. By opening two stopcocks, the pilot could allow hydrogen from the storage chamber to flow into the balloon. This was an emergency measure used only to replace hydrogen valved off from the bag. When this was done, the torch was turned off, since hydrogen was highly inflammable. 15 minutes passed. Then, with no motion noticeable, the car lifted off the ground. Frigate shut off the torch several seconds later. The shouts of the spectators became less audible, then died out. The huge hangar shrank to a toy house. By then the sun had cleared the mountain, and the stones alongside the river thundered like artillery. "That's our 1,000-gun salute," Frigate said. No one moved or spoke for a while after that. The silence was as intense as that at the bottom of a deep cave. However, the alloy walls of the hull had no sound-absorbing qualities. When Frisco's stomach rumbled, it sounded like distant thunder. A slight wind sprang up now, carrying the vessel southward, away from their goal. Pogas stuck his head out of an open port. He felt no sensation of movement, since the balloon traveled at the same speed as the wind. The air around the hull was as still as if he was in a sealed room. The flame of a candle set on top of the vernion would have burned straight upward. Though he'd gone up in aerostats many times, Frigate was always gripped by ecstasy during the first minutes of liftoff. No other form of flight, even gliding, could thrill him so. He felt as if he was a disembodied spirit, free of the shackles of gravity, of the cares and worries of flesh and mind. This was a delusion, of course, since gravity had the balloon in its paws, was playing with it, and was likely to bat it around at any moment. Nor was there much respite from worries and cares. There was often work for both body and brain. Frigate shook himself like a dog coming out of water, and he got down to the work that keeps a balloon pilot busy during much of the flight. He checked the altimeter, 1,829 meters, a little over 6,000 feet. The verimeter, or statoscope, indicated that the rate of ascent was increasing as the sun warmed the gas in the bag. After checking the O and H storage chambers were full, he disengaged the battery from the water. For the present he had nothing to do except keep an eye on the altimeter and verimeter. The valley narrowed. The blue-black mountains, splotched with vast patches of gray-green and blue-green lichen, sank. The mists that ribboned the stream and the plains were disappearing as swiftly as mice that had gotten word a cat was in the neighborhood. They were being carried southward increasingly swifter. "We're losing ground," Frisco muttered. However, he spoke only to release nervous tension. Test balloons had shown that the stratospheric wind would carry them northeast. Frigate said, "Last chance for a cigarette." Everybody except Noor lit up. Though smoking had been forbidden on all hydrogen balloons previous to the Jules Verne, it was permitted on it at lower altitudes. There was no sense in worrying about burning tobacco while an operating torch was present. Now the balloon had risen above the valley, and they thrilled at the sight of more than one at a time. There they were, row on row. To their left were the valleys, broad, deep canyons, actually, which they had passed in the razzle-dazzle, and as they soared higher, the horizon rushed outward as if in a panic. Frigate and Ryder had seen this phenomenon on Earth, but the others gazed in awe. Pogas said something in Swazi. Noor murmured, "It's as if God were spreading out the world like a tablecloth." Frigate had all the ports closed, and he turned on the oxygen supply and a little fan which sucked carbon dioxide into an absorbent material. At 16 kilometers, or almost 10 miles altitude, the Jules Verne entered the tropopause, the boundary between troposphere and stratosphere. The temperature outside the cabin was -73 centigrade. Now the contrary wind seized the aerostat, and in so doing slightly spun it. From then on, unless they encountered an opposing wind, they would have the view of a rider on a lazy merry-go-round. Noor took over the pilot's post. Pogas got the next, and Ryder had the third watch. When Farrington became the pilot, he lost his nervousness. He was in control, and that made all the difference. Frigate was reminded of how Farrington had described in a book his fierce exultation when, at the age of 17, he'd been allowed to steer a sealing schooner in rough weather. After watching him for a few minutes at the wheel, the captain had gone below. Farrington was the only one above decks, the safety of the ship and its crew in his hands. It had been an ecstatic experience, never surpassed, in a life filled with perilous adventures. However, as soon as Frigate relieved him, he lost his smile, and he looked as uneasy as before. The sun continued to rise, and with it the Jules Verne. The envelope was near its pressure height now, which meant that the joyride was over. Since its neck was sealed, instead of being open as in most manned aerostats, It would keep rising until overexpanded. At this point the bag would rupture, and down would come everybody post-haste, with a post-mortem afterward. But provisions had been made for this. Frigate checked the altimeter, and then rotated a metal drum set in the overhead. This was attached by a rope to a wooden valve in the neck of the bag. It opened, releasing some gas. The balloon sank. It would shortly begin rising again, though, which meant more gas would have to be valved off. This called for operation of the torch at intervals, and also for shutting off the torch and feeding hydrogen into the balloon. It required cool and accurate judgment to know just how much gas to valve and how much to replace. Too much valved off meant a too fast fall. Too much new gas meant that the craft could ascend beyond the pressure height. A safety valve on top of the bag would automatically release gas to prevent bursting of the bag, if the valve hadn't frozen, but the balloon would then become possibly too heavy. In addition, the pilot had to watch out for unexpectedly warm layers of air. These could lift the Jules Verne too swiftly and carry it above the pressure height. A sudden cooling off could precipitate the craft downward. The pilot could, in the latter situation, order ballast thrown out, but this might result in a yo-yo motion, and if he lost all his ballast, he was in trouble. The only way to lose altitude quickly was to release more gas, which meant that the burner might not be able to expand the hydrogen quickly enough. "Nobody knows the troubles I've seen" would be his swan song. However, the day passed without any nerve-wracking emergencies. The sun sank, and the Jules Verne, its hydrogen cooling, did likewise. The pilot had to run the burner just enough to raise it now and then, and keep the vessel above the tropopause. Those off duty snuggled under heavy cloths and slept according to their natures. Being the only one awake at night was eerie. The illumination was feeble. The starlight poured into the ports, but this, with some small lights above the gauges and dials, was not enough for comfort. The alloy hull amplified every noise, the impact of a hand on the deck as somebody turned over and flung out an arm, Pogas muttering Swazi, Frisco grinding his teeth, Ryder softly whinnying, horse-like, the fan whirring. When Frigate ignited the torch, the sudden explosion and succeeding roar startled everybody from sleep. Then it was his turn to burrow under the cloths, to sleep, to be roused momentarily by the torch or a nightmare of falling. Dawn came. The crewmen got up at different times, used the chemical toilet, drank hot instant coffee or tea, and ate food saved from the grails, supplemented by acorn bread and dried fish. The wastes from the toilet were not jettisoned. Opening a hatch at this altitude meant a possibly fatal drop in air pressure, and any weight loss increased the lift. The Frisco kid, whose eye was best at estimating ground speed, thought they were clipping along at 50 knots. Before noon, the vessel was gripped by a wind that took them backward for several hours before it curved the craft around northeast again. After 3 hours, they were going southward again. "If this keeps up, we'll whirl around here forever," Frigate said gloomily. "I don't understand this." Late that afternoon, they were back on the proper course. Frigate said that they should descend to the surface winds and try their luck there. They were far enough north to be where the winds generally flowed toward the northeast. By letting the burner stay off, the gas slowly cooled. The Jules Verne sank at a minuscule rate at first, then began dropping swiftly. Noor turned the burner on for a few minutes to check its descent. At 13 kilometers altitude, the wind lessened. It picked up again, and in an opposite direction, the wrong one for them. It also gave the craft a counterspin. Noor allowed it to sink until it was about 2,000 meters above the mountain-tops. Now they moved at an angle across the valleys, which were running straight north and south in this area. "We're going northeast again," Frigate said happily. At high noon of the third day, they were sailing along at an estimated 25 kilometers per hour, or more than 15 miles per hour. Only the Jules Verne could have gotten this far. Any other type of balloon would not have been able to ascend to the stratosphere or descend to the surface winds without losing too much gas to go on. They opened the ports to let the thin but fresh air in. The up and down drafts caused them some discomfort, chiefly from the change in air pressure. They had to keep swallowing and yawning to ease their eardrums. As dusk approached, the drafts became less violent. The next day, in the middle of the afternoon, they were surprised by a thunderstorm. Farrington was pilot when the black clouds beneath suddenly welled upward. At one moment the storm seemed to be safely below them, but tendrils reached upward like the tentacles of an octopus. The next moment the body of the octopus seemed to shoot toward them, and they were enveloped in darkness laced with lightning. At the same time they whirled like fleas on a spinning top. "We're dropping like a brick," Frisco said calmly. He ordered that some ballast be dropped, but the craft kept on falling. Lightning cracking nearby flooded the car with a light in which their faces looked green. Thunder bellowed in the echo chamber of the hull, and their ears hurt. Rain shot into the open ports and covered the deck, adding to the weight. "Close the ports! Tom and Noor, throw out a No. 3 ballast bag." They leaped to obey him. Their bodies felt light, as if the car was dropping so quickly it would leave them floating. Another nearby bolt cast light and fear. All saw a black rock below, the flat top of a mountain rushing at them. "2 No. 1 bags!" Noor, looking out of port, said loudly but calmly, "The bags are not falling much faster than we are." "2 more No. 1s!" Another fiery streak wrenched the air nearby. "We ain't going to make it," Frisco cried. "2 more No. 1s! Stand by to get rid of all ballast!" The edge of the hull struck the edge of the mountain top. The car bounced, throwing the entire crew to the deck. As the momentarily loosened net ropes tautened again, the crew, which had half gotten to a standing position, were hurled down again. Fortunately, the savage strain had not snapped the ropes. Ignoring their injuries, they got up and stared through the deck port. Darkness, except for a small interior light. Another bolt. They were too near the side of the mountain, and the downdraft was still gripping the balloon. The pointed tops of giant iron trees were coming at them like hurled javelins. It was too late to turn the burner on. Its effect would be negligible in the little time left before impact. Besides, the collision with the mountain top might have loosened the junctions of the pipes. If that were so, one spark would turn the interior of the hull into a furnace. "All the ballast!" Frisco shouted. Suddenly they were out of the clouds, but the blackness was now a dark gray. They could see well enough to discern the treetops spinning just below them. Frisco left his post to help the others throw the bags and the water containers out. Before anything could be cast overboard, before Noor could punch a button to release the iron-shot ballast, the car crashed into the upper branches of an iron tree. Again they were knocked down. Helpless, they heard crashing noises, but the branches bent, then straightened out, hurling the car upward and into the envelope. The car fell back, was caught once more by the almost unbreakable branches. Its occupants were rattled around as if they were dice shaken in a cup. Frigate was battered, bruised, and stunned. Even so, he had wits enough left to envision the punishment the plastic pipes were taking. They were being violently bent between car and bag. Oh God, make it not so! If the pipes were torn loose from the bag, if the points of the branches gutted the bag, the car would fall to the ground, unless it was held among the branches, or the net was tangled among them. No, now the car was rising. But would the balloon go straight up, outward toward the river, or would it be hurled against the side of the mountain, and the envelope ruptured against outcroppings? Chapter 66. While the rainstorm was at its height, the airship came over the mountain from the north. Lightning, the only illumination, tore the skies. The radar swept over the valley, over the treetops, across the spires of rock, across the river, and zeroed in on the great boat. The passive radar detector indicated that the boat's own radars were not operating. After all, the boat was at anchor, and why use the radar when no enemy was expected? The huge hatches in the belly of the ship opened. The helicopter, sitting on a platform, began rotating its vanes. Inside were 31 men, Boynton at the controls, de Bergerac by his side. Arms and boxes of plastic explosive were stacked in the rear. As soon as the motors were warmed up, Boynton gave the high sign. Sentes, the CPO in charge, listened to the phone on the bulkhead, getting the last-minute report on the wind. Then he whipped a little flag up and down. Go! The copter lifted within the huge bay, moved sidewise, off the platform, hovered over the opening, the bay lights glancing off its windshield and the tips of the whirling vanes. Then it dropped as a stone, and de Bergerac, looking up through the windshield, saw the colossal ship merge into the black clouds and disappear. Cyrano knew that the two-man glider would be launched from it within a minute. Bob Winkelmeyer would be piloting it. James McParlin would be his passenger. Winkelmeyer was a West Point graduate, a flyer who had been shot down by a Zero during a scouting flight over an island north of Australia. McParlin had been rather famous in the 1870s. A Pinkerton detective, he had infiltrated into the Molly Maguires, a secret terrorist organization of Irish coal miners in Pennsylvania. Under the name of James McKenna, he had penetrated deep into the gang, narrowly escaping detection and death a number of times. As a result, the Maguires were arrested, 19 of them were hung, and the mine owners continued to exploit their employees. Winkelmeyer and McParlin would land in the river and there sink their glider. Later, if they got a chance, they would enlist aboard the wrecks. There would be vacancies, since it was doubtful that the raiding party could pull off a coup without killing some of the crew of the wrecks. As Sam Clemens had said to the two, "Rotten John doesn't have a monopoly on double agents. Suck up to him, boys. Get him in your confidence. That is, if the raid fails, do it. Maybe you won't have to. But I know that slippery character. He's the greased pole the monkey couldn't climb. So if he gets out of it, you will join his crew. And then, when Armageddon comes, you'll blow up his boat. It'll be as if Gabriel had planted 2 angels in the guise of devils in hell." The helicopter plunged into the clouds. Lightning cracked open the world, slicing like a flaming sword between earth and heaven. Thunder roared. Rain pelted the windscreens, dimming vision. The craft's radar, however, saw the boat, and within 2 minutes the lights of their target shone weakly. Boynton took the chopper at a 45-degree slant toward the boat, then dropped it until it was close to the river. At full speed, while lightning tore the fabric of the night, it sped a meter above the surface. Now the lights from the wheelhouse and along the decks grew bigger and brighter. Abruptly the copter lifted, shot over the edge of the flight deck, stopped, poised, and sank. Its wheels struck the surface, and it bounced a little. But it settled down, the vanes chirruped as they slowed, and its hatches burst open. By the time de Bergerac was on the deck, the motors had been turned off. Boynton was helping men out on his side. Cyrano was ordering a man in the craft to hand out the boxes of bombs. Cyrano glanced at the top deck of the pilot-house. So far, no one was looking out of its stern window. No alarms had been raised. Their luck was even better than they had expected. Incredibly, there were no sentinels, or if there were, they had noticed nothing untoward. Perhaps they felt very safe in this area. A large part of the crew might even be on shore leave, and the sentinels might be goofing off, sleeping, drinking, or making love. De Bergerac took out the Mark IV pistol and patted the hilt of his épée. "Follow me." 5 men raced after him. 2 other groups took off on their appointed duty. Boynton stayed in the copter, ready to start the motor at the necessary time. The flight deck was an extension of the overhead of the Texas. The Frenchman ran down it toward the pilot-house, the feet of his men thudding on its oaken surface. Arriving at the entrance to the second deck of the pilot-house, he paused. Now someone was shouting from the open port of the wheelhouse just above him. Cyrano ignored him and plunged through the doorway. The others followed him up the steep ladder. Before the last man had gotten through, a shout sounded. Cyrano looked back down. "Anybody hit?" he shouted. The man behind him, Cogswell, said, "He missed me." Alarms were ringing above, and from a distance came the whooping of a siren. Within seconds, other sirens joined it. The second deck was a brightly illuminated corridor, lined by cabins in which the chief officers and their women would be quartered. Hopefully John Lackland would be in the cabin on the left, just below the ladder leading up to the bridge or wheelhouse. Clemens had planned to use that cabin, since it was the largest, and it was not probable that John would take a smaller one. There were 4 doors on each side of the passageway. One of these opened as de Bergerac plunged in. A man stuck his head out. De Bergerac aimed the pistol at him, and the man slammed the door shut. Quickly, working as planned, each of the 6 pulled a device from his belt. These had been delivered from the machinist's shop only an hour before, and 2 men carried an extra. They were short bars of duraluminum with long, heavy steel nails in each end. Fitted over the side of the door and the bulkhead, they were driven by heavy hammers into the oak. A determined person in the cabin could batter them out in time, but by then, if all went as planned, John and his abductors would be gone. There were shouts and screams coming from inside the cabin. One man tried to push a door open while Cogswell was hammering. He dropped the hammer and fired through the narrow opening, not attempting to shoot the man. The door closed, and he quickly finished his work. By now, John would have been informed via intercom that the boat was under attack, but the noise in the corridor would have been enough to inform him that the invaders were there. He did not need the explosion of the pistol to tell him that. 3 men should also have rounded the pilot-house and be going up its 4 ladder. However— Ah, yes, here came one of the wheelhouse watch. He stuck a pale face around the corner of the entrance at the top of the ladder leading to the corridor. Now he was stepping out from it, a heavy 69 caliber pistol in 2 hands. He wore no armor. Peste! Though Cyrano hated to harm the man, whom he had never seen before, he aimed and fired. Quelle merde! Cyrano had missed, the plastic bullet shattering against the bulkhead beside the man. Some fragments must have struck him, for he screamed and staggered back, dropping his pistol and clutching his face. Cyrano was not an excellent shot. This was just as well, he told himself. If the bullet removed the man without greatly harming him, instead of killing him, its effect was even more desirable. Shots and yells came from the wheelhouse. That would mean that the 3 had gone up the aft ladder and were now keeping the watch busy. He strode to the door of the cabin in which John must be. There was no use asking its occupant to come out with hands up. Whatever the ex-monarch of England and half of France was, he was not a coward. Of course it was possible that he was not aboard tonight. He might be on shore, roistering and wenching. Cyrano smiled as, reaching out from the side of the bulkhead, he tried the knob. The door was locked, so the captain of the Rex was at home, though not receiving. A man's voice cried out in Esperanto, "What is happening?" Cyrano grinned. It was King John's baritone. "Captain, we're being attacked!" Cyrano shouted. He waited. Perhaps John would fall for this trick, thinking it was the voice of one of his men, and open the door. An explosion sounded, followed by a bullet which would have hit him if he had been standing in front of the door. It was not one of your plastic missiles which would shatter against the oak. It was of the precious lead, and made a respectably sized hole. He gestured at one of his men, and the fellow removed a package of plastic explosive from a small box. Cyrano stood to one side, while his colleague, Sheehan, crouching low, pressed the explosive around the lock and over the hinges. Crafty John sent another bullet crashing through the wood. This was low, catching Sheehan in the skull just above his eyes. He fell back and lay staring, mouth open. Quel dommage! Sheehan had been a fine fellow. It was a pity that his funeral sermon was confined to "What a pity." On the other hand, he should not have been so careless as to put himself in the line of fire. Cogswell ran up to the corpse, retrieved the electrical line and battery, and walked swiftly backward, unreeling the line. Fortunately, Sheehan had inserted the fuse in the plastic, thus saving a few seconds. Everything was a matter of utmost speed, and seconds might mean the difference between success or failure. Cyrano retreated to the corner, flattened himself against the bulkhead, turned his head away, and stuck his fingers in his ears, opening his mouth at the same time. Though he could not see him, he could imagine Cogswell securing one end of the wire to a terminal of the battery, then touching the other, with the other end of the wire. The explosion rocked and half-deafened him. Clouds of acrid smoke filled the corridor. Coughing, he felt his way along the bulkhead, touched the now open door-frame, dimly saw the blasted door lying over Sheehan's body, and then he was inside the stateroom. He had dived in and then rolled sidewise, a maneuver made clumsy by the sheathed sword attached to his belt. Now he was up against something that felt like the legs of a bed. Almost directly above him a woman was screaming, but where was John Lackland? A pistol boomed. Cyrano saw its flash through the smoke, and was up and flying across the corner of the bed. His arms enfolded a thick and naked waist, and the tackled man went over sideways. There was a grunt, a flailing arm that struck Cyrano's head without hurting him, and then the man went limp. Cyrano had his dagger out and against the man's throat. "Make one move, and I'll cut your throat." There was no response. Was the fellow frozen with terror, or was he faking? Cyrano's other hand felt along the shoulder, up the neck, and along the head. The man did not move. Ah, a stickiness. John, if it was John, had struck his head and was indeed unconscious. Cyrano got up, groped along the bulkhead, and found the switch. The light showed a large room, luxuriously decorated and furnished by Riverworld standards. The smoke was clearing away now, revealing a very pretty and quite naked woman on her knees in the center of the bed. She had stopped screaming and was staring at him with huge blue eyes. "Get under the covers and stay there, and you won't be hurt, mademoiselle. De Bergerac does not make war upon women, unless they try to kill him." The man sprawled on the deck was short and muscularly built and tawny-haired. His blue eyes were open, and he was mumbling something. In a few seconds he would be recovering his wits. Cyrano turned and saw why John had fired his pistol. Joyes lay on his back on the floor, his chest torn open. Mordieu! He must have run in immediately after he had seen his colleague dive through the doorway, and John, seeing him outlined against the light from the corridor, had shot him. Doubtless he, Cyrano, had not been fired at, because the smoke was still too thick for him to be seen. 2 of his men were dead so far. Perhaps there were others elsewhere. They would be left there, since it had been agreed that carrying off bodies would slow the getaway. Where were the others? Why had they not come in after him? Ah, here were Cogswell and Prop. Something hard struck him, lifted him up and backward, hurling him into a bulkhead. He fell down on his face and lay there, while his ears rang and his head seemed to expand and collapse like an accordion. More heavy clouds of smoke filled the room, stinging his eyes and making him cough violently. It was some time before he could get onto his knees, and more time before he managed to stand. By then he understood that a bomb had gone off in the corridor. Had it been thrown down from the wheelhouse? Whoever had done it, he had killed Cogswell and Prop, and he had come close to killing Savinien de Cyrano de Bergerac. John was on his knees now, swaying, staring ahead of him while he coughed. A pistol lay within reach of his hand, but he did not seem aware of it. Ah, now the vile fellow had extended his hand to grasp its butt. Having neither gun nor dagger, Cyrano unsheathed his épée. He stepped forward and brought its triangular blade down like a club against the back of John's head. John fell forward on his face and lay motionless. The woman was on her face on the bed, her hands covering her ears and her shoulders shaking. Cyrano staggered through the smoke, almost stumbling over Prop's body. He stopped when he reached the doorway. His sense of hearing was coming back, but the firing in the corridor sounded faint. He got down on his knees and dared to stick his head out. The smoke was being carried away by the draft from the doorway at the top of the ladder. A body lay at the foot of the ladder, evidently someone from the wheelhouse, perhaps the bomb-thrower. Down at the end of the corridor 2 men crouched, firing out through the entrance. They were raiders, Sturtevant and Velkus. Now 2 men, smoke-grimed, were coming down the ladder. Reagan and Singh. They must have cleaned out the wheelhouse and were coming to help the abduction party. Their aid was indeed needed. Cyrano got up and gestured at them. They said something, but he could not hear it. That bomb must have been a rather large one. It had certainly made a mess of the corridor. Reagan and Singh entered the cabin and picked up the limp body of John. Cyrano followed them after sheathing his sword and reloading his pistols. The woman continued to hide her face in the mattress and to keep her hands over her ears. See no evil, hear no evil. On stepping out of the cabin, he saw that Sturtevant and Velkus had left. So, whoever they had been shooting at had been eliminated. Reagan and the giant Sikh, dragging John, his head lolling, his feet trailing, were almost to the door. Velkus reappeared, running by the 3 men, shouting something at them. They kept on while Velkus sped to Cyrano. By putting his mouth against Cyrano's ear and yelling, Velkus made himself understood. Some of John's crew had gotten to a steam machine gun, but their backs would be exposed to fire from John's cabin. They ran into the cabin and looked out a port. To the right was a platform which extended over the edge of the flight deck. On it was mounted the thick barrel of a steam gun. 2 men were behind its shield, swinging the weapon around to bear on the helicopter. To his left, below him, were Sturtevant and the 2 carrying John. They would also be in the line of fire of the gun. Cyrano opened the wide square port, braced his pistol on its ledge, and fired. A second later, Velkus' gun boomed in his ear, deafening him even more. They emptied their pistols, At this distance, accuracy was impossible. The Mark IV pistols were using precious lead bullets, but the charges required to propel 69 caliber missiles caused a powerful recoil. Moreover, the wind, though slight, had to be compensated for. The first 2 volleys missed. Then the gunner fell sidewise, and the other man, taking over, dropped a few seconds later. Neither may have been struck by a direct hit. The shield could have made the bullets ricochet. It did not matter. The effect was the same. By then, Sturtevant and the man dragging John were halfway across the deck. The chopper's vanes were whirling, but Cyrano could not hear them. Even if his hearing had been regained, the alarm sirens would have drowned out their noise. Cyrano grabbed Velka's arm and pulled him close. Shouting in his ear, he told him to get to the machine gun and hold off anybody who tried to attack. He gestured at the armed men who had just emerged from a hatch at the far end of the deck. Velkas nodded and ran out the door. Cyrano looked again through the porthole. The parties sent to blow up the paddle-wheel motors and the ammunition supply were not in sight. Either they were still working, or they were cornered and trying to shoot their way out. He ran up the ladder and into the wheelhouse. Bodies lay on the deck. One of his men, 2 of John's. The lights shone on their blue-gray faces, staring eyes and open mouths. He turned off the alarm sirens and looked out the front screens. There was no one on the foredecks except a body at the foot of the ladder leading down from the forepart of the pilot-house, and several bodies near the prow. The boat was alongside a well-lit dock, far longer and more massive than those usually found along the river. Perhaps the crew of the Rex had built it, their captain having decided to give everybody a long liberty, or perhaps extensive repairs were needed. It did not matter. What did was that the raiders had had the luck to find the boat manned only by guards and a few officers. John had decided to spend the night aboard, another item of luck, though not for him. However, the uproar had awakened those on shore. They were streaming out from the huts on the plain and the stockaded fortresses. The lights from the boat showed the forefront of the mob racing toward the dock. Many of these were crew members, since they carried metal weapons. It had not been in the plan to move the boat from the dock, but it should have been. Cyrano, knowing that the boat would be invaded in overwhelming numbers within a minute or so, took action. He sat down in the pilot's seat, pressed the motor power switches, and grinned as he saw the on lights illuminated. Until now he had not been sure that the motor power was available. After all, to make sure that the vessel was not stolen, John could have had the switches disconnected. He prayed that just now would not be the moment for the motors to be blown up. If they were, the boat would be immobilized, and he and his fellows might not get to the chopper in time. There was no time to untie the mooring lines. Too bad, but the power of the great electrical motors was immense. He pulled back on the long, knobbed metal rods, one on each side of him, and the paddle wheels began turning backward. They moved slowly at first, too slowly to tear the lines. He pulled the sticks as far back as they would go, thus causing the wheels to rotate at full speed. The giant mooring ropes were stretched, but instead of snapping, they pulled the ends of the vertical beams alongside the dock after the boat. For a moment the fastenings of the piles held. The people on the dock either threw themselves down or leaped across the space between dock and boat. With a rending noise that could be heard even above their shouts and the firing aft, the piles came loose. Its supports removed, the near side of the dock tilted, precipitating most of those on it into the water. Only one man managed to jump onto the boat without falling in. The Rex backed swiftly away, dragging the beams alongside it at the ends of the massive ropes. Cyrano, laughing, stabbed a panel button, and the steam whistles hooted derisively at those left ashore or in the water. "How do you like that, John?" he yelled. "Not only you, but your boat is stolen. It's only just." Now he pushed the starboard stick forward, and the great boat turned downriver. He steered it to the middle of the stream and set the automatic pilot on. Its sonars estimating the depth and the distance from both banks, it would now hold a course exactly in the middle, unless it was on a collision course with a large object. Then it would turn to avoid it. The man who had jumped onto the boat ran across the deck and disappeared from view. A half-minute later he came up the ladder to the next deck. Evidently he was headed from the pilot-house. At that moment the rain ceased. Cyrano leaned out of the door and emptied his pistol at the man as he ran across the deck. The man dived beneath an overhang, then stuck his head out and shot back at Cyrano. The only bullet that came near smashed itself halfway up the ladder. Cyrano looked out the aft screen. The helicopter was still sitting on the flight deck. John and his 3 captors were now inside it. 4 men were running across the deck toward the Texas. He lowered the screen and leaned out, gesturing to them that it was he who had moved the boat. They stopped and waved at him, grinning, and then turned and ran to the copter. At the far end of the deck, some men were still shooting at the copter from a hatch, but their large-caliber plastic bullets were going against the wind, and most of them were falling on the deck or being blown over the deck. Cyrano could not determine how many were firing, but it seemed to him that there could not be more than 3 or 4. Of course, there might be others in the boiler deck, fighting with the demolition men. And then the boat shook, and a great cloud of smoke rose from the deck near the port wheel housing. The blast was followed by another almost immediately. This one was from the starboard side, a much more powerful explosion than the other. Pieces of flight deck soared up through the smoke, falling on the deck, some being propelled near the helicopter. The clouds were quickly dissipated, however, revealing a great hole just beside the starboard wheel. The lights went off, then burned again as the emergency system took over. The motors having stopped, the boat began to turn slowly, its nose moving toward the right bank. It would be drifting now, though it might be many kilometers before it rammed the bank. Sturtevant was back out of the chopper and waving at Cyrano to hurry. 4 men appeared on the starboard side of the flight deck. 2 came up from the ladder on the port. Cyrano cursed. Were these the only survivors of the explosives cruise? Now little clouds of smoke rose from the hatch where the defenders had been firing at the chopper. One of his men dropped. The others gave protective fire, while 2 of them picked up the fallen man and began to carry him between them toward the copter. One of them fell and could not get back up. He was picked up by 2 men. The other wounded man was hoisted up onto the shoulders of a comrade, and that one carried him, though he staggered under the burden. Cyrano ran back to the other side of the wheelhouse. That damnable fellow who had gotten aboard appeared for a moment, running across the deck just below. He was not carrying his pistol, which meant that he must have discarded it after emptying it. He carried an épée in his right hand. His eye caught the movement near the foot of the ladder leading from the wheelhouse to the deck below. One of the men whom he had thought dead was living, and he was motioning for help. He must have seen the face of his chief at the screen. Cyrano did not hesitate. The orders were to leave the dead behind, but nothing had been said about abandoning the wounded. In any case, he would have disregarded such a command. There seemed to be no immediate grave danger to the chopper. The few defenders could not cross the flight deck without exposing themselves to the fire of those in the chopper. Of course, they could take another route, come up a ladder near the machine, but he, Cyrano, could get this poor wounded fellow to the copter before John's men got there. He went down the ladder as swiftly as he could, skipping steps, sliding his hands along the railings. By then, Tsoukas had gotten on his hands and knees. His head hung low, and he was shaking it. Cyrano knelt by him. "Do not worry, my friend. I am here." Tsoukas groaned and pitched forward into a puddle of blood. "Mordieu!" He felt Tsoukas' pulse. Merde! The fellow was dead, but perhaps the other 2 were still alive. A swift examination dispelled his hope. He rose and whirled, his hand going to the butt of his holstered pistol. Here came that lone man, a brave person but a nuisance. Why had he not fallen into the water and so saved Cyrano the trouble of killing him, and himself the irreparable harm of being killed? Aye! The pistol was empty. He had forgotten to load it, and there was no time to pick up one from the deck, to use the gun dropped by a dead man. Indeed, there was scarcely time to unsheath his sword, and so prevent this audacious fellow from running him through. Boynton would have to wait for him a few seconds longer. That surely would be sufficient to dispose of this obstacle. En garde! The man was a trifle shorter than himself, but whereas Cyrano was as thin as a rapier, this foolish person was as sturdy as the shaft of a war-axe. His shoulders were broad, his chest was deep, and his arms were thick. He had a dark, Arabic-looking face of imposing structure, though his lips were too thick, and his blazing black eyes and white grin made him look like a pirate. He wore only a cloth fastened around the waist. With those wrists, Cyrano thought, his antagonist would make an excellent sabreman, if he had the skill to match his muscle. But with a rapier, where speed, not strength, was most important, that was a different matter. After the first few seconds, Cyrano knew that, Whatever the man's aptitude with the saber was, he had never crossed blades with the likes of such before. Cyrano's parries, attacks, advances and retreats, lunges and recoveries were equally matched. Fortunately, the devil did not so far have the slightest superiority in quickness. If he had, he would have run his opponent through. He must know, however, that he was fighting another master. Even so, he was still smiling, seemingly undaunted, but behind his savage mask must be a realization that he would die if he became a fraction of a second slower in reflex and judgment. Time was on the side of the dark man. He had no place to go, nothing to do but fight, and Cyrano had to get to the machine soon. Boynton must know that Cyrano was still alive, since Sturtevant had seen him in the wheelhouse. He would be wondering what was keeping him. Would he wait a few minutes longer, and then, his chief not showing, think that he was dead for some unaccountable reason? Would he then take off, or would he send someone to investigate? There was not time to think about such matters. This devil was countering every maneuver, just as Cyrano was countering his. It was a stalemate, though there was certainly nothing stale about this. The attacking and the defending blades flashed almost in rhythm with each other. Ah, knowing this, the fellow had broken the rhythm. Once the rhythm was well established, a fencer had a tendency to continue the sequence of motion. This almost unparalleled swordsman had hesitated slightly, hoping that Cyrano would follow the rhythm himself, and so be spitted. He had underestimated his man. Cyrano adjusted in the split second needed, and so saved himself from a bad wound, but the point did penetrate his upper right arm slightly. Cyrano came out of the retreat with a lunge which was parried, not quite well enough. The man's arm also bore a slight wound. "You have the honor of the first blood," Cyrano said in Esperanto, "and that is indeed an honor. No other man has ever succeeded in doing that." It was foolish to waste desperately needed breath in conversation. Cyrano, however, was as curious as the alley cat he resembled. "What is your name?" The man said nothing, though it could be stated that his blade spoke for him. Its point was quicker than the tongue of a fishwife. "I am one whom you may have heard of, Savignan de Cyrano de Bergerac." The dark man only smiled more ferociously, and he pressed Cyrano even more. This fellow was not one to be shaken by a name, no matter how impressive, nor did he intend to expend energy in talking. Of course, it was barely possible that he did not know the name of de Bergerac. Someone shouted. It could have been this distraction, or perhaps it was, after all, the shock of finding out whom he faced. Whatever the reason, the man's reaction was not quite what it should have been. Using the thrust invented by Jarnac, Cyrano drove his blade through the man's thigh. Even so, his point went deep into Cyrano's right arm. His épée clattered on the deck. The man fell then, but he tried to get up on one knee to defend himself. Blood flowed swiftly down his leg. Cyrano, hearing the slap of feet, looked around. Here came Sturtevant and Cabell, pistols in their hands. "Do not shoot him!" Cyrano cried. The two halted, their weapons aimed at the dark man. Cyrano picked up his sword with his left hand. His right arm hurt abominably. The blood was running like wine from a freshly broached cask. Cyrano said, "Perhaps this match might have ended in another fashion if we had not been interrupted." The fellow must be in great pain, but he was not showing it. Those black eyes burned as if they were those of Satan himself. "Throw down your sword, sir, and I will bind your wound." "Go to hell." "Very well, sir, but I wish you a speedy recovery." "Come on, Cyrano," Cabell said. For the first time, Cyrano heard the shots. They were coming from the port side, which meant that the defenders had worked their way around to a closer position to the helicopter. Cabell continued, "The chopper's been hit several times, and we'll have to run through their fire to get to it." "Very well, Richard," Cyrano said. He pointed at the walkie-talkie fastened to Sturtevant's belt. "My dear fellow, why don't you summon Boynton to this side? Then we can board in comparative safety." "Yeah, I should have thought of that." Cabell bound a cloth ripped from a corpse around the wound in the Frenchman's arm. The dark man's skin was grayish, and his eyes had lost their fire. As the helicopter settled down near them, Cyrano stepped forward, and using his épée, knocked the others from his grasp. He said nothing. He did not resist as Cyrano tied a cloth around the wound in his thigh. "Your comrades can give you more than first aid when they arrive," Cyrano said. He ran to the machine and climbed in. Boynton took it up before the door was closed, sending it at an angle upriver. John, still completely naked, was slumped in a seat in the second row. Cyrano, looking at him, said, "Get some cloths on him, then tie his hands and his feet." He looked down. There were about 20 men on the flight deck. Where had the others come from? They were shooting away, their guns flashing like sex-crazed fireflies, but they had no chance of hitting their target. Did they not know that their captain was aboard, that they might hit him? Apparently not. Something hit him in the back of his head. He was floating somewhere in a dark grayness, while faraway voices said peculiar things. The ugly face of his childhood schoolteacher, the village curé, loomed before him. The brutal fellow had often beaten his student, rapping him savagely with a stick on the body and on the head. At the age of 12, Cyrano, desperate, mad with rage, had attacked the parish priest, knocked him down, kicked him, and beaten him with his own stick. Now the apish features, growing ever larger, swept through him, and he began to regain his senses. Boynton was yelling, "I can't believe it! He got away!" Cabell was saying, "He rammed his elbow into my ribs, and he kicked Cyrano in the head." The chopper was tilted so that he could look down through the still unclosed door. A searchlight from the boat briefly caught the king's naked body. His arms were flailing in an effort to keep himself upright. Then John had disappeared into the darkness. "He couldn't survive," Boynton said. "It's at least a 30-meter fall." They would not be able to go back down and make sure. Not only were some shooting at the chopper, others were running now to a rocket battery. Though there was no chance the pistol shots could hit the chopper, the heat-seeking rockets would be unavoidable unless Boynton got the machine to a safe distance. However, Boynton was not the man to be so easily frightened, and he was undoubtedly infuriated that their prisoner had escaped. Now he was flying the copter, not away, but toward the boat. He was bringing it to a point about 90 meters opposite the rockets. There went the 4 rockets the machine carried, flames spurting from their tails. And there went the battery in a huge ball of flame and a cloud of smoke, bodies and pieces of deck and metal flying on all sides. "That'll stop them," Boynton said. Sturtevant said, "How about strafing them?" Cyrano was startled. "What? Oh, use the machine gun? No, let us depart with speed. If there's one survivor, he could get to another rocket battery, and we'd be done for. We have failed our mission and lost too many brave fellows to risk more casualties." "I don't see how we've failed," Boynton said. "Sure, we didn't bring John back, but he is dead, and it'll be a long, long time before the boat is ready to operate." "You think John is dead, eh?" Cyrano said. "I would like to believe that, but I will not say for certain that he is dead until I see his corpse." Chapter 67. Groaning with pain, the crew of the Jules Verne quickly checked themselves for injuries. 3 had ribs that hurt so badly they were not sure they were not cracked or broken. Frigate thought that his neck muscles were either torn or severely strained. Tex and Frisco had bloody noses, and the latter's knee was paining him. Pogas' forehead was skinned and bleeding. Only Noor was unhurt. There was little time to worry about themselves. The balloon was now rising, but was drifting away from the mountain. The storm clouds were disappearing as swiftly as burglars who hear a police siren. Fortunately, the light system was still working. Frisco could see the flight instruments. Noor got a flashlight, and he and Frisco applied a thin liquid to the pipe connections. Noor, examining these through a magnifying glass, reported that he could see no bubbles. Apparently no hydrogen was escaping. Noor opened the top hatch, and he and Pogas climbed out onto the load ring. While the Swazi directed the beam of the flashlight, Noor went up the ropes like a monkey. He could not get close enough to the neck of the bag to apply a paste, but he did report that the envelope seemed to be tight around the entrance of the pipes. Frisco heard this with skepticism. "Yeah, they seem to be okay, but we can't really tell unless we land and deflate the bag." Frigate said, "As long as we have positive buoyancy, we'll stay aloft. I don't think we should land until we come up against the polar winds. That ought to be tomorrow if we've estimated our travel distance correctly. If we touch down, we might lose the balloon. For one thing, we don't know how the locals will react to it. In the early days of terrestrial ballooning, a number were destroyed by ignorant and superstitious peasants when the aeronauts landed in rural areas. The peasants believed the balloon to be the devil's work, or the vehicle of evil magicians. We might run into such people." Frigate admitted that it made him very uneasy to be without ballast. However, if they must, they could always unbolt the chemical toilet and throw it out. Of course, the situation might be such that there wouldn't be time to do this. The Jules Verne lifted above the valley, and the wind sent it spanking along northeasterly. After an hour it lost much of its strength, but the craft was still moving in the right direction. It was also steadily ascending. Frigate took over the pilot's post at 4,877 meters, or a little over 16,000 feet of altitude. To stop further ascension, he valved off hydrogen in driblets. When it began to sink, he turned the burner on. From then on, the pilot would be busy trying to maintain the vessel within a 2,000-meter zone, while losing as little gas as possible and running the burner at a minimum. Frigate's neck and shoulder pained him very much. He would be glad when he was relieved and could get under the cloths and stretch out. One drink of booze wouldn't hurt him, and it might ease the agony. So far, the voyage had been mostly hard and fast work, some stomach-squeezing danger, and much boredom. He'd be happy when the final landing was made. Then the events of the trip would start to take on the patina of amusing adventure. As time passed, it would gain a golden glow, and it would all seem wonderful. The crew would tell exaggerated stories, making their perils seem even more hairbreadth than they had actually been. Imagination was the great cousin of the past. Standing by the vernian, the only illumination the cold starlight and the instrument bulbs, all but himself asleep, Frigate felt lonely. Tempering the loneliness, however, was pride. The Jules Verne had broken the record for non-stop balloon flights. From lift-off to this point, it had floated approximately 4,824 kilometers, or 3,000 miles, and it would cover much more distance, if all went well, before it was forced to land. And it had been done by 5 amateurs. Except for himself, none had ever been in a balloon on Earth. His 40 hours in hot air balloons and 30 in gas balloons did not make him a veteran aeronaut. He logged more time on this flight than all his hours on Earth. The crew had gone on a voyage which would have made history if it had been on the native planet. Their faces would have been on TV screens worldwide. They'd have been feted and banqueted. They could have written books which would become movies. The royalties would have rolled in. Here, only a few would ever know what they had done. Even a smaller number would refuse to believe them. Not even a few would know if the voyage ended in the deaths of the crew. He looked out of port. The world was bright starlight and dark shadows, the valleys like snakes crawling, serpents in march order. The stars were silent, the valleys were silent, as quiet as the mouths of the dead. That was a gloomy simile. As silent as the wings of a butterfly. It recalled the summers of Earth in his childhood and youth, the many-colored flowers of the backyard garden, especially the sunflowers. Ah, the tall yellow sunflowers, the songs of birds, the savory odors of his mother's cooking drifting to his nose, roast beef, cherry pies, his father playing the piano. He remembered one of his father's favorite songs, one of his own favorites. He'd often sung it softly while on night watch on the schooner. When he did so, he saw in his mind a small glow far ahead of him, a glow like a star, a light that seemed to travel before him, guiding him toward some unnamed but nevertheless desirable goal. Shine, little glowworm, glimmer, glimmer. Shine, little glowworm, glimmer, glimmer. Lead us lest too far we wander. Love's sweet voice is calling yonder. Shine, little glowworm, glimmer, glimmer. Shine, little glowworm, glimmer, glimmer. Light the path below, above, and lead us on to love. Suddenly he was weeping. The tears were for the good things that had been, or might have been, for the bad things that had been, but should not have been. Drying his tears, he made a final check and roused the little Moor for his watch. He crawled under the cloths, but his neck and shoulders drove sleep away. After trying vainly to sink into blessed oblivion, he got out to talk to Noor. They continued a conversation that had gone on, day and night, for many years. Chapter 68. In several respects, Noor said, the Church of the Second Chance and the Sufis agree. The chances, however, have somewhat different technical terms, which might lead you to think that each refers to different things. The final goal of the Chancers and the Sufis is the same. Ignoring the difference in terms, both claim that the individual self must be absorbed by the universal self, that is, by Allah, God, the Creator, the Rel, call him what you will. And this means that the individual being is annihilated? No, absorbed. Annihilation is destruction. In absorption, the individual soul, Ka, or Brahman, becomes part of the universal self. And that means that the individual loses his self-consciousness, his individuality? He is no longer aware of himself? Yes, but he is part of the great self. What is the loss of self-consciousness as an individual compared to the gain of self-consciousness as God? That strikes me with horror. You might as well be dead. Once you're no longer self-conscious, you are dead. No, I can't understand why the Chancers, or Buddhists, or Hindus, or Sufis think this state desirable. Without self-consciousness, the individual is indeed dead. If you'd experience that ecstasy which Sufis experience in one stage of development, the passing away, you'd understand. Can a person blind from birth be filled with ecstasy while those with sight are looking at a glorious sunset? That's just it, Frigate said. I have had mystical experiences. 3. One was when I was 26 years old. I was working in a steel mill, in the soaking pits. There, cranes strip large ingots from the molds into which molten steel was poured in the open hearths. After the stripping, the cooling ingots are lowered into gas-burning pits which reheat them. From there, they're taken to the rolling mill. When I worked in the pits, I fancied that the ingots were souls, lost souls in the flames of purgatory. They'd be soaked in the flames for a while, then carried off to the place where they'd be pressed down into shape for heaven, just as the big rolls in the mill squeezed down on ingots, shaping them, pressing the impurities to the ends of the ingots, which were then chopped off, so the souls would be shaped and purified. However, this has little to do with the subject of conversation. Or does it? Anyway, one day I was standing at the huge open door of the soaking pits building, resting a moment. I was looking out along the yards at the open hearth. I don't remember what I was thinking then. Probably that I was tired of working in this extremely hot place at hard labor for such low pay. I was also probably wondering if I was ever going to become a successful writer. All of my stories had been rejected, though I'd had a few encouraging notes from editors. Whit Burnett, for instance, the editor of a high-prestige if low-paying magazine, Story, twice came close to buying my stories, but both times his wife disagreed with him, and he bounced them. Anyway, there I was, staring at the mill's ugliness, not at all conducive to pleasant thoughts, and especially not to a mystical state. I was in low spirits, very low, and the train tracks that filled the yard, the gray metal dust that covered the mud and every object on the yard, the huge, hideous sheet-iron building that housed the open hearths, the smoke that the wind brought down low to the ground, the acrid stink of the smoke, all made for a very depressing mood. And then, suddenly, unaccountably, it all seemed to change. In a flash. I don't mean that the ugliness became beautiful. It was just as gray and unpleasant as before. But somehow I suddenly felt that the universe was right, and all was and would be well. There was a subtle shift in my perspective. Let me put it this way. It was as if the universe was composed of an infinity of glass bricks. These bricks were almost, but not quite, invisible. I could see their edges, though they were ghostly. The bricks had been piled so that their faces were not quite even, as if God was a drunken mason. But now, in this subtle shift, the bricks moved, and their faces were even. Order had been restored, divine order and beauty. The cosmic building was no longer an ill-built structure, fit only to be condemned by the cosmic zoning inspectors. I felt exalted. For a moment I was looking into the basic structure of the world, past the plaster that has been smeared on to make the walls look smooth and even. I knew that the universe was right, and that I was right. That is, my place in the world was right. I fitted. Though I was a living being, yet I was one of those bricks, and I'd been aligned in the proper place. Rather, I'd suddenly become aware that I had been aligned all along. Until that moment I had thought that I was out of place, not quite on a level with the other pieces. But how could I be? All the pieces, the bricks, were misaligned. That was my mistake. Everything was in its place. It was my eyesight, my comprehension, rather, that had been twisted, aberrated, call it what you will. Noor said, "And how long did that state last?" "A few seconds. But I felt very good, even happy, afterward. The next day, though, I remembered the revelation, but its effect was gone. I went on living as before. The universe was again a structure built by an incompetent or drunken builder, or perhaps by a malicious, cheating contractor. Still, there were moments." "The other experiences?" "The second should be thrown out. It came from marijuana, not from myself. You see, I've smoked perhaps half a dozen marijuana cigarettes in my life. This was during one year, 1955, some time before the younger generation took up drugs. At that time, marijuana and hash were mostly confined to bohemian groups in the big cities, and to the blacks and Mexicans of the ghetto. This particular incident took place, of all places, in Peoria, Illinois. My wife and I had met a couple from New York, Greenwich Village types. I'll explain what this means later. And they talked us into trying marijuana. It made me pretty uncomfortable, downright uneasy to have the stuff around. I had visions of narcotics agents bursting in, arresting us, being in jail, the trial, the conviction, the penitentiary, the disgrace, and what would happen to our children. But alcohol had dissolved my inhibitions, and I tried a joint, as it was called, among other things. I had trouble getting the smoke into my lungs and holding it, since I had never even smoked tobacco, though I was 37 years old. But I did it, and nothing happened. Later that evening I picked up what was left of the joint and finished it, and this time I suddenly felt that the universe was composed of crystals dissolved in a solution. But now I perceived a subtle shift. Suddenly the crystals in the supersaturated solution were precipitated, and they were all in some kind of beautiful order, rank on rank, like angels drawn up in a parade. However, there was no accompanying sense, as on that other occasion, that the universe was right, that I had a place in it, and that the place was right, that it could be no other way. "The third time?" Noor said. I was 57 then, the sole passenger in a hot air balloon, soaring over the cornfields of Eureka, Illinois. The pilot had just turned off the burner, and so there was no noise except from a flock of pheasants the roar of the burner had disturbed in a field. The sun was setting. The bright summer light was turning gray. I was floating as if on a magic carpet, in a light breeze which I couldn't feel. You can light a candle in the open car in a strong wind, you know, and the flame will burn as steadily as if in an unventilated room. And suddenly, without warning, I felt as if the sun had come back up over the horizon. Everything was bathed in a bright light in which I should have had to squint my eyes to see anything. But I didn't. The light was coming from within. I was the flame, and the universe was receiving my light and my warmth. In a second, maybe longer, the light disappeared. It did not fade away, it just vanished. But for another second, the feeling that the world was right, that no matter what happened, to me or to anybody, or to the universe, it would be good. That feeling lasted for a second. The pilot noticed nothing. Apparently I wasn't showing my feelings, and that was the last time I had any experience like that. Noor said, "Apparently these mystical states had no influence on your behavior or your outlook?" "Did I become better because of them? No." Noor said, "The states you describe are akin to what we call tajalli, but your tajalli is a counterfeit. If it had resulted in a permanent state, by self-development in the right path, then it would have been a true tajalli. There are several forms of false or wasteful tajali. You experienced one of these.
Does that mean, Frigate said, that I am incapable of experiencing the true form?
No, at least you felt some form of it.
They fell silent for a while. Frisco, hidden under a pile of cloths, muttered something in his sleep. Suddenly Frigate said, "Noor, for some time I've been wondering if you'd accept me as your disciple."
"And why didn't you ask me?"
"I was afraid of being rejected." There was another silence. Noor checked the altimeter and turned on the vernier for a minute. Pogas shook aside his blankets and stood up. He lit a cigarette, the glow of his lighter throwing strange lights and shadows on his face. It looked like the head of a sacred hawk cut from black diorite by ancient Egyptians. "Well," Frigate said.
"You've always thought of yourself as a seeker after truth, haven't you?" Noor said.
"Not a steady seeker. I've drifted too much, floated along like a balloon. Most of the time I've taken life as it was, or seemed to be. Occasionally I've made determined efforts to investigate and even practice this and that philosophy, discipline, or religion. But my enthusiasms would subside, and I'd forget about them. Well, not entirely. Sometimes an old enthusiasm would flare up, and I'd drive myself again toward the desired goal. Mostly, though, it's just been floating with the winds of laziness and indifference."
"You become detached?"
"I tried to be intellectually detached, even when my emotions fired me up."
"To achieve true detachment, you must be free from both emotion and intellect. It's evident that, though you pride yourself on a lack of preconceptions, you have them. If I did take you as a disciple, you'd have to put yourself absolutely under my control. No matter what I ask, you must do it at once, wholeheartedly."
Noor paused.
"If I asked you to jump out of this car, would you do so?"
"Hell no."
"Nor would I do so. But what if I ask you to do something which is the intellectual or emotional equivalent of jumping out of the car, something which you'd regard as intellectual or emotional suicide?"
"I won't know until you ask me."
"I wouldn't ask you until I thought you were ready, if indeed you ever will be."
Pogas had been looking out of a port. He grunted and then said, "There's a light out there. It's moving." Frigate and El Musafir joined him. Tex and Frisco, aroused by their excited voices, got up and stared sleepily out another port. A long shape, at about the same altitude as the balloon, was silhouetted against a bright stellar cloud. Frigate said, "It's a dirigible." Of all the things they'd seen on the river world, this was the strangest and most unexpected. "There are lights near its prow," Ryder said. "It can't be from New Bohemia," Frigate said.
"Then there is another place where metals have been found," Noor said.
"Unless it's one they built," Farrington said. "It may not be an airship, it's just built like one." One of the lights near the nose of the vessel began blinking. After looking at it for a minute, Frigate said, "It's Morse code."
"What's it saying?" Ryder said.
"I don't know Morse code."
"Then how do you know it's Morse?"
"By the length of the pulses, long and short."
Noor left the port to return to the vernier. He shut it off, and now the only sound was the heavy breathing of the crew. They watched the great sinister-looking shape turn and move directly toward them. The light continued blinking. Noor ignited the torch for about 20 seconds. When he turned it off, he started toward the port again, but he stopped suddenly, and he said sharply, "Don't anybody make a noise." They turned to stare at him. He took a few steps and turned off the fan which sucked in carbon dioxide. Frisco said, "What are you doing that for?" Noor went swiftly to the vernier, saying, "I thought I heard a hissing." He looked at Pogas. "Put that cigarette out." Noor bent down to place his ear against the connection of the inlet pipe to the cone inside the case. Pogas dropped the cigarette and raised his foot to stamp it out. Chapter 69. Jill Gulbira heard the report on the raid from Sicano before the helicopter arrived in the hangar bay. She was appalled at the casualties and furious because the mission had even been considered. Part of her anger was at herself. Why hadn't she argued more firmly with Clemens? Yet, what could she have done? The laser was the only means possible to get into the tower. Clemens would not release it unless the raid was carried out. After the copter landed, she ordered the airship taken up out of the valley. It turned its nose southwest, heading for the Mark Twain. Cyrano went to sickbay to have his wounds bandaged, then reported to the control room. Jill got a more complete report from him, after which she radioed the boat. Clemens was not as happy as she had expected him to be. "So you think Rotten John is dead, but you're not 100% sure?" "Yes, I'm afraid so. But we did everything you asked, so I assume you'll give us the LB." LB was the code name for the laser. "You can have the LB. The chopper can pick it up from the flight deck." The radar officer said, "UFO, port side, sir, at approximately our altitude." Clemens must have heard her, since he said, "What's that? A UFO?" Jill ignored the voice. For a moment she thought the radar scope was showing two objects. Then recognition came. "It's a balloon." Clemens said, "A balloon? Then it's not them." Cyrano said softly, "Perhaps it is another expedition to the tower. Our unknown colleagues?" Jill gave orders to turn a searchlight toward it, and use it as a Morse code transmitter. "This is the airship Parseval. This is the airship Parseval. Identify yourself. Identify yourself." She had also told the radio operator to send the same message. There was no reply by wireless or light. She spoke to Nikityin. "Head directly for the balloon. We'll try to get a look at it close up." "Yes, Capitano." The Russian, however, started, and he pointed at a blinking red light on the control panel. "The hangar bay hatch! It's opening!" The first officer sprang to the intercom. "Hangar bay! Hangar bay! Kopaname here! Why are you opening the hatch?" There was no answer. Jill pressed the general alarm button. Sirens began whooping throughout the ship. "This is the captain! This is the captain! Central Cruise Quarters! Central Cruise Quarters!" The voice of Katamura, an electronics officer, said, "Yes, Captain, I read you. Get men down to the hangar bay fast. I think Officer Thorne has escaped." Cyrano said, "Do you really think it's he?" "I don't know, but it seems likely. Unless someone else." She called sickbay. No answer. "It's Thorne. Damn! Why didn't I install a belly hatch override switch?" In rapid sequence, she ordered 2 groups to run to the hangar bay and 1 to the ship's hospital. "But Jill," Cyrano said, "how could he escape? He has not recovered from his wounds. He is guarded by 4 men. He is shackled to the bed. The door is locked, and the 2 men inside don't have the key." "He's no ordinary man. I should have chained his hands, too, but it seemed unnecessarily cruel." Perhaps the helicopter was not refueled? If it wasn't, Sentes was neglecting his duty. No chance of that. "The hatch is full open now," Nikityin said. Graves' voice came over the intercom. "Jill, Thorne, how'd he get out?" Jill snapped. "I'm not sure of the details. I was sitting in my office, sampling some of the medical alcohol. All of a sudden I heard a hell of a brouhaha, shouts, somebody crashing into something. I got up, but there was Thorne at the door. A length of broken chain was trailing from his ankle shackle. He must have broken the links with his bare hands. He charged on in, shoving me to one side so hard I was knocked against the wall. For a minute I was stunned. I couldn't even stand up. He ripped the intercom off the bulkhead with his hands. His bare hands! I tried to get up, but I couldn't. He tied my hands behind me and my ankles together with belts he'd taken from the 2 guards. He could have killed me easily enough, snapped my neck. Man, I still hurt where he grabbed me. But he left me alive, I'll say that for him. I finally got loose and staggered out to the ward. All 4 guards were on the floor. 2 are still alive, but badly hurt. The intercoms were all wrecked. The door was locked, and the pistols and knives on the outside guards were gone. I'd still be there if I wasn't so handy at picking locks, and the lock wasn't pickable. Then I ran to the nearest bulkhead phone. "How long ago was it that he broke loose?" 25 minutes ago. 25? She was dismayed. What had Thorne been doing in all that time? "Take care of those men," she said, and switched him off. "He must have had a transmitter hidden somehow, somewhere," she said to Cyrano. "But how do you know that?" "I can't be sure. What else would take so much of his time? Nikitian, take her down to ground level, as fast as possible." Katamura's voice came over the intercom. "Captain, the chopper's gone." Cyrano swore in French. Nikitian flipped on the general address and informed the crew that the ship would be going into dangerous maneuver. All personnel should make themselves secure. 45 degrees, Nikitian, Jill said. "Full speed." The radar operator reported that the helicopter was on his scope. It was going south and downward at a maximum velocity at a 45-degree angle to the horizontal. By then, the deck of the control room was tilted downward. The others hastened to strap themselves into chairs bolted to the deck. Jill took a seat by Nikitian. She would like to have taken over the pilot's chair, but even now protocol forbade that. However, it did not matter that she was not at the controls. The wild Russian would get the dirigible down as swiftly as she could. Her job would be to make sure that he did not overdo it. "If Thorne has a transmitter," Cyrano said, "he can use it now. We'll never make it." Though he was pale and wide-eyed, he smiled at her. Jill looked from Cyrano to the control panel indicators. The ship was parallel to the valley, so there was no problem about clearing the mountain tops. The valley looked narrow, but it was rapidly broadening. There were some lights down there, bonfires around which would be sentinels or late-night revelers. The rain clouds had dissipated swiftly, as they almost always did. The star-packed skies cast a pale light into the space between the two mountains. Was anybody down there looking up at them? If so, they must wonder what this huge object was, and why it was coming down so swiftly. Not that it was going fast enough to suit her. Cyrano was right. If Thorne did intend to set off a bomb, he would be doing it now. Unless he would be willing to wait until the ship had landed. After all, he had spared Graves, and he could have killed the other 2 guards. Keeping an eye on the panel radar scopes, she called the hangar bay. Zentes answered. "We were all in our quarters," he said. "There's no guard posted in the bay." "I know," she said. "Just tell me, quickly, what happened?" "Thorne stuck his head in the door. He pointed a pistol at us. Then he ripped off the intercom, and he told us that he was going to close the door. He said he had a bomb rig to explode if the door was opened. Then he shut it. We didn't know if we should believe him, but no one was willing to find out if he was lying or not. Then Officer Katamura opened the door. There wasn't any bomb. Thorne had lied. I'm sorry, Captain. You did what you should have done." She told the radio operator to transmit their situation to the Mark Twain. At 915 meters, a little over 3,000 feet, she ordered Nikitian to tilt the propellers to give the ship an upward thrust, also to raise the nose by 3 degrees. The inertia would keep them diving despite the braking effect of the propellers. In a minute, she would order the nose raised by 10 degrees. This would flatten out the dive even more. What to do when the ship straightened out at about 915 meters, or somewhat over 3,000 feet, if it leveled at that altitude? She was really cutting it close, though she knew the capabilities of the Parseval almost as well as she knew hers. Should she land the ship? There was no way to moor it, and the hydrogen would have to be valved off so that it would not rise as the crew abandoned it. Otherwise, some of the men would not get off in time, and they would be carried away. But what if Thorne had no transmitter? What if there was no bomb? The airship would be lost for no reason. Too fast, Nikitian said. Jill was already leaning forward to set the ballast switch for a discharge of 1,000 kilograms of water. She punched the button, and a few seconds later the ship rose abruptly. "Sorry, Nikitian," she murmured. "There wasn't any time to waste." Radar indicated that the helicopter was hovering north of them at 300 meters altitude. Was Thorne waiting to see what they would do? If so, he did not intend to set off the bomb if they crash-landed or abandoned the ship. What was she to do? The thought of either alternative made her grind her teeth. She could not bear the idea of wrecking or losing this beauty, the last airship. The safety of the crew, however, had to come first. 152 meters altitude, Nikitian said. The propellers were turned fully upward and biting into the air at full speed. The mountains loomed on both sides. The river sparkled in starlight on the port. The plains ran smoothly beneath them. There were dwellings below, frail bamboo structures filled with people, most of whom would be sleeping. If the dirigible landed on the plain, it would crush hundreds. If it caught fire, it would burn many more. Jill ordered Nikitin to steer it over the river. What to do? Of the people along the river who had to stay awake, or who wanted to, a few had looked into the white and black-spangled sky. These saw two silhouetted objects, one much larger than the other. The smaller one was composed of two spheres, one below the other, the larger of the spheres above the other. The greater object was long and shaped like a fat cigar. They were moving toward each other, the smaller emitting a faint light from the lower sphere, the other sending out bright beams. One of these beams began to go on and off in measured lengths of time. Suddenly the larger object dipped its nose, and it came down swiftly. As it neared the ground, it emitted a strange noise. Many did not recognize the shape of either object. They had never seen a balloon or a dirigible. Some had lived when balloons were not unknown, though many of these had only seen illustrations or photographs of them. But most of this group had never seen or heard of an airship except in illustrations of what might be expected in the future. A very small minority recognized the larger, now diving object as a dirigible. Whatever their knowledge, many ran to wake up their mates and friends, or to sound a general alarm. By then some had seen the helicopter, and this caused even more curiosity and apprehension. Drums began to beat, people to shout. Everybody was awake by then, and the dwellings were emptied. All looked up and wondered. The questions and the shouts became one great cry, as one of the flying objects burst into flame. They screamed as it plunged, bright orange fire trailing like the glory of a falling angel. Chapter 70. Tai Ping wore only a garment of iron-tree leaves and vine blossoms. A cup of wine in his left hand, he paced back and forth, extemporizing poems with the ease of water flowing down a hill. A poem would tumble out in the court speech of the Tang dynasty, sounding to non-Chinese like dice clicking in a cup. Then he would translate it into the local Esperanto dialect. Much of the subtlety and reference were lost in the mutation, but enough was retained to move his listeners to laughter and tears. Tai Ping's woman, Wen Chun, softly played on a bamboo flute. Though his voice was usually loud and screeching, it was subdued for the occasion. In Esperanto it was almost as melodious as the flute. He wore only a garment made for the occasion, red-green striped leaves and red-white-blue striped blossoms. These fluttered as he walked back and forth, like a great cat in a cage. He was tall for a man of his race and time, the 8th century A.D., lithe yet broad-shouldered and heavily muscled. His long hair shone in the late noon sun. It glittered like a dark jade mirror. His eyes were large and pale green, blazing, a hungry but wounded tiger's. Though he was a descendant of an emperor by a concubine, he was 9 generations removed. His immediate family had been thieves and murderers. Some of his grandparents were of the hill tribes, and it was these wild people who had bequeathed him the fierce green eyes. He and his audience were on a high hill from which the plain, the river, and the land and the mountain wall beyond could be seen. His listeners, even drunker than he, though none had drunk so much, formed a crescent. This left an opening for him to stride into and out of. Tai Ping did not like barriers of any kind. Walls made him uneasy, prison bars frenzied. Though half of the audience was Chinese of the 16th century A.D., the others were from here and there, now and then. Now Tai Ping stopped composing, and he recited a poem by Chun Tzu-ang. First he stated that Chun had died a few years before he, Tai Ping, was born. Though Chun was wealthy, he had died in a prison at the age of 42. A magistrate had put him there so he could cheat him out of his father's inheritance. Men of affairs are proud of their cunning and skill, but in the Tao they still have much to learn. They are proud of their exploitations, but they do not know what happens to the body. Why do they not learn from the master of dark truth, who saw the whole world in a little jade bottle, whose bright soul was free of earth and heaven, for riding on change he entered into freedom? Tai Ping paused to empty his cup and hold it out for a refill. One of the group, a black man named Tom Turpin, said, "Ain't no more wine. What about some alky?" "No more drink of the gods? I don't want your barbarian's juice. It stupefies where wine enlivens." He looked around, smiled like a tiger in mating season, and he lifted Wen Chun and strode off to his hut with her in his arms. "When the wine stops, it's time to begin with women." The brightly colored leaves and blossoms fluttered to the ground as Wen Chun mock-struggled with him. He looked like a being from ancient myth, a plant man carrying off a human female. The others laughed, and the group began to break up before Tai Ping had shut the door of his hut. One of them walked around the hill to his own hut. After entering, he barred the door and drew down bamboo and skin blinds over the windows. In the twilight he sat down on a stool. He opened the lid of his grail and sat for a while, staring at it. A man and a woman passed near his door. They were talking of the mysterious event that had taken place less than a month ago downriver. A great noisy monster had flown from over the western mountain at night and had landed on the river. The braver, or more foolish, locals had boated out toward it, but it had sunk into the waters before they could get close to it, and it had not come up again. Was it a dragon? Some people said there never had been any dragons. These, however, were skeptics from the degenerate 19th and 20th centuries. Anybody but a fool knew that dragons did exist. On the other hand, it could have been a flying machine of the beings who had made this world. It was said that some had seen, or thought they'd seen, a man-like figure swimming away from where the dragon had sunk. The man in the hut smiled. He thought of Tai Ping. That was not his true name. Only Tai Ping and a few others knew what it was. His adopted name meant the Great Phoenix, a clue to his real name, since he had often boasted in terrestrial life that he was just such. Tai Ping had met him long ago, but he did not know this. The man in the hut spoke a code word. Instantly the exterior of the grail sprang into light. The light did not shine over the entire surface. Against the gray metal were two large circles, one on each side of the cylinder. Inside each circle, which represented a hemisphere of the planet, were thousands of very thin, glowing, twisted lines. These intersected many tiny flashing circles. All were empty except for one. This enclosed a flashing pentagram, a 5-pointed star. Each circle, except for that holding the star, emitted dots and dashes of light. The display was a chart, not made to scale. The lines were the valleys, and the circles indicated men and women. The pulse group of each was an identity code. Clemens and Burton, among others, had been told by X that he had chosen only 12 to assist him. There were 12 times 12 symbols on the lines, not counting the circled star, 144 in all. A number of circles were pulsing the same group. The man sighed, and he spoke a code phrase. Instantly the symbols emitting dash, dash, dash dots disappeared. Another code phrase. 2 glowing symbols appeared near the top of the grail. Only 70 recruits were still alive, less than half of the chosen. How many would there be 40 years from now? Of these, how many would quit before then? However, there were many non-recruits who now knew about the tower. Some of these even knew about the person whom Clemens called the mysterious stranger, or X. The secret was out, and some who'd learned it second-hand were as intensely motivated as the recruits. Given the changed situation, it was inevitable that others would get in on the quest polarward, and it was possible that not one recruit would get to the tower, whereas some non-recruits might. He spoke another code phrase. The circles were suddenly accompanied by other symbols. Triangles, an uncircled pentagram, and one hexagram, a 6-pointed star. The triangles, which pulsed code groups, were the symbols of the second-order ethicals, the agents. The hexagram was the operators. He spoke again. A square of light appeared in the center of the hemisphere facing him. Then the display outside the square faded away. Immediately the square expanded. It was a blow-up of the area in which the 3 stars and a few circles were located. Another phrase brought forth glowing digits above the square. So the 6-pointed star was downriver by many thousands of kilometers. The operator had failed to board the Rex, but the second paddle-wheeler would be coming along, though much later. In the neighboring valley to the east was Richard Francis Burton. So near, yet so far. Only a day's walk away, if flesh could pass like a ghost through stone. Burton was undoubtedly on the Rex Grandissimus. His circle had moved too swiftly along his line for him to be traveling by sailboat. The operator— what action would the operator take if he did get on the Mark Twain? Reveal a part of the truth to Clemens? All of it? Or keep silent? There was no telling what would happen. The situation had been changed too drastically. Even the computer at HQ would not have been able to indicate more than a small percentage of the probabilities. So far, there was only one agent on a boat, the Rex. At least 10 could be picked up by the Mark Twain, but it was improbable that more than one would be, if that. 50 were in the line between the Rex and Virolando. Of the total of 60, he could identify only 10. These were upper echelon, heads of their sections. The chances were that he would encounter none of the 60. But what if he failed to get aboard either boat? He felt sick. Somehow he would do it. He must do it. To be realistic, he had to admit that he could fail. At one time he had believed that he could do anything humanly possible, and some things which no other humans could do. But his faith in himself had been somewhat shaken. Perhaps this was because he had lived among the river people too long. There were so many journeying upriver, driven by one great desire. By now, most of them would have heard Joe Miller's story, though it was at 100th hand. They'd be expecting to find the towel rope, up which they could climb the precipice. They'd also expect a tunnel which would permit them to detour an almost unscalable mountain. They would expect the path along the face of the mountain. These were no more. Neither was the tunnel at the end of the path, at the base of the mountain. It had melted into lava. He looked again at the unencircled star. Close, far too close by. As the situation now was, it represented the greatest danger. Who knew how the situation would change? Now the loud voice of Tai Ping entered the hut. He was outside, having tumbled his woman, and he was shouting something unintelligible at the world. What a noise the man made in this world! What a blur of action! "If I cannot shake the gods on high, I will at least make an uproar in Acheron." Now Tai Ping was closer, and his speech could be heard clearly. "I eat like a tiger. I crap like an elephant. I can drink 300 cups of wine at a sitting. I have married 3 wives, made love to 1,000 women. I outplay anyone on the lute and the flute. I write immortal poems by the thousands, but I throw them into the stream as soon as they're finished, and watch the water, the wind, and the spirits carry them off to destruction. Water and flowers, these I love the most. Change and impermanence, these wound, pain, torture me. Yet it is change and ephemerality that make for beauty. Without dying and death, can there be beauty? Can there be perfection? Beauty is beautiful because it is doomed to perish. Or is it? I, Tai Ping, once thought of myself as flowing water, as a blooming flower, as a dragon. Flowers and dragons. Dragons are flowers of the flesh. They live in beauty, while generations of flowers bloom and die, bloom and become dust. Yet even dragons die. They bloom and become dust. A white man, pale as a ghost, blue-eyed as a demon, once told me that dragons lived for eons. Eons, I say, for ages that make the mind turn upside down to think of them. Yet they all perished millions of years ago, long before Nukua created men and women from yellow mud. In all their pride and beauty they died. Water, flowers, dragons. Tai Ping's voice became less loud as he went down the hill, but the man in the hut heard one especially clarion passage. What evil person brought us back to life, and now wishes us to die forever again? The man in the hut said, Ha! Though Tai Ping's poems spoke much of the shortness of life of men and women, and of flowers, they never mentioned death, nor had he ever before referred to death in his conversation, yet now he was speaking boldly of it, raging at it. Until now he had seemed to be as happy as a man could be. He'd lived for 6 years in this little state, and apparently had no desire to leave it. Was he ready now? A man like Tai Ping would be a good companion for the voyage upriver. He was aggressive, quick-witted, and a great swordsman. If he could be subtly urged to resume the course he had forsaken, what was likely to happen in the decades to come? All he could predict, for now he, too, was one of the webs in the dark design, no longer a weaver. All he could predict was that some would get to Virolando, and some would not. The more astute would discover a message there. Some of these would surely decipher it. Among these would be both recruits and agents. Who would get to the tower first? He must be the one who did. And he must survive the perils of the journey. Probably the greatest of these would be the inevitable battle between the 2 great boats. Clemens was determined to catch up with King John and kill or capture him. It was possible, highly possible, that both vessels and their crews would be destroyed. Savagery, the idiocy of the tiger. All because of this frenzied desire for vengeance which had seized Clemens. Clemens, who was otherwise the most pacifistic of men. Could Clemens be talked out of this childish passion for revenge? Sometimes he agreed with what the operator, in a depressed mood, had once said. Humankind sticks in the throat of God. But evil will bless, and ice will burn. And the master of dark truth was riding on unpredictable change. What? The glowing lines and symbols had disappeared. For a few seconds he stared, his mouth open. Then he uttered a string of code phrases, but the surface of the grail remained gray. He clenched his fists and his teeth. So, what he had feared had at last happened. Some element in the complex of the satellite had suddenly quit working. No wonder. After over 1,000 years the circuits were due for a checking, but no one had been able to inspect them on schedule. From now on he would no longer know exactly where the other men and women were. Now he too was in the house of night, bounded by fog. The passing of the lights on the Grail had left a deeper gloom behind. He felt like a tired and companionless pilgrim on a lonely shore, a shadow among shades. What would go amiss next? What could? For one thing— no, surely not. But if it did, then he might not have all the time needed. He stood up and straightened his shoulders. Time to go. A shadow among the shades and running out of time. Like the recruits and the agents, like the river-dwellers, like all sentient creatures, he would have to make his own light. So be it. End of The Dark Design, the 3rd volume in the River World series, by Philip José Farmer. Narrated by James DeLotel in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, April 1986. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Berkeley Books, 200 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.